Morena tātou, please, I'm going to start, so assume the position. Maori flags. It's Te Lofa Lava and welcome Samoan Language Week today, despite those people who have got Maori protest flags here, which I'm not quite sure is appropriate, but still.
The Samoan flag.
That's right, it's Te Lofa Lava language. Welcome everybody today. It's going to be a long day. I hope it isn't. We do have a quorum. A couple of meeting reminders. This meeting's being live webcast. For those online, remember to have electronic meeting attendance protocols, so use them. Please be present in the meeting. Ensure your phone is turned off, or at least on silent. Since the last governing body meeting, we've had a lot on our plate, so thank you all for that. Hopefully we can get through today, or we might need to all come back tomorrow, which I don't want to do, and I don't think all of you do, so there we are, please. It's up to us as elected members to come prepared with our questions and not make them up while we're asking them. Write them down and read them out, please. A helpful guide is that questions have question marks at the end. They're not sentences or speeches, and Sandra with an R is going to be using the buzzer and being really tough today because there's a lot. We have a weighty agenda. Watch. Several kilograms of paper. Sandra was going to announce the councillors who are online. Please, who's online? And any apologies?
Thank you. We have online Councillor Dalton, Councillor Sayers, Councillor Foley, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Stewart. And we have an apology from Councillor Dalton for early departure. And it looks like lateness from Councillor Foley and Councillor Turner.
Move those apologies. Me, seconded by somebody. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. Okay. Any declarations of interest? No. Confirmation of minutes. The minutes are in there and added. Then we are confirming the minutes for the 2nd of May. The extraordinary one on the 16th, the Budget Committee minutes, 6th, 20th of February, 16th of May. Mover and a seconder for those, please. Yes, right. Deputy Mayor and Karen Leone, please. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, right. Public input. We have a referred request from Lisa Parega about the infrastructure market size and share analysis trends and forecasts, which has been referred to the 27th of June governing body. And I've declined a request from Gail Baldock with regard to the closure of Smith & Co, the very sad closure of Smith & Co, and the increased crime in our city. And this issue in relation to the CRL that is designed to encourage people in the city declined understanding 772 as a request was out of time, only coming yesterday. We are going to hear from Andrew Kingston from Gravity Capital. Please come forward. Welcome, Andrew. We're going to have a short presentation from you on the state of the economy and the importance of collecting your debts. You have 5 minutes. Over to you. We'll have a couple of questions and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Good morning, Wayne, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity. Look, just a couple of things before I start. Some words. The big word is dire. It's dire out there. If you're owed some money, people are taking a lot longer to pay for it. Secondly, we're all looking at the budget this morning. Some of us may be expecting tax cuts. Collecting your debts is a little bit like that. The analogy that it's the ability to unlock some cash that you may have not had or been expecting to come in. Be on top of it and be on your A game. So a little bit about me, a chartered accountant with many years of experience. I belong to a couple of special interest groups at CAANZ, and I'm also a fellow on the Chartered Governance. I've been in this collection space for the last 4 years, and prior to that I was CFO on a couple of listed entities. So what are we seeing out there? Just get a bit closer
to your microphone, will you?
Sorry, Wayne.
That's right.
What are we seeing out there? So you would all be aware the situation Official cash rate sitting at 5.5%. Consumer confidence continues to drop from March to April. We're at 82.1%. Smith & Co.'s closing is another sad indictment of what we're feeling out there. Consumer price index, what we measure our inflation by, is sitting at 4. Unemployment continues to rise from September. Now it's sitting at 4.3%. And the big important one there is business confidence continues to drop. So just around consumer credit and where we're at the moment. Hardship volumes, while they might be down for the month of March, overall loan hardship is 40% up compared to March of last year. So that's home loans, credit cards, those type of things. So what we're seeing also in the market, personal loans, while it may have dropped in terms of hardship just on a month-on-month measure, credit card hardship has gone up. So what people have been doing before their mortgage rates came off, they've been using personal loans to keep on top of things with their credit cards, and it's switched. Overall, home loans may have plateaued in terms of the last quarter, but year on year they continue to rise. So you're looking at the big banks here. You've got all of the banks, including the non-5, those outside the ASB, BNZ, Kiwibank, Westpac and ANZ, continuing to push the arrears into the problematic areas. So, importantly, credit card arrears have risen through the month of March. So we're talking about days past due. So 1 to 29 days is dropping over to those extended periods. If you're in the telco industry, stable but still outstanding amounts continue to grow. Business confidence continues to drop on the back of recession headlines. And despite entering a recession, those inflation measures, while might have been slowing, are still putting a dampener on the market. So are your debtors not paying you? This is the big question, and I'm getting more and more calls every day about clients and customers who are not paying their bills. So what we're seeing in the market is typical. Debtors are changing their position. They're using your money or their money that they receive in credit from other people to pay their bills. Now, I took a little bit of time here and it seems the same thing's happening at Auckland Council. Look, I'm limited with the numbers I could look at, but your net receivables over the last 3 years are continuing to balloon. So while we can say we had COVID and there was a number of reasons for that, maybe the approach internally hasn't been hard enough on some of these things. I don't know what 2024 looks like. Obviously, those numbers aren't yet out, but a 30% increase in your debtors means cash is locked up that you can't do things with. So we can do the old rhetoric and some suggestions here, keep an eye on your debtors, make the regular phone calls, chase them up. But if you're not being firm in enforcing your terms and conditions, then they're not going to pay. You could also have some disputes around some of these invoices that have been raised to your residents or your debtors. Resolve them timely. Don't leave them till the 90th day when they tick over to 90 days and you've done nothing about it. And then the last one there is a lot of clients have looked at legal enforcement, but with the court hang-ups over the last 3 years and the delays there, it's often a costly process. So what do you do when you get to this position? You can look outside the organisation. So a lot of people have done their time doing the phone calls, ringing the debtors to no avail. I'll pay you next week, I'll pay you next month, and then nothing happens. Generally, it's often when terms are failed to be met. So you might have a 60-day payment or a 30-day payment arrangement. Those are when the issues start to arise. So you could look at an external agency. This is where we sit, and we've been doing this for a while. If it didn't work, we wouldn't exist. It's not costly like a legal process where you go through a lawyer and use time and cost where you're billed every 6 minutes. It's often only paid on success. They're impartial, so it's removing any bias that staff or parties may have to the collection process. We have access to other resources, skip tracing, finding people when they may move from addresses or regions. It also frees up the time internally. It's associated with more productive work management. I guess also on the back of that, we're given the ability, being impartial, to look at those debtors. Do you want to continue to use or trade with them, or is there another way around you can manage it? It's often an extension of your internal process. So you get to 90 days, you're telling your people, your debtors, at 90 days, it's automatic, it's just a referral to a collection agency. There's no argument about it, the process is seamless. Another question we often get asked is, what happens to our brand and reputation? Well, if it's sold to the debtor all the way through the process and out the other side, they're aware of what's coming, there's no surprises, and at the end of the day, it is just part of the seamless process. So look, that's it in a nutshell. It's a dire situation out there. I hope Minister Willis is going to give us some tax relief, and that could extend to some of these debtors that we've got out there paying some of their bills. But look, I'll welcome some questions, and thank you very much, Mayor Brown, for the opportunity.
Right, has anyone got any questions about that bleak assessment of where we are and what we should do? And the $350 million that we've got sitting out there, which we don't aggressively chase, and I think we should. You might hear from Nicola later on who says that they do, but they don't.
Mayor, just one thing.
Councillor Darby, please.
Can we refer this, it seems like a pitch for procuring services. Can we refer this to the Chief Executive through the proper procurement channels, please?
I agree, that part of it is, but the first part of it was just to hear from somebody who's collecting debts really what's happening, rather than just having an economist reverberate what's on the Business Herald. So it was the first part really I wanted you to hear. Things are hard. If you haven't got customers, people don't realise how hard things are. But I think it will be. I mean, the Chief Executive will refer that on, and and Maurice Williamson will also be referred for this sort of stuff as well. But any further questions? We've heard that. I just wanted you to hear it. Looks like your message. Yes, Councillor Bartley, please.
Oh, thank you. I have a question. Do we have an issue with collecting our debts at council? Because the message I'm hearing from the presenter is that we need to go harder with collecting debts.
I think what I'm trying to convey there is, it's a global position. New Zealand industries in their own right are facing harder and harder collection processes. What I was doing there was to illustrate just a situation that is happening within the council. I don't know about the processes and whether it needs to be harder or not, but it's clear something's happening to cause those to balloon, and I don't know what it is.
$153 million. Councillor Newman, please.
Good morning, and a number of those bad debtors are probably my constituents actually, but I don't want to go too rough on them because, as you say, at the moment it's really tough out there, and I hope people can trade back to profit. Can I just ask you, just in terms of the first part of your presentation, I mean, from your perspective, and it's a bit of crystal ball gazing, but how long do you think it would take to get through this sort of toxic situation that we currently face face as an economy, with that inflationary pressure, with those locked-in rates, with people basically having a real liquidity squeeze? Is this a year? Is it 18 months? How long do you think it's going to take before we can burn through that and come out the other side? Because it will take time.
Look, I'd have to agree with you there. I'm not an economist. I'm an accountant in the debt collection space. What we're seeing is people are taking a lot longer to get on top of their debtors, so they make the softly approach, and then it all gets a little bit hard, and suddenly they need to unlock some of that money. I'm thinking, based on what I'm hearing and seeing, that it is at least a year to 18 months before we'll start to see any form of turn in the current cycle. It's hard, and it is very hard to collect money at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Andrew, and we'll go on to the... Well, it's got a move that we receive, and thank you for that. I'll move and then...
I just had a comment.
Yeah, Bob Benson.
I hope we don't take on too seriously what he's presenting, because the reason why you kept the rates low was out of compassion for people that are struggling out there with the cost of living. And then I don't want to give a direction to our council CEO that we come down harder on those people that owe money to council, because, you know, it's unfair, it's not compassionate, and it goes against what we're trying to do in the first place.
Well, the point was to raise the issue and discuss it, but it's unfair if some people pay and some people don't. And that's what's unfair, but I am just letting you know that it is hard and I'm well aware of it. Okay, thanks very much for that. Morris Williamson?
Yeah, just to point out to council that around about half of all that long-term debt we've got is non-rates debt. So it's companies and businesses. We've got another way of dealing with taking a lien on properties and so on if someone can't pay rates on their house. But as a big chunk of that debt is actually owed by commercial operations.
That's true. Thanks very much for that. Okay, I'll move that we receive that, and it'll be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much for that. We had local board input requests, 5 requests were received from, but I declined. Albert Eden Pukitapa about representation. I've spoken with most of the chairs who requested to speak and explained there is a process attached to the item in local board reorganisation consultation, so their input request has either been withdrawn or declined. Extraordinary items is none known.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm very mindful of the challenging agenda ahead of us today, but I wish to raise under extraordinary business the possible closure of Smith & Co's. It is without doubt a critical part of our retail landscape in Auckland, and there have been suggestions around the role that the council may or may not have played in the demise of their trading. I would like, if it is possible, at this meeting or at as early a possible meeting, for there to be some report to the council on what role we can play in assisting Smith & Co's moving forward.
Fair enough. I accept that it is a tragic thing which we only found out about yesterday. Tony rang me in the morning, Tony Coe, my wife and the Deputy Mayor, who have worked very hard to try and keep them afloat, but hasn't managed on their own. It's a very there are many contributions, not the largest one being the internet and Amazon probably, but also we've got big supermarkets and big shopping complexes in Newmarket. We've got some crime problems here. The CRL's taken too bloody long. It's not going to arrive in time to save them. It's bad, but I'm quite happy to have see if they ask the CEO if there's anything we could particularly do. Otherwise, it is a hole in the city. If it does close, the work that I'm doing with the Minister of Building to ensure that something good happens in that building is very important, because it is an old building and there's no way to meet various bits and pieces of our intensifyingly idiotic building code, and so there are a lot of things we can do to, and I think we should give some thought to that.
Because as I understand it, Your Worship, the final decision is not made. If there are any circumstances in which the council can assist, it would be, I think, advisable that we give consideration to that before final decisions are taken, given the long-term consequences of the loss. So I'm very mindful of this huge agenda we have. I don't want to delay things now, but I would like to think that the officers are giving consideration and will report back to us.
Councillors, my suggest, I'm very happy that we pick up that challenge and come back with some level of analysis about what's happening and what we can be done. I don't think it would be wise to crack into a discussion today about that, but I take the councillor's lead that we might come back very shortly with some commentary for you around this and what might be able to be done. I have to be honest and say that I can't see immediately obvious interventions that council could take, but we'll have a look at it.
If there's a possibility for you to talk to the Heart of the City, to Auckland Transport and others, that would be very helpful from my perspective.
Yeah, and that,
Fair enough. We'll take that raised, thank you, and we'll move on to item 7, status of action decisions. I understand we've got a memo about rubbish bins coming. Coming but not here yet. In the fullness of time, we'll deal with that. So, status on the action. Has everyone read that? Anyone prepared to move that we accept the status of decisions, which is more or less
Deputy Mayor.
thank you. Fletcher. In favour? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Chief Executives. And the CFO's report. This might be quite short as we have a quarterly performance reports coming next. And Nicola will cover off some information about rates, payment arrangements, rebate schemes and that sort of thing. But that's rates. There is, as Councillor Williamson pointed out, 50% of the money owed is not rates, as well as an update on our long-term plan, which still isn't over. Over to you, Phil and Nicola, please.
thank you, Your Worship. As you have said, a long agenda, so I'll be fairly quick today. Talofa lava, everyone. Recognise Samoan Language Week. And you'll see some evidence of that in the organisation in terms of our comms this week. We do have a comprehensive report on Q3, so I won't say anything about financial progress. Nicola will cover that at a high level shortly, and then in more detail when we come to that item. Suffice to say that we continue to be on track in terms of revenue, operating expenditure, CapEx program, and I have noted the earlier discussion about debtors. The acting chief financial officer and I have discussed that actually, so we will pick that up, but it's a very it is a very nuanced situation, as your discussion indicates. Just referencing Auckland Emergency Management and yesterday and last night's events, those warnings, rain and wind, are now cancelled. We're largely through that period. For your information, we dealt with 320 requests to the call centre overnight. 200 of those were for tree damage, trees down. You're familiar with stories, and I note some in the media. Those are being worked through progressively through the day. There were people out overnight dealing with the worst of those situations in terms of transport corridors and such. So, you know, frankly, a good effort from the team. There were also power outages overnight that, looking over in Councillor Baker's direction, that County's Energy was dealing with about 470 customers without power for a prolonged period of time, and are getting on top of that. I do have Adam Meggs here if there were any more detailed questions about it, should they arise. Sticking on the emergency management theme, I wanted, and I've discussed this with Councillor Stewart in her role as chair of Civil Defence Emergency Management Committee. Please be aware that we're coming up to the end of the work program arising from last year's weather events. All of the actions that we programmed as a result of the various reports, the Mike Bush report and others. We had timetabled that program to be reviewed at the end of June, or for the end of June. So the key thing I wanted you to be aware of is that rather than a whole lot of separate reviews dealing with For example, the Bush Review, the Toa Consulting Review, the Jiri Mataparai Review, and NEMA's review. So, in other words, we were dealing with a lot of different reviews and have dealt with a sum total number of recommendations from that. I have arranged with the Officer of the Auditor General that they will do an independent review of our progress around that implementation and the building up of capability in the emergency management space. So I pick that will offer some level of reassurance both to you and the public about the lessons from last year having been learned and implemented. More details to follow. Wanted you to be aware that we are monitoring, this is just what we need, right? We're monitoring the avian bird flu situation quite closely, and Rachel Kelleher has briefed the executive team on this and is available if you have any questions, but it is a situation that is quite dynamic and needs to be quite carefully monitored. Looking a little bit more internally, be aware that the change proposal in the organisation is progressing. I've been interviewing for executive and senior leadership positions this week and through the next couple of weeks. We're on schedule to confirm appointments to. We're on schedule to confirm appointments to the executive team later next week. I will leave the various elements of discussion with central government for today. Megan is here. If you have any questions
But
there.
I think you're on mute.
I'll just pause.
Sharon Stewart just said something,
Sharon, I don't think I am, but the problem may be at your end.
What is going on?
We appear to have a Tanifar in there somewhere.
Okay, I will just proceed. Other news: Libraries won. This is good. Libraries won first place in the International Federation of Libraries Marketing Awards. So quite a prestigious international event. There were 107 entries. Council won it for our promotion around the benefits of library membership. So well done to that team. We have plans in place for many events to acknowledge Matariki coming up in the period 15 to 30 June. So you will see both local and regional events in that regard. The one thing I lost my train of thought there. The one thing I was going to mention in terms of discussions with government was that you will recall the need for us to renegotiate the funding package with central government around recovery work in order that we could shift resources from potential Category 2 projects into Category 3. That has been successfully concluded, and it means that there is an increased number, 900 plus, of Category 3 properties that will be bought. So it's good to have that clarity and agreement with central government. We've still got to ink the deal, but the substantive negotiation is concluded on that.
Sorry, Phil, I think you said 900 plus like it was 900 plus extra. You mean 900 plus is the total?
Total. Yes. Yes, that was a billion-dollar question, so I'm glad you clarified that. Your Worship, I will leave it there.
All right, we're just going to stop for a second while we disconnect and reconnect because we've got a gremlin. We need a young person.
Your Worship, I neglected to mention in my role of Minister of Good News, I neglected to mention that Hayman Park, at our project there with Eke Panuku, won a National Institute of Landscape Architects Award in the place-based category. So significant achievement by them and a good result or a good outcome for our community in Manukau. Thank you.
Nicola.
Tēnā koe Mayor and councillors, good morning. So I will try and keep this brief, as Phil has mentioned. I just wanted to start briefly speaking to the long-term plan. So we all remember decision making on the 16th of May. Since then, the team's been busy preparing the LTP document and working through the audit process towards a final document for adoption. So that will be discussed at a workshop or at the Budget Committee on the 19th of June, ahead of final adoption scheduled for the 27th of June by the governing body. So that is all on track. In more good news, a couple of weeks ago we issued a 500 million Australian dollar bond, 5-year bond. That was the first time we had issued in Australia since 2016, so that represented a good step in diversifying our source of financing. Phil has briefly covered off the financial results and noted that the next item is a quarterly performance review from the team. Included in this item, you would have received the April year-to-date results yesterday. Just to note really that the trends are consistent with what you will hear about in the quarter, so I won't go into any detail on them here. And the last thing I wanted to cover, so at the last meeting there was a request regarding information on paying rates, and what was requested was some information on the current trends in payment, what measures council takes to assist ratepayers, and how we communicate to ratepayers about those measures. So you will have received a memo on that, but there's a few things I would just like to highlight. So the number of ratepayers who are struggling to meet their payments has increased slightly from last year. So we measure that by looking at which instalment is still overdue to what proportion. So based on the third rates instalment, that's the one due in February, there is 11% outstanding, and that's up slightly on 9.7% the year before. So we do see some change there. In terms of the support that we offer, the main thing we do are flexible direct debit payments, so people can choose to pay their rates weekly, monthly, however suits them best. We offer a rates rebate scheme for low-income households. There are rates postponement policies. Another thing that we do is remission of penalties, so if people are paying late and penalties start to get charged but they subsequently make payment arrangements, then we typically will remit those penalties for them. So aside from making regular direct debit payments, people can also contact us to make bespoke payment arrangements. And in terms of other assistance, the council has also granted specific rates relief at certain times. So an example of this was the 100% remission that was granted to properties that were uninhabitable as a result of last year's severe weather events. In terms of our communications, so we're gearing up the communications towards the first rates notice that goes out at the beginning of August for the new rating year. In terms of all of our rates communications, they include a whole page of information on all of those payment options, and that includes the direct rates notices that we send out, ratepayer newsletter. The council website has information, and there is media and social media activity to address that as well. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions at this stage? Pardon? Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, can I ask a question of the Chief Executive, please? And I don't know who's going to answer it, probably not you, but I just am interested how the fast track submission went to government and what questions they asked us.
Yes, I'll ask, well, Councillor Hills was there, so, and is indicating.
Kia ora. Yes, it went very well. We, Councillor Dalton and I, with support of Megan Tyler, spoke to our opposition to the bill in its current form, focused on the damage to the environment and the lack of focus on the environment, the lack of focus around Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the fact that it could be a backdoor to overriding prohibited activities, and the fact that it doesn't align with any of our plans, policies, plan changes. Quite a long list in 5 minutes, which is quite difficult. We were very clear about the council's concerns and what this means for the future of our environment. The questions we were asked, we weren't asked by any government MPs any questions. We were asked by one of the Labour MPs around apparently there's been a potential proposal to fast track the next harbour crossing, which I replied I wasn't sure what that would look like, considering there hasn't been a fully designed up proposal to fast track, and the concerns around the seabed, the community being completely ignored through that process, and what concerns that might come. That's my assumption. And we were asked by one of the Green Committee members around the Natural Built Environment Act and why we supported that, and I talked about how, because it had a focus on environment and worked with mana whenua and communities, etc. So that was about it. It was very fast, 10 minutes to try and fit what was a 160-page submission written by our able planning officers. So, yeah.
Megan has suggested she doesn't have anything to add, but she's available to you if you want to discuss any aspects of this offline.
Sorry, I did say that we did support fast-tracking infrastructure projects, but we just didn't want community, mana whenua and environment ignored. So there could be some good outcomes if there's significant change to the bill.
Thank you for that. Actually, within your report, which is a good report, covering a whole lot of various things that the government are doing, under the RM Bill 2, but that annoys me is that a direction on highly productive land to allow more productive activities, including housing. Housing is not a productive activity on land that grows vegetables, and there's been plenty of evidence that that's a very bad move. So let's hope that we can somehow or other oppose that. I mean, the last thing you want is our vegetables to disappear from Pukekohe to Kaitaia, which is what's happening already. Okay, Councillor Darby.
Thanks. Look, I just want to acknowledge Councillor Hills and Councillor Dalton for making that submission on the fast track legislation. I just want to check in. We oppose the bill. We oppose the fast tracking provisions as it applies to avoiding community Māori engagement, etc. So what is our position if there was an application from a CCO or an entity that is 100% owned by us, e.g. the Port of Auckland, if it was to apply to use the fast track provisions if the current Act endured and did not provide for community input? What would our position be, taking into account the feedback that we've given to the Select Committee? I am specifically referring to the proposed Bledisloe North Wharf extension, which the port company has said it intends to use the fast track provisions.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Firstly, just as Councillor Hill said, and as you agreed, the submission does say that we do support the fast track, for infrastructure projects, but only in certain circumstances, and clearly there's opposition to this set of fast track provisions more generally. I am aware and understand that the Port of Auckland and Auckland Transport have suggested some infrastructure projects to fast track. They, I believe, have approached or advised the Minister or the Ministry to that effect. I think it would be a political conversation or a governance conversation that should those go through or there be any request for views, that at a governance level you could discuss whether or not you support that or not.
Thank you. All right, we're going to receive that report. I'll move it, and it's seconded by the Deputy Chair, Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Item 9 is the 9 months third quarter report. Karuna and others will come to the table, please. And I've got a number of things to say about this.
Morena, everyone, and thank you, Chair. Just want to make a note on the title of the quarterly report, which actually refers primarily to the cadence of reporting rather than its information specifically for the quarter. So the report contains a mixture of both Q3 and year-to-date information. We are looking at providing more information for the quarter in the coming months. However, acknowledging that that title raises ambiguity, and we'll amend it in future. So we've got a very brief presentation on results from Ross, John, Brian and I. We do have Ross online today, so I will hand over, Ross, to you.
Okay, thank you, Karuna. And my apologies for not being there in person, just a bit unwell this morning. I want to protect you all from my germs. If we go to the first slide, thanks. So just some of the projects that were completed within the course of the March quarter. There's some on the screen there. The first one, Stamwater 5 Stormwater Project in Grey Lynn. A bit of a boring photo of just a normal road, but what you don't see is what's going on under the ground. So all of the tunnel boring drives have been completed. There's 6 major shafts that have gone in place, all completed as of at the end of the quarter. So a significant project that will make quite a difference to flood risk in that part of Grey Lynn. The second one is showing some of the footpaths that are funded by the Rodney Local Board targeted rate. So some footpaths in Point Wells and Lee and Puhoi, areas that were basically had no footpaths, and then with the help of that local targeted rate, we've got some modern urban standard footpaths going into those places. The third one is the Watercare's water supply reservoir and Redoubt Road. So the third reservoir is now in place. Came into service on the 12th of March, added 45 million litres of storage to that complex. So that is kind of a significant addition to the amount of stored treated water Auckland has available. So that helps with resilience in the event of a disruption, natural disaster, drought. There's just that much more treated water in the system ready to go. If we go to the next slide, please. So group CapEx results for the quarter. So the quarter was another strong period of delivery. By the end of the quarter, it was 97% of the year-to-date budget delivered, up from 93% a year earlier. And as Nicola indicated, these trends have continued on in the recent months since the end of the quarter. So not everything, 97% is good, strong delivery. It's well over 2 billion of CapEx. It used to be we'd aim for 2 billion over a whole year. So hitting almost 2.2 billion over 9 months, pretty strong delivery. But not everything has been fully delivered. There's a few things that you get, like Panuku had a land acquisition in Avondale behind schedule. You often get sort of those timing changes with land acquisitions. But across the group, really 2 kind of themes that have why things are a bit behind budget. One is the storm recovery projects. So what happened with the storm response, there was a lot of repair work that was put into the budget. There was quick action to put in short-term fixes, and then some quite chunky stuff to do the longer-term repairs. Those longer-term repairs have taken a little bit longer to get going in some places because they're complex. There's been a lot of work on design, a lot of work to inspect ground conditions, and also it's important that we take the time to get it right. We need to make sure that the longer-term fixes that are put in place are going to be climate resilient going forward, and including the events we've seen over the last 24 hours. Key reminder that climate change is going to be with us for a while. We need to make sure the long-term fixes will stand up to what the weather might throw at us going forward. The other key thing is a matter of sort of cost and funding. Auckland Transport have had to do some more work on some business cases through central government approval processes. Watercare came to you, I think within that quarter, looking for some additional CapEx approval to spend a bit more, have had to work through it. So as there's been sort of cost challenges, funding challenges, what the group has had to do is reprioritise and rework the program. So that's quite appropriate that when those challenges arise, people work within envelopes, but it does cost time. So as we've had to kind of rework some of those big programs and juggle things around, it means delivery is slowed a little bit. If we move on to the next slide, in terms of the OPEX side of things, what we've seen is strong revenue result for the quarter across the group. So 59 million ahead of budget in terms of those controllable revenues. It's about a 3% favourable to budget. It's quite a strong result. So the biggest things within that is what Watercare's infrastructure growth charges as developers have completed projects. There's also been some extra grants come through for flood-related works. So some extra central government grants have come through and boosted revenue. We've seen building consents, licensing and permits, higher volumes come through. We've also seen some higher revenue come through the Port of Auckland. So that's just, to some extent, the start of bigger things to come in terms of that future outlook, improved future outlook for port revenue. Also within there's been increase in PT patronage, so a 9% lift in PT revenue compared to the prior year. We had expected some lift in this annual budget for this year, but things are going slightly ahead of budget in the PT space. On the cost side, it's just slightly favourable to budget, so less than 1%, but it's good news in terms of it's at or slightly below what we budgeted on the spend side. Within that, there's a couple of items where we had budgeted a bit more for things like insurance. We'd budgeted for quite a hefty insurance premium. As it turned out, we were a bit conservative, and the actual contracts we've got are a bit less than that. There's also been some professional services underspend, and that relates to things like the freshwater management, RMA reform, in part, where the government has delayed and reset things, and so some of the work we thought we'd have to get on with over this quarter hasn't occurred. Things will happen later. That's partly been offset by some additional storm-related and flood-related costs, minor repairs, works, etc. But overall, a pretty strong, favourable operating result. If we go to the next slide, around FTEs, so virtually unchanged over the quarter in terms of group FTEs. It's down 19 FTEs. Within that, you've seen a little bit of an uptick for Auckland Council, and you've seen reductions elsewhere. Auckland Transport and Tātaki in particular have come down because of some restructures that were taking place, and we're kind of starting to see that flow through into actual FTE numbers. Within Auckland Council, that's about filling some vacancies, and some of those are ones that are taking some time to come through, predominantly in the frontline services. That number, 23 million increase. Within that, there is a whole lot of licensing and compliance staff, 20 extra building consent people, and that does include 6 extra City Watch roles. So some pretty important frontline delivery work. Also, 8 extra Healthy Waters staff to help with storm response, recovery, resilience, etc. So modest results overall and down, but some very important roles being filled in terms of frontline delivery. So now I'll pass across to John Bishop to talk about the debt picture.
Thanks, Ross, and good morning all. So just from a debt point of view, net debt has decreased by 235 million since the beginning of the financial year. So now stands at 12.1 billion. That gives a debt to revenue of 236%, so well within our limit of 290%. And as we've previously been through, the main driver here is the proceeds from the 7% sell down of the airport shares, which has reduced debt. Without that sale, debt to revenue would be at around the 252%. If we look at the movements in net debt from the beginning of the financial year to the current position, so this shows the bars through each month. Essentially, each month we borrow to fund a portion of our CapEx. That's the 2.17 billion that Ross mentioned. In some months, such as August, November and February, that's more than offset by the rates income that we receive. And also in September, you see the CapEx more than offset by the proceeds from the Auckland Airport sale. Just focus on that last bar there. So without the Auckland Airport sale, debt would be, or net debt would be around 12.9 billion rather than the 12.1 billion. We look at the forecast cost of borrowing. So that dark line there shows what we expected when we put together the annual plan for the current year. The purple line shows what we're currently expecting. So you see it being quite significantly higher than we forecast back at when this annual plan was put together, and that's on the back of sustained inflation and persistently high both short and long-term interest rates. Our credit ratings remain stable, AA from S&P and AA2 from Moody's. So now I'll pass on to Brian.
Right, left over, Mayor and Councillors. Let me just flick to the next one. So just to highlight a few key projects over the past quarter. So obviously the College Hill sinkhole that appeared around May last year, that's been now repaired. It's an extensive repair job, 2.86 million. It took about 6 months to complete. And we now have a new stormwater pipe that runs from the intersection of Beaumont Street and Victoria Street West to England Street. Devonport Community Recycling Centre, that upgrade has been completed now, and that was reopened in Q3. So that's a new educational play centre, play space for children, new weighbridge and office, and improved stormwater management as well. And a comprehensive renewal of the multi-purpose library, service centre, art centre, building budgeting services area at 49 Commercial Road, Helensville. That's now been completed and services have resumed as well. On capital investment, so another strong quarter, 106 million delivered in Q3. That takes the total capital delivered to 329 million for the 9 months to the end of March. And that continues to track better than at the same time last year. We are starting to experience some delays, and those are sort of typically due to consultation activities and some design, some complex design requiring further work. Capital investment technology is also slowed, and that's due to planning underway to meet fit for purpose technology and group shared services objectives. As Ross mentioned, revenue continues to run very strong, and so council parent actually forms the bulk of the sort of favourable revenue to budget. In the quarter to March, we delivered $106 million in revenue, about $5 million above budget, and that takes our total revenue for the 9 months to March to $47 million above budget. So resource and building consent volumes a big factor in that. They were better than expected. We had expected, just as a reminder, that volumes would fall by around 30% when we set the budget. So they have fallen year on year, just about 22%, but that's much better than what we had expected. Our performance has also improved, and so our discounts that we provide for late processing has also been reducing. Building inspections, CCC assurance, building warrant and fitness audits, licensing compliance, all of that continues to run ahead of budget. On the expenditure side, 375 million for the quarter, 12 million better than budget. So for the 9 months to end of March, we're about in line with budget. Staff costs remain below due to vacancies, and as Ross mentioned as well, so other expenditure running better, particularly in consultancy. Outsourced works and services where we're experiencing the pressure, and that's both from a pricing standpoint, just particularly where we've got consultancies that are tagged to labour costs, but also just supporting volumes, so increased better than expected volumes for building consents in particular. And then lastly, I think Nicola mentioned this in the previous monthly performance update, but we've achieved the $50 million savings target for FY24 as at the end of March. So over the course of Q3, a further 6.7 million in savings were realised through a combination of one-off and ongoing cost reductions. Examples of some of the ongoing savings were improved revenue from food licensing activity, further corporate property optimisation savings, and some favourable contract negotiations in that sort of tree planting service space. While this year's savings target has been achieved, just want to assure you we are continuing to progress activity on other savings initiatives with a focus particularly on enduring savings. I'll pass it to Karina.
Thanks, Brian. So during Q3 24, performance measures were updated, where we met 14 and did not meet 10 of them. In terms of the favourable performance that you can see up there, stormwater services achieved all targets. With the customer satisfaction and regulatory services, the anecdotal feedback suggests that there was satisfaction with good communication in the overall process. The favourable trends in our customer and community facilities continue to improve, as you can see up there with participation at venues and facilities exceeding targets. In terms of where we did not meet targets, well, the results for website sessions and items checked out and active library members were higher than the same quarter last year and continuing the upward trend. And then in regulatory services, the statutory performance has improved for both building and resource consents. The improvement initiatives include balancing internal recruitment and managing contractor performance with projected future workloads. Just one thing to note around the noise control, the percentage of noise calls attended to which did not meet target. So if you're not sure what the targets are, it's within 30 minutes for urban and 45 for remote. The noise team has experienced some turnover. However, we've had some assistance from our contractor, ongoing recruitment, and some of the resources have been reorganised to mitigate this, which has helped. So that's the end of our presentation, and hand back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a couple of things, and there's two people wanting to talk about this. There's a lot in this, particularly if you go into the addenda. I wonder whether or not Williamson's committee is a better place to have a look at some of these things, because this is a big day and we're all here and things can slide past. But a couple of things that I noticed by piling through there is that, for instance, at the port, and our port observer is you, Mr. Darby, I believe, that they've got an increase in revenue but a reduction in profit, which is a disappointing thing. And I noticed that also the customer satisfaction targets for building consents and everything are achieved, but I'm still fielding a number of complaints relating to quite large developments where applicants are actually prepared to pay extra for more prompt responses to site visits. So perhaps Chief Executive or somebody, could you raise that there's a market out there to charge more. These people would pay more to get the people there when they want them. And so that's something to be thought of. Councillor Turner and then Councillor Ferry. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been struggling to get on Nexus, so if I've missed some of this, please. But I did we talked about insurance. Have we, we were still waiting on a payout on our claims. It was 130 million or something across the family group. Has that progressed yet? Have we had our payouts? That was the first question.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Look, we're still finalising aspects of the claim. We did have an interim payout of about 5 million quite a few months ago. So the quantum of the claim is still being finalised. It's probably looking at, in total now across the group, around 110 to 120 million. But we'd expect to get that paid out over the next several months, but probably will be into next financial year.
Thank you. And I saw on one of the slides there that those bar graphs of how our debt was moving around. There was 833 million in a dotted box, and then below it there was another dotted box saying 700 and something. Keep going back there. 720. Sorry, the difference between those two, that isn't reflective of what it costs to get that money into the accounts. You know, that didn't reflect the cost of sales and things, did it?
Through you, Chair, no, it didn't. So the gross proceeds from the airport sale were 836 million. Net proceeds are shown there of 833, so that's after costs. The difference between the 720 and the 833 million will be just things like our ongoing capital expenditure program.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Regulatory performance, and the Mayor did touch on this. Does that measure our, you know, there's a cost to those site visits by inspectors, etc., which are, you know, we're telling the industry, the construction industry, you know, oh, you've got to wait 2 weeks, you've got to wait 3 weeks, you've got to, you know, we can't get there, you've got to halt work while. Do we measure those sorts of physical performances?
I'll attempt to answer the question. So, are you, just to clarify, and thanks for the question, are you talking about the impact of delays to getting to inspections? Or?
Correct, the impacts of delays to construction inspections, yeah.
I don't believe we measure the cost, presumably to applicants of those delays, but we can clarify.
No, sorry, all I was saying is it comes with a cost. Do we measure our turnaround time to those requests? You know, the performance is just a dollar performance, is it? It's not a productive performance we're looking at.
The performance that we reported on was the revenue, particularly with the higher volumes of triple Cs that we issue. The length of time between when we receive a booking, for example, and actually getting to the actual inspection. We probably do measure, but I'll need to find out.
I think that what Councillor Turner is saying is the people outside measure it, and I get a lot of noise about it. I think we're missing out on business here. Airlines charge several prices for the same trip, depending on how late you book and everything, and there's an opportunity for us to do much the same. If the standard thing is you're 2 weeks before we get around to having a permit, but we'll pay, if someone wants to pay more, we'll be there tomorrow. We should be offering that, and I've asked the Chief Executive to talk to the leading building inspector to start thinking about that, because people will pay a premium to have it on a certain date, and it does cost if you don't have it on that date. Okay, good question. Thank you, Councillor Turner. And that is the end of those questions, and now I'm going has got a late one.
Sorry, Mayor. Just on your comment before around coming to which committee, I'd prefer, if this is quite significant work and really good work, I'd prefer if it stayed here. Mainly, I'm not on the Revenue Expenditure Committee, but I've started having to turn up to those workshops because there's quite a lot of information that affects all of us.
I wasn't meaning it wouldn't come here. I was meaning if it goes there first, they can have a real stinking look at it, and then we can also see it as well. Okay.
The other comment or question, and it may be for Claudia, if the team up here don't know, the 80% support or whatever for our leisure facilities, could we please have that detail split between the council-owned and the contracted out? Because we've got information where the council-owned scores are far higher than many of the contracted out, and we're only getting the one figure here about satisfaction.
Thank you for the question. We will absolutely look into that, and where we can provide it, we will. So we just need to do that as a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. And just the last question, which I often ask on debt, if this year, if we had rated instead of borrowed for that new capital infrastructure, how much would our rates have had to have gone up?
So if you simplify, make the maths easier for me, if it was 2 billion of capex and 1% of rates is 25 million, so that's 80%, is it?
So if we didn't borrow for that new infrastructure, our rates would have had to go up about 80%, 80.
That sounds right, if my maths is correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, and then we'll retreat these people and have a bit of a discussion if you need to.
Just a quick one. Sorry, it might be Claudia again. I'm following up Councillor Hills's question, and just to clarify that, customer satisfaction on facilities, is it recorded per facility? So can you go into, say, Westwave and get this customer satisfaction figure for that specific facility, or is it recorded differently?
So it's a very good question. So my understanding is actually it's quite a challenging thing for us to record consistently across all of our pools, but particularly some of our contractors might record some of their customer satisfaction slightly differently than we do. But what I can do is I can take that offline and we can have a look at how we portray customer satisfaction and see if we can give you some more advice on that, and see if we can come up with some good, useful comparables.
Okay, thank you, team. You can retire. And is there any debate? Otherwise, I'll move the motion that we receive the quarterly reports for the 9 months ending 31st of March, and it will be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. And I think there's no debate, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour of receiving that, please say aye. To the contrary, it's been carried. We'll go on to item 10. What are we about item 10? The Recovery Office itself. Update. I was out in West Auckland last week with the Minister of Cyclone Recovery, and there's some good work going on out there, clearing streams and that sort of thing. We all stood out in the rain there and watched logs being pulled out of a creek, and it was all good stuff there. So Matt, Fiona, Nick, off you go.
Good morning, Your Worship, councillors. I'm going to take the report as read, and I'll just pick some highlights from the executive summary on the first page that I thought I could bring to your attention, and then Fiona and Nick are going to talk in a teeny bit more detail about where the actual statistics and numbers are at now. We wrote the report a couple of weeks ago, and things are moving relatively quickly, so just an actual sort of up-to-date look at where the statistics and numbers are. You'll see in the executive summary that there is lots of proactive work taking place now in recovery, and more broadly as the recovery effort begins to more and more involve the business as usual parts of council rather than just operating in a rush as a group of people in a surge event. So you'll see making space for water now beginning to gain momentum rather than just the blue-green networks, but the whole spectrum of the Making Space for Water programme, community engagement and so forth. And the Storm Response Fund, we're pretty well through the Storm Response Fund for this year now, and that's making good progress right across council. Particular use of technology. We talk about technology in the report, and the Healthy Waters team using drones, for example, to really get into surveying the streams around Auckland and looking for hotspots that need attention. Part of the Making Space for Water programme is to engage one-on-one with homeowners. And I was particularly interested, and I thought you might be, by point number 5 in the executive summary, where out of 100 homes that the teams visited in a particular catchment, over 50% of them needed some remedial work and needed some follow-up in terms of understanding overland flow paths and blockages to overland flow paths and other sort of similar issues at those properties. So I thought 50% was quite an insightful number that you would be interested in. The recovery dashboard in the back of the report, you will see talks about the ever-increasing use of our Navigator service. Another nearly 100 homeowners over the last month have reached out for help from navigators, so we're getting on now for having close to 1,000 homes and homeowners supported by the navigation service, so demand for that service continues to increase. I saw some, and you may have seen it too, some commentary in one of the advocacy groups' newsletters recently about the perception of the fairness of the valuations, the Category 3 home valuations that we've been doing. So I just wanted to talk to that briefly. We've valued now 270 properties, so 270 Cat 3 homeowners have had a valuation from us. And in 75% of those cases, the homeowners have accepted the valuation that has been done by the independent valuers that we engaged to do this work for us. What I take from that, obviously, is that the majority of homeowners are happy with the independent values and the independent valuations. Panu could tell me that in the background they know of 25 homeowners in that group who have had their own valuations done in parallel, but haven't presented them to us or given them to us. So again, my presumption is that their own valuations either matched ours or were potentially less in some cases. And the facts are that out of those 270 homes that we've done valuations on, or our independent valuations have been done for, only one of them is in dispute. Only one of those 270 homes is in a formal dispute with the Recovery Office. So if you're reading anywhere a perception that the valuations are unfair and the Recovery Office has a budget that it's working down from and it's trying to fit the valuations of the homes into some budget, that simply isn't the case, and the valuations are going well from my perspective.
I'd be worried if there's 100% initial acceptance. It's too high then.
Sure. I just wanted to pick up lastly on something that Phil said. He's right. We are, of course he's right. We are, we are well progressed now with our negotiation with the Crown CIP and CRU these days, Crown Infrastructure Partners and the Cyclone Recovery Unit, to move some money around in the buckets of the original agreement. And we hope in the next 2 or 3 weeks that something goes to Cabinet and they, I think Phil said, ink the deal. Bit of work to be done yet in that negotiation, but 2 or 3 weeks away, we hope. I just now, as I said, was going to get Fiona and Nick just to talk to a teeny bit more detail.
Okay, so there's some steady progress on the Category 3 buyouts. You'll note in the general reporting there's quite a gap between the number of offers made and the signed offers, and largely that's due to homeowners getting their insurances and EQC claims resolved and just taking some time to decide, and some of the disputes as well, the timeline it takes for that, but otherwise it's running smoothly, getting some momentum and increasing month by month in the amount that we're managing to settle. We do have a number of disputes. It's sitting at around 7% of the, for categorisation disputes and special circumstances, that includes about 7% of the total numbers that have been categorised so far. And that's kind of remained steady over the last few months. And we're getting through them. Obviously, we've set up a scheme, and each of those disputes raises questions that take a little while to resolve, but once we get momentum with that, we'll get faster in the resolution. We have completed 3 of the deconstruction projects. We've got another few on site, and we've now got the contract documents. Procurement is about to send them out to the other panel members, so you'll start in the next couple of months seeing some movement in those deconstructions as well when the whole panel is online. We've factored into our forecasting what we believe the numbers will be for categorisation opt-ins by the end of September, and in some of the forecasting of the revised numbers that we expect with regards to the categories within that. and we're still working within that funding envelope at the moment. If you refer to the reporting, a thing to note, and as a risk that we will keep our eyes on in the next few months, is the average cost versus our budgeted cost when you net insurance from those and the homeowner's contribution and anything else. It's sitting around 100,000 above what we had budgeted for. We do think when we get more through the system and more data that will level out back towards our budget, but if that doesn't happen then we might need to do some reforecasting, and we're working on that at the moment to see what that looks like for worst case scenario. I think that's enough information, unless there are any questions on the facts and figures.
Here you go, Nick.
Okay, so there's been a lot of questions, understandably, around suburbs and local boards. This gives you the numbers of categorisations that to date in the local boards and the percentage of those categorisations against the numbers that have opted in. So you can see how we're performing with homeowners that have said we would like to be categorised versus how many we've got out the door in each of those areas. Now, you'll note that there's some that are way more advanced and there are some that are not. That is generally the methodology of when those opt-ins came in, the timing that they opted in versus the first comes, first served kind of approach. Thanks. That's you.
Kia ora, and I'll jump in at the stage, Your Worship. Just one slide for me, I think. This slide, I'll take what we have in the document, and in attachment A is read, but I just really wanted to talk to two particular issues that appear on this slide. The first one is the lower bullet point there, is that the Storm Readiness Fund, the government funding, has obviously allowed us to get in and do a whole lot of extra maintenance and flood preparedness. That is working with, I think, somewhere around $6 million of similar funding within the $20 million for the Storm Response Fund. So that really is allowing us a really good operational budget to get in and do some work that we hadn't been funded for prior to this. It is a bit of an acceleration, I think, of what's coming down the track more broadly. The picture on the right there is obviously some pretty heavy-duty stream clearance, the sort of stuff that our maintenance contractors will be doing. Within that $2 million, roughly $1.4 million is set aside for that sort of work. Within there's also another $400,000 of funding set aside for more community involved sort of stream works. And the picture on the left, that's a picture you may have seen before. This is the Sunnynook detention pond. That's a picture from the 27th of January. It's one of our early hotspot cameras. These are really invaluable in terms of our maintenance crew, knowing when things are blocked and need to be unblocked. As you'll see from that progression of photos, we had an event, the event ponded up, and it allows our maintenance crews to understand that they have to get in again. That is something that worked very well for us in a small number of locations, and so the thing I'd like to indicate in there is we really we were starting to get into on the ground rolling out of another 50 cameras of that nature, and they'll make a significant impact from an operational perspective in the first instance. Eventually 50 in the first instance at critical locations we've identified, and then another 50 coming down the track in due course. And that will be quite a big step in what is quite a big flood intelligence program.
How many metres high is that first picture?
Councillor Hill's asked how many metres high the water is in the third picture. That is roughly, I think, about 2.5 metres, Councillor.
Thank you.
That's the Sunnynook detention pond.
Sunnynook Park.
And that's all I had for you, Your Worship.
Thank you. That last picture was where you were watching the guys dragging those logs out of the creek last Friday. I have questions from Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sayers and Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thank you, team, for what you're doing. Look, I just want to ask a bit of a general question about how you really feel you are going, because in the quarterly report in the item before, in item 9, it says there are ongoing delays in flood recovery projects across the group, but in your report you say strong progress is being made with maintenance, repairs and storm preparedness. Are they both right?
Thanks, Councillor. I know the bit that you're referring to in the sentence that you're referring to in the quarterly report, and I think it was it Ross Tucker that I spoke to last. The words were the same in the previous report. He's referring, I believe, to projects that I wouldn't classify as part of the recovery, but he's best to speak to that if he's around online still somewhere, and then I can take the second part of your question.
Maybe, I don't know whether he's online, but maybe you can just have a chat to him and there we go.
Thanks for the question. I can provide a response. So the main delays were to capital projects, largely in sort of water care, actually predominantly. Repairs and maintenance of an operational nature, that's tracking very well. So Healthy Waters, Parks Community, that's all tracking. In fact, in some areas ahead of budget, they bring some work forward. Some of the delays associated with insurance is actually they can't get in there and make too many repairs if the loss adjusters then need to come back later to understand, well, what is the actual impact and the cause of the damage. So some interim measures have been put in place until that can occur as well. So that's largely in the water care sort of capital project space.
As to the second part of your question, recovery can never go fast enough. I've said this before, so it would be remiss of me to sit here and simply tell you that stuff's going well. Bearing in mind people that are still waiting for categorisations, can't live in their homes, etc. That said, we're getting through between 300 and 400 categorisations every month now, steadily. And I think that's a reflection of an enormous amount of work that's been done in a short amount of time, considering the policies themselves were only signed off in this very room at the end of last year.
Thanks, and well done.
Councillor Sayers.
Thank you. Sorry I'm not with you, just at home with the flu, but appreciate the opportunity to be online. My question's a little bit similar to the Deputy Mayor's in terms of a broad governance question. Just to pick up, I guess the word I'm looking for is perhaps some outliers that as governors maybe we need to be made aware of, things that perhaps aren't falling into part of your normal process. For example, so it's just a question to really give the opportunity to alert us to anything else in addition to your report, guys. And there could be category 3 people out there, lost value on their homes, still in accommodation, going through the council process, but there's something unusual that's delaying, that family or that property owner moving forward in terms of our processes. So there may not be. If there are, you don't have to identify them, but just curious if there are any outliers that we need to be, just conscious of as a governance body.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm not sure I'd use the word outliers in so much as they're not individual properties that I'm about to talk about sort of in isolation on their own. We are in a situation at the moment where until we can get an appropriate degree of certainty with central government about this moving of money between buckets, so this moving of money between category 2C and category 3 that Phil and I have already talked about and is in the report here, until we can get ourselves to an appropriate level of certainty there are communities, particularly around blue-green networks, that are in a position right now where we are pausing with categorisation. We don't want to go out and categorise fair few homes as category 2C, and then in only a limited number of weeks from now, when we get through these conversations with central government, change that categorisation fairly likely to category 3, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. One question about valuation and another about sort of the categorisation and timings. So I'll do the last one first. There's a real distinction between slip-affected communities and flood-affected communities. So are they being treated equally in terms of timing for categorisation and settlement?
As I mentioned when the slide was up with the percentages, generally it's the first ones that opted in we're addressing, so the ones that have been the longest are getting their categories the soonest. But the only extension to that is where we looked at those coastal communities where there was the significant damage and they had group assessments, so that's why they're the higher number, because they've had a lump lot with that group assessment. We've been able to get through some of that quicker.
That's great, thank you so much. Just on valuations, and I'm not suggesting unfairness at all, I'm just getting reports of people that have bought at the top of the market and have then been given Cat 3 buyouts based on Jan 23 and ending up with negative equity, so they're kind of trapped in their home that's uninsurable and there's really nothing for these guys to do. So would you advocate a policy change or some sort of look into how we can address these hard cases?
Thanks, Councillor. I wouldn't talk to that in particular in terms of policy change. What I can tell you is next week we have a several-hour workshop in the Recovery Office where we're going to take a look at all the nuance now, particularly in Category 3. And what may come from that workshop might be some recommendations of change or tweaks or so on, but I can't speak to anything specific yet until we've done that work. But we're aware there is nuance in all of these categorisation policies that we could never have foreseen that we need to have a look at.
Thanks. I get there's no easy solutions, but if you can keep me updated on that particular thing, if there's information you can share. I've got a few families that I need to contact. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much. Leading on from that and your comment about policy, you know, we're told regularly that we've got 17,000 kilometres of stream and waterway, which is basically the end haulage of all our stormwater. I accompanied the Mayor on his visit. We're taken down a public access because it's an easy to get to down a cycleway, and we're doing site-specific actions here, there, and we've only got $2 million to do it. You know, the majority of our streams have not got that access, and then I get feedback from communities who are trying to do their own work saying, well, you know, we've only been able to go so far, there's stuff further down, and also in one case councils refused to give us any more skips for our debris because they say we're clearing too much. So I see all this sort of disconnected activity when really we're looking for some overall policy. For instance, we've got SEAs across all our streams. Have we had a look at how that fits with what is being done physically? And because a lot of people are saying to me, well, am I allowed in? Aren't I allowed in? What can I do? What can't I do? So are we building policy which helps drive us to a different place of ability with our stormwater system?
Through you, Your Worship, I think the first point to make is that our current operational spending is being very focused across those 16,000 kilometres of streams. It is a budget which we are currently using within the urban area, and that is targeted around flood risk in particular. So that's a sort of how we're looking to use our current operational spending. In terms of wider policy decisions about where we do and don't get involved, we currently have a bylaw which states that you know your stream is something that you have to manage. We try and work really pragmatically with people through that process, understanding that there are a lot of things beyond people's control. But in terms of wider policy decisions about where we get involved, you know, potentially in 1,000 kilometres of streams. I think that's a discussion that we'll have over the next sort of while, because there are significant funding implications associated with that.
I'll talk to you offline because it gets complicated. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. The first is around whether we've had a response yet from central government around the letter on the temporary accommodation support from the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor. That deadline is coming up pretty fast in terms of June for those families. And I've got a number of constituents stuck in that situation. We've also written to them about the trusts aspect as well, I believe. So have we got any progress on that yet?
Through your worship, I have not seen a response yet, and I don't believe the Mayor's office has received a response yet, but we'll check that out.
Thank you. I understand that at least the Piha, Karikari and Anawhata group have raised it with the Minister directly, and there was some discussion about an order in council as a possibility, but I know we went down that path about a year ago, so I don't know if that's, but yeah, okay. Be good to get some answers on that, I think, given the time frame. Some of my other questions have been answered as we've worked through things, so sorry I'm taking a little while there. The compliance work, and this might not sit with your team, this might be more on Adrian and a Craig Hobbs thing, but where we know, for example, there's been a breach of a resource consent in the way that something's been built, or the way that you know, perhaps a fence is blocking an overland flow path or whatever, where we know that that then had an impact on a neighbouring property and caused damage, how strict are we being? How much sort of time frame and leeway are we giving people to fix those mistakes?
Through your worship, Councillor, I don't know the answer to that question. I think that is a question for Adrian and Craig Hobbs.
Oh, I'll take it up with them offline.
Kia ora.
And then sort of my big sort of background worry at the moment is people not coming into the process by the deadline. And so what comms do we have in community engagement do we have planned around, I'm worried that people aren't necessarily thinking through the consequences, that we may have some, you know, the natural hazards plan change coming down the track that, you know, we're not really ready to entirely talk about yet because not all the work's been done, but giving people a heads up that, you know, if you don't come in by the end of September, there may still be consequences. This is not going to be a thing where if you don't come in, you're tickety-boo. Like there's potentially stuff coming down the track that people need to know so that they are making informed decisions about opting in, and I'm really worried we're not getting that right at the moment. So do we have plans in that space?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We've already begun door knocking in some communities where we've got a reasonable degree of certainty about the homes that we believe should have opted in that haven't. Ahead of continuing to work through other communities to get that information together, we've begun wherever we can, as soon as we can. We're communicating in written form in different languages to homeowners that haven't opted in that we believe should have. I'm beginning to, the recovery office, are beginning to change our language now when communicating with groups that we don't think have opted in. I take your point and it's a good one. There's no hiding from this, to be blunt about it. The insurance industry aren't stupid, the banking industry aren't stupid, and they will be forming views as well on properties and homes and potential effects and potential future effects, just as we are. So I think that I'm beginning to be more blunt with homeowners in our messaging about there isn't any hiding from this. Opting in isn't a way to hide from the consequences that others will be able to see too, that they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah. And so are we, sorry.
Councillor, can I add some extra detail to that? We are obviously very concerned about properties that are potentially eligible for this buyout that are not taking advantage of it, and inevitably there's likely to be some, potentially many that won't. But I did want to point out that there's 40% of urban Auckland who are not eligible for a buyout and will get captured by whatever we risk information we do put on them.
Yeah, that's fair too. So are we looking at any media work, like direct media work on this? I appreciate that the comms trying to get directly to people. One of the things I'm worried about is rental properties where, we might knock on the door, there might not be anyone living there at the moment, but also the person who lives there is not necessarily the person who would be opting in. I'm aware of a number of vacant properties in my ward which have been vacant for, over a year now. If we knock on the door, we're not going to find anyone. So what are we doing to sort of cut through that, I guess, and to also get that sort of general knowledge out there so that if, someone says to their mate at a barbecue, how's your flooding recovery going? And they're going, oh, I'm not worried about that. And they're like, you need to get into this by September, right? So what are we doing to sort of get that consciousness raised?
Thanks. I've just, in the last couple of days, signed off a media release which begins to take the tone that I've just described. But by all means, if you're interested, I can share with you more broadly offline the general media approach.
Great. One last question, which is around the dispute process or review process. I think, are they the same? Is dispute and review process the same thing, or is dispute different from a review? Because in the report we've got stuff about review, but then the language sometimes that we're using, and I've heard constituents use, is dispute. So I think they're the same, but maybe they're not.
Yes, they are the same. We like to try and call it a category review because we don't want to discourage homeowners. I don't want to be a pain. I don't want to raise a dispute.
Yeah, great, cool. That was I just wanted to clarify that before I go on to ask. So what, it's a bit of a difficult situation for navigators to offer support to people going through the review process, and I get that. So are there other avenues of support that people are able to access when they are going through the review process? Because I'm assuming the navigator service is not really available to them because they're kind of, navigators work for council, it's an awkward situation. Are we referring them to CABs? Are we linking them up with community groups that might offer them some support? Maybe you need to come back on that. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll send an email. Thank you. Oh, and just thank you very much for the dashboard. It's excellent, really helpful.
Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor. Thanks to the team. I've sent you an email, Matt and Nick, around two issues. One was a public meeting we had on Tuesday and just how we can improve the situation that was quite intense, shall we say, on Tuesday, making sure we have clear outcomes of what we want from a meeting, especially when it's sort of in the hundreds and we don't have a lot of additional information, I guess, for people who are very stressed, some are very angry, and I guess support for staff through that process. Secondly, just around the timing. So I guess for me, I only get what you guys provide us, but also lots of random requests from constituents, but obviously some good and some concerning, and then I sort that out. But I felt like from the meeting on Tuesday, and obviously you're probably turning up to a meeting because you're more upset than happy, but there was probably a lot more concern around timing, communication, goalposts continually changing more than I thought there was. So do you have maybe some clear answers on the resourcing? Is it a money thing? Is it, how could we expedite this? And I guess for Nick too, the making space for water side of things, especially in an area like Milford, when can we give any indication, like 1, 2, 3, 5 years, as opposed to just kind of like within a 10-year gap?
Through your worship. Councillor, if I could just step myself through that. Broadly speaking, there are a number of scenarios in which we could have delays. As Matt has indicated before, broadly around the region, we don't have those. In terms of the more than 2,000 properties being categorised for flooding, there are some individual situations where the decision around 2P or 3 is a problematic step, which is taking some time, and they exist. Broadly, the delays exist, as Matt indicated, within the blue-green networks, and specifically at the moment, because of our tranche 1 and 2 program, there are four catchments that applies to. One of which is the Milford area that you referred to. For those areas currently, we're waiting on the response to, I think, the June cabinet paper that's going up. And so it's unfortunate because those 4 communities involved have large numbers of risk to life properties. Obviously, we're trying to get through our conversations with the government, but that is problematic for those communities. And realistically, at this stage, that's not going to resolve until somewhere around the end of June at the earliest. That's our understanding.
Thank you.
Do you just have any comment on future meetings, I guess, and how we can... There's always going to be a limitation of what staff can know, but I guess for me, I was happy to step in, but I know that some elected members maybe wouldn't have helped. I did feel it was a bit tough for the staff there.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. You're right. The feedback I've had is that we could have done better. We, to some degree, were caught between in the situation that Nick has just described, where at the heart of the solutions in Milford is 2C versus Category 3, and that kind of pause, for want of a better word, whilst we get to a point where we can make that decision. It's ironic, but we're pausing to try and go faster for that community. Category 3 solutions are going to be considerably quicker and provide certainty of outcome for communities and homeowners a lot better than some of these long-term Category 2C. So ironically, whilst we're pausing, it is to try and go more quickly, ultimately.
We don't need to, I sort of would like a review of the timing, but if you're saying that's more just where we're at, I mean, it does seem, is there a way to get letters out to all those people around some clarity soon? Because there was just so much, got a letter saying April, got a letter saying June, September, people have been out of their house for 18 months and they know it'll take a long time, but just a certainty at all. Or like a re-communication with them to allay fears.
Yeah, but I think I probably need to take some guidance from Phil offline on at what point it's appropriate to communicate widely with the community about this 2C versus Category 3 outcome, possibility, potential, and what it means. I'm cautious to do that without, some certainty from central government, but Phil, I can work with Phil on that and see if something could be done.
So some of that was unfortunately or fortunately communicated at that meeting. There was media there, so I guess that is already out there and needs to be, whatever we know needs to be formalised because people are very confused. Some were happy with that, but yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Furley, please.
Kia ora, I think it's probably a good time for me to chime in because that's the issue. The very issue in Māngere is the 2C versus Cat 3 situation that they're caught in. But firstly, thanks for coming out, Nick and the team, to the meeting that we had last month in the Māngere Memorial Hall. We had a good turnout and I know that the team answered those questions really well, and there were a lot of difficult questions from families who are still traumatised by what happened and many who are still not back in their homes. And it's that uncertainty that's the issue, that's the problem for our community. So you can guess my question then is, have we heard back, do we know anything about, and I'm mindful that the Māngere is one of the stronger plans that we've presented to the Crown. Have we heard anything back? Do we have an update? Do we know when we might hear back? Kia ora.
Through your worship, councillor, we don't, unfortunately. Our expectation is once again sort of by end of June to have a much better understanding of that. But unfortunately, I can't give you any more detail right here.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Walker, please.
Yeah, just very quickly, while I understand the issues that you're confronting around the severely affected properties, we've got quite a lot of areas around Auckland. I mean, St Heliers recently, where there was some severe flooding that impacted on people. Other locations that I'm familiar with in the Albany ward, for example, that really demand attention. I'd pick up on what Councillor Turner raised around managing streams and the like, which are actively silting up and generating problems. And what I'm mindful of is that, as much and all as it might be said, that it's not possible to do something in terms of a really severe event, I mean 1 in 100 years or the like. What we're seeing are these other events that are still capable of doing substantial damage, and we're really not addressing the overland flow paths and a whole variety of things that we could be doing to significantly reduce the damage to households and businesses that I would suggest on a annual basis will be approaching many, many millions of dollars. And I don't doubt that insurance companies are concerned around that. So what are we doing there? Because I haven't had much of a response to things that I've brought to the attention of Healthy Waters, for example. And just as an aside, we had an instance where a local golf course up at Whangapraoa, which is privately owned, was severely damaged, essentially through runoff from the council roading network that runs into their property. And they're really desperate for assistance, and this issue has been raised before. It's really unfair that individuals increasingly and private properties are bearing the brunt of council stormwater issues. By comparison, council golf courses often receive a substantial amount of expenditure around stormwater. So that's just an example that I'm raising. Thanks.
Apologies, did that require, is that a question or a statement?
Just be nice just to have a brief response in terms of how we're addressing that. I appreciate.
Yeah, happy to respond. As I alluded to with Councillor Turner, we're doing our best to spread our resources appropriately according to risk. So in terms of what are we doing to manage that through, the answers to that are in two areas, what we're calling critical streams and critical assets, so critical inlets and outlets. So the first one is really around the sort of places where you've seen the pictures of removal of trees and that sort of thing, and that is firstly an identification within our 16,000 kilometres of streams of where we need to be working. We're not looking to get in and spend money if it's not going to reduce flood risk. So that's an operational thing that we're working our way through so that we maintain that list of critical streams and we have a kind of clear understanding between ourselves and our community where we get involved. And that's something we'll be working through with yourselves and with local boards in upcoming sort of months to year. The other point in particular is around those critical inlets and outlets. You've seen the pictures before around the sort of hotspot cameras, and obviously that's only part of the deal. We have to work in with an operational response to that. So right at the moment, in terms of, we feel our biggest risk to properties is around blockage. You know, a 100-year event is always going to be mammoth, but if we get blockage in the wrong place, we can turn a 10-year event into the equivalent of a 100-year event. So I think it's fair to say our approach right now is to deal with those key blockage risks at key locations we've identified.
Thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor Simpson, and then Councillor Bartley. You are all asking stuff that we've heard plenty of times before, I've got to say, and this is actually an update. And we've got quite a complicated debate about what we're going to do about this coming up next. So write down your questions, please, and look at them and say, how many times have you heard these before? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not sure whether this is to you, Matt, or probably more to you, Phil. Being conscious of the future flooding risk that for Auckland, I was told that our Auckland rain radar was out of action recently. Is that correct? And what kind of risk is that for us?
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I'm advised that the rain radar for Auckland was out of action. I can't be precise as to for how many days, but it was over a period when a weather system came through, I want to say 10 days ago. I think just to relate this to the recovery discussion, there was provision in the storm response fund for Intel early warning, if you like, systems, and the fact that Auckland only has one rain radar facility in the north and nothing in the south, with a region that's 140 kilometres long, isn't, in my view, prudent. So we've got a good relationship with Met Service. There's a dialogue happening with them, and there is provision in that storm response fund for those systems. So probably the thing out of this to make you aware of is that we're having discussions with them about installing a second rain radar for the Auckland region, and I would anticipate making a financial contribution out of that fund under delegation. So I think it's prudent. We need the redundancy in that system and to better cover the region. So I think that's the relevance of that.
Good question, good response. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. Thank you, Healthy Waters, for your work in coming out to Sylvia Park School that experienced some flooding. Was it the 10 days ago flooding event, rain event? Really appreciate that. And also you, Nick, coming out to Ellerslie, where we normally have cars floating when there's a heavy rain event. So I appreciate Healthy Waters' work. My question is to Matt. Once we finish up with Cyclone Gabriel and the anniversary day floods issues, what are we prepared for the next lot of Cyclone Gabriels that are going to come through for the other parts of Auckland, now that some of our other parts are starting to flood pretty bad? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. We're just beginning to put the structure and the framework around two documents, I'll call them. One is recovery lessons learned. So what did we learn from this recovery? Both good and bad, because some stuff's gone well, some stuff's obviously not gone so well. And a transition plan, the transition plan to transition what recovery does at the appropriate time back into council business as usual. Both of those things are interconnected and heavily interrelated, and in transition, what we want to do when we put parts of recovery back into BAU, let's take data as an example. So we've already begun to transition the collection and management of data in the recovery office, thousands and thousands of pieces of data around homeowners back into council's BAU. Rather than just transition some people and some systems, we're also building back in as best we can the lessons that we've learned. And next time something like this happens, when do we need data? What does that data look like? How do we keep it secure? And so on and so forth. So yes, the two big pieces of work, the transition plan and the lessons learned for next time.
That's everybody. Right, well, I'm going to move that we receive your report, and it will be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. And we've got a discussion from Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, and look, some of it is what we've heard before, Mayor, but, when you stand at a public meeting for 3 hours on a Tuesday having to answer many, many questions from a very upset community about timelines and discrepancies and, very older people in our community have been out of their homes for 18 months. It's important for us to get as much new information as possible to update our community. I was at another cluster of residents last night who are surrounding the slip on a cliff. Some of them are living it, some have not opted in, and I encourage them to opt in case their homes are at risk. There is a lot of massive work to do, and I've heard, thankfully, today from Matt that we are doing all we can. I think a lot of people don't realise that the people doing the categorisation are contractors. We're contracting a whole bunch of other companies to do this work, and they're overwhelmed too. So I hope it will speed up. I'm glad that your conversations with the Minister have been good around getting those 2C properties in, but once again, that's going to add more uncertainty in the intermediary time. And that is a big change. I don't think, for maybe councillors who don't have this in their ward, the change will be significant, but I think the conversation in the next item will cover some of that. But I just want to thank everyone for the work, but I think acknowledge again after 18 months that a lot of our community are very confused and upset still, and we just need to keep getting ahead of it to try and give people certainty, even if it means they're living in an uncertain world for some time. They just need to know when that uncertainty might end. Thank you.
Fair enough. And there'll be more uncertain if we have another one of these, because we won't be raising $700 million out of the government and ourselves either for the next lot, so they should think about that. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Carried. Thanks very much for that Recovery Office update. Now we've got an interim guidance for the decisions on the land acquired from these results. Now this is another more complicated version of downstream of exactly what we've been talking about for a while. So I presume you've all read this, and I think the 7 principles look reasonably sensible, so we'll try and discuss any questions you've got about the 7 principles, because I think that's what you're trying to get some advice from us as to whether you think they're good, but they look okay to me. Off you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I just have a couple of quick slides. Let me take you through this really, really quickly. So look, you've got the report in front of you, and the attachment is that 1-page or 2-pager of the interim guidelines about what we're going to do in terms of when land has been purchased through the recovery process, that future use of that land. So as we've told you before, at least 700, possibly more, Category 3 properties are likely to be purchased over the coming year or so. And obviously, though, that land has got some natural hazards associated with it. So we need to decide what to do with it ultimately. Clearly, we will firstly deconstruct, so remove any buildings. Clearly, we will also keep buildings such as retaining walls and other things that might be needed from a management of risk perspective, but otherwise we're looking to deconstruct as much as possible, clear the site, and really just maintain it to a basic level. In terms of how we are holding that land kind of internally, we do want to make sure we're holding that in a kind of a separate asset class, just so that we know what we're doing with it and we make the right decisions at the right time. This is just a kind of initial thinking really about the assessment process when considering what we do with these pieces of land. We'll clearly have to understand that the land, it will be a little bit different in different circumstances, and the risk on that land will also be different in different circumstances. And therefore the kind of feasible uses could change. There could be, ultimately, if there was work done, it could still be available for redevelopment, or it could have some other use associated with it. It could be used for something very passive and really no use at all. So there's a range of options, and this interim policy, which we said we report back to you on, is our first attempt really to at least frame up how we make those decisions. There is a whole bunch of other stuff going on. We've mentioned a number of these over time, and even this morning with you. There is a possible plan change with the unitary plan, the Making Space for Water program, and various other mitigation works, investments and processes that we work through. So we know all of this sits in context. And so the document that we have attached to the report has an objective to obviously manage responsibly, efficiently and effectively this land that we purchase. There are 7, as the Mayor has said, there are 7 principles for those, and this slide just kind of frames that up quite broadly to say we want to manage the risks, we want to make good use of the land, depending on the characteristics of that land, and we want to follow the right processes in doing that, particularly being transparent to communities and working with communities, our mana whenua partners, about the ultimate use of that land. We are, in putting this in place, that allows us really to, in the next year or so, to, if we need to make decisions about the land use, we can do so, but we're working on a more comprehensive policy and implementation plan on this. But in the interim, this is what we think should guide our decisions. That's it, Mr. Mayor, thanks.
Okay, well, I think one of the things that's missing from that, right at the top, should be should get as much money back as we can out of the process. And that's what's missing, because that's minimising the funds that everyone else who wasn't involved in this has to put in. And so there are communities who weren't flooded who've got a right to say something or other. And so what's missing to me is who decides these things and where is the market? Because I can tell you, if we put 5 of our staff in a room and say, what are you going to do with this? You won't get the same answers if you put it out to the marketplace. The marketplace will tell you whether there is another involvement in this or not. Some people see uses and pieces of land that we don't dream up. And so I would like to see the market involved in this. And one of our principles is that we return as much cash as possible. Otherwise, you're just going to end up with more and more bloody parks that we're going to have to rate people to run. Where a park is the best solution is a good idea. But we're going to end up with bits of land all over the place. And I want to see that those people are involved. Councillor Turner is frowning at me. He probably doesn't want to have the market involved there, but then again,
it's not about...
He's out west where they don't have...
Through the chair, could I just respond just to say, just before Councillor Turner, Principle 5, to be prudent with ratepayers' money, is probably our passive-aggressive way of saying make the best use of money, and where we can, we should make money, resell, do all of the things that you're talking about. So there is a little bit of description under item 5 that talks to exactly your point, but happy to take further feedback. Yeah, I understand.
Make it a bit more blunt. Be prudent with ratepayers' money is what we're trying to tell him to do and reduce his costs. But not just be prudent with ratepayers' money, it's actually get some of the cash back or maximise the value of the property. It'd probably be the best way to say that. We need to maximise the value of the property. And remember, some of these ongoing things will come with a cost. And so if we're preparing the cost of something or other, and it's going to be a long, ongoing cost, that is a negative to that as well. So if you can pass it off to somebody else and make them run the ongoing cost, that's even better. Councillor Turner, who wants to buy all the land around his farm out in West Auckland, is now going to get in with a question.
Well, I don't think that I should be allowed to buy it at market values off the council to farm and make a profit out of when the council's taken it from the public in the first place because they said it was a serious risk to life.
The public have volunteered to do that, and what's a risk of life is okay for you to put your cows on.
Okay, so I'll wait for the debate, Mr. Mayor. But look, I understand that there is a lot of complexity in this, but I do, and it needs to be talked about more off, in some sort of, we don't want to work through it here, but I do think that we have to be very careful about what we do with land that we've brought off people because we said it had too high a risk to be used by them. And I point out Councillor Henderson made the comment a couple of meetings ago that he helped to make sure that a place in West Auckland, I think it was number 12, thank you, Western Road, which was taken because it was flooded, sat there for a decade and then was going to be sold again. And so there's a lot to be talked about. I agree, Mr Mayor, we want to be as prudent as possible with the money, but it's more complex than just that.
Look, and all I can say is I agree. That's exactly why we need to think carefully about it. If there is still a risk to life, even with removing buildings and removing everything on it, then we cannot then put a use on that which would, continue that risk. So that's exactly the kind of stuff we need to weigh up.
Or that the previous owner could have potentially made more money selling to the marketplace for doing that purpose than we have given them for what we took.
But that's an option for what he's got now. Well, there's hardly a question, but we're having discussions because someone put up a sign saying discussion. That bugging me up. Councillor Henderson.
I was going to say I reserve my right to speak, actually, given the timing, though. Look, 2 questions. Have you considered community involvement in this? Because it won't work everywhere, but I can imagine places like Kari, there will be community interest and there will be people saying, look, hang on, we can lead a community garden or something like that.
Through the chair, so yeah, principles 6 and 7, particularly in relation to mana whenua partnerships, but also communities as well. We want to work with them where it's possible. To your point, it won't always be possible or relevant, but where possible, we do want to work with them about that future use. It can be for more community purposes, or it might just be to the level of them understanding, our decisions or where we're going and getting their feedback on it. So, yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Second and final question. Have we considered just chucking trees all over it? I mean, the urban ngahere strategy is there and ready to use. It will improve soil quality, it will improve air quality, and surely it's not going to take a lot of OPEX to maintain.
It could increase
I'm sure it will take more OPEX than we think. But yes, that is all part of the mix. So that, you would describe that, I guess, as some kind of open or passive space or public space, and yes, we could just put trees on it. That could be inappropriate. Yep, it could be appropriate.
There's quite a few fell down last night, actually, costing the council or something, so that is a thought. Councillor Newman.
To what extent is this going to create the future liability for council when we start to have to go through an acquisition decision in relation to properties developed in accordance with what we have consented, in accordance with the decisions that we, the council, have mandated as part of our consenting process? I can see that the only way that effectively this could work would be to effectively acquire this land, but to acquire this land for a change of use process. Largely it will have to be to create drains and what have you to attenuate stormwater, which I understand, but the land sometimes will be land in the future which will have to be acquired because the land use activities which preceded it at the time of acquisition are land use activities that we consented to have take place, and there'll be people who'll be extremely aggrieved because they will consider that we are responsible not only for the acquisition but for the loss of value that we had initially agreed as part of that consenting exercise.
Through the chair, I can only agree with that in the sense that this was always an implication of the policy that the government put in to deal with this awful event, and we were always going to get to this point. And I don't know some of the answers to your or to the points you're raising. They're absolutely valid. This was always a risk with it, and we are just needing, as Matt and the team are moving through the categorisation and all of that, we will similarly need to move through this with you over the coming months to work all this through.
So can I ask, so the land would be acquired effectively the land, if you're going to take urban residential land, zone land, and acquire it to turn it back into effectively a basin for stormwater. We're effectively purchasing it based on its current zoning, but then are we subsequently rezoning that particular parcel of land to reflect what we understand will need to be its future change of use? I mean, that is the thing that ultimately will have to determine what is its future land use. It's the zoning that underpins it. It's not just our acquisition of it.
So under the current process for Category 3, we are acquiring it based on the market value just prior to the event in January. So that is trying to deal with that matter about the reflection of the zoning and the situation that was. Then it becomes our property, and we may choose to rezone it to reflect a land use, or we may just use it for a land use and not change the zoning. Again, lots of different situations, and that's what we need to work through.
If I may, Chair, one more thing, but the concern that I have is if we don't change the underlying zoning to reflect the new use, then at some point someone's going to come along in the future, oh look, we've got all these parcels of these land, shit, we're in a financial crunch, let's just flick them off, because I've seen that before. We flick it all off to try and address this year's budget crunch, and all of a sudden we put out to the market a whole lot of stuff that we know is going to flood based on a zoning that we know is not appropriate. Or we parcel these things, we actually need a fast track way of rezoning that land as quickly as we acquire it to try and avoid what I think would be that future risk, because I can see that I can just see people in the future looking at it as an opportunity.
Agree.
That's
Understand.
what I meant.
Yep.
That will have to be picked up as a piece of planning work for a further report back. I can understand the principles, but we will need to address a fast track for rezoning of that land.
Look, and that's exactly why we want to do a bit of an interim policy, but that's exactly the work we need to do with you, and that's a big part of it. Yeah, agree.
Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you. And yeah, Councillor Newman's point, that will be part of our hazards plan change, which we're waiting on the changes for plan change 78 on. A lot of that will inevitably fall into those areas that we end up going out to consultation on, but whether you can capture it all is the issue. The question, and it is to the Mayor's point, I guess it does need to be part of the mix, but I guess could you explain, I was at a community cluster yesterday of houses around a cliff falling down, but it's connected to our reserve. We wouldn't be trying our best to sell land parcels like that. This is going to be, I guess where this is coming from is I don't want the community out there who are going through opt-out processes now thinking that our main priority is to sell this land again, because that is not our priority, that's not the policy. It may happen in some areas, but could I have an understanding of how that would happen? Because the areas in our community where slips have happened, it would be outrageous for the community to think we're just buying it to sell it when it's so unsafe.
Look, from a staff perspective, it's clearly not the intention to resell all of these properties. The policy, though, and the work with government and the way that they framed it does not preclude that if it's appropriate. And there will be situations where by removing the current situation, whether that's because of the location of a building or any other matter, that land, or there could be some other infrastructure works that is done in and around that catchment, would mean that land does into the future has avoided or reduced that level of risk down to something that is less than intolerable risk to life. So that could be a situation where the council could choose to put that back on the market as resale because that risk has been removed to an appropriate extent. But that is the selling of property is not the main focus here. It is not precluded, though, where the circumstances are appropriate.
I think you can be assured that we'll approach this with a lot of care and sensitivity.
Thank you.
When I say sale, I didn't mean going back on the market. There's a lot of situations whereby, for instance, someone's got a house on a cliff, the house next door has gotten itself in a bit of trouble. I wouldn't put itself back on the market if someone else put another house in a stupid place like that. But the people next door might quite like to buy it for increasing their gardens. So you don't go back on the market, you approach the neighbours. And so, and what we're wanting to do, a prime goal isn't necessarily to sell everything, but to reduce the cost is an obvious prime goal. And if you don't have that, you're going to end up with gorsebush quarter sections all over the bloody place. And so that's what's behind what I'm thinking. I don't know, you just have, this has been done plenty of times elsewhere too, and this is not new. So I'm not seeing as a whole big marketplace here, but we've got to be alert to reducing our ongoing costs, and somebody else's ownership's a much better one. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. So my question was I thought Shane had asked it, but then when I looked at the stuff and thought about what you said, I think maybe he didn't quite ask it. So I'm going to give it another go, which is the potential here for some temporary use. So when you said community gardens, I was thinking, oh yeah, temporary use. And then I had a look again at the principles and was like, actually, there is nothing in there about temporary use. And I think that is something that we should consider, because, you know, some of these, it's going to be years before we know exactly what we're doing with the land, and then also we do what we're going to do with the land, right? So I'd like to see some consideration of temporary use, and I think also being really upfront with communities about those temporary use conversations. So, for example, you know, if a community comes and says, hey, we want to put a community garden on the site, and we decide that that is an appropriate use, but we are upfront with them, okay, but in 10 years' time, we're going to be doing something else with this land, because that's when you run into problems, right? Where community like, well, we've had our community garden here for years and we thought we'd be able to continue. So it's just being really upfront. So is that something that can be encompassed in the way that we're putting this together now?
Through the chair, yes, I believe it does, because this again is in this interim use of the land. Yep. As always, all of this relates to risk. So let us assume that there is a piece of land where, say, something like using for use of a community garden, that risk is appropriate. Then, yep, all these principles remain the same. We can talk with the community. They may say we'd really like a community garden if we think that's the appropriate thing. We can all, yep. So it's absolutely enabled by this. The risk is always the thing that we'll need to come back to ultimately, for whether it's an interim or temporary use or a long-term use.
Cool. And I guess just to clarify also, often when council talks about temporary, we mean 5 to 10 years. Other people in other contexts often think that only means like 1 to 2 years. So we just need to be really clear about setting expectations in that space. The other query I had was around the ability to redraw some of these land parcels. So, you know, for example, I'm aware of one near the rail line in Mount Albert. They've been given a Category 3. I suspect their neighbours some of them will probably get Category 3s as well. It may be that once we design whatever the infrastructure is going to be, that reduces the risk to that there are some parts of a big parcel across multiple properties that we can then carve off and say, actually, we know now this is safe for housing. And I guess also I'm thinking about the role of local boards in property optimisation as well, because they will end up potentially being the inheritors of some of this land. So are we thinking about that, or is it sort of a bit too early for that aspect?
We're thinking of it in the overall terms. We've not been specific about, you know, subdivision, but again, that's the work we need to do in this bigger piece of policy to work with you. So yeah, it's on our radar, but it is a possibility. We've done no particular thinking about it.
And so the consideration, though, of the fact that a lot of this land will fall to local boards and they obviously have their separate optimisation process, I just want some reassurance that that's being considered.
Yes, and into this bigger policy, or this more permanent policy. Yep.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Councillor Turner wants another crack? No comment, please. Hey?
Give a chance to comment, please, Mr Mayor.
We have been commenting because we got to the thing in assignment up saying discussion, so off you go, comment. And then Councillor Lee wants to comment as well.
So I just want to point out that in West Auckland, I'm dealing with many people who didn't want to leave their property, who have chosen to go down the buyout path, really to get out of 18 months worth of uncertainty and angst. And if we're saying that there are engineering options ahead of us that could fix these properties and put them back into a residential use, that is a very risky place to go to. I thought this buyout was to make space for water and to improve to improve the next tier of houses behind the ones we're buying out, so they don't sit in the same situation. So and we do have to do it as fiscally responsible as we can. Thank you.
Any response to that? No. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit concerned at what I'm hearing this morning. I'm very supportive of the concept of making space for water. The floods of early 2023 were actually a tragedy for Auckland, especially for those Aucklanders who lost their lives and their families, and also the people who lost their homes. And I thought the making space for water concept was something that was quite visionary, that we could in some ways take away from this tragedy. And I think there was a lot of support around the governing body and also in the community for this concept. I just get the impression that we're kind of backpedaling and equivocating on the making space for water vision and talking about re-engineering and flogging the land off for whatever purpose. I think we must remember that a lot of these properties were damaged. Many of them were infill properties made because of poor or expedient planning decisions. But okay, those decisions and those mistakes were made. It would be kind of reinforce the tragedy if we were to not learn lessons from those bad judgments of the past and go back on the market again. We know, I don't know, is it 600 million that Panuku is expected to make from land sales, which was acquired by not this council, but its predecessors for various good reasons. And I'd hate to see a repetition of that. So it's important that we articulate what we really mean by making space for water and how much land will be included in that concept, and to think carefully and start focusing on how this will be managed as a sort of a regional park, obviously something quite different from a standard regional park, but in terms of protecting the waterways and enhancing the biological values, life-supporting capacity of those waterways, a real opportunity to do something different and something visionary. And so, you know, speccing on land and selling it to the neighbours and so on, I don't think that's going to impress the people of Auckland. They would much prefer to take from the tragic events of 2023 a vision and the making space for water idea, which manages, I think Healthy Waters dreamed it up, perhaps it was Mr. McElroy. But it was a good concept, and I think we need to pursue that with a lot of commitment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that we are making space for waters. That does include making some land available that will be made safe as a result of making space for waters. It's not just some sort of a phony developer's effort. And I'm sure Craig McElroy will be quite happy to explain it to you. It is a very serious project and we all do support it. And Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson will now have her say. doesn't want to have a say. Councillor Simpson will have his say.
No, Councillor Henderson.
Henderson, rather. I'm losing the plot there. Sorry, I was mesmerised by the last speech.
Goodness, thank you. Yeah, look, I'll be really quick because we've got a long day. Just want to thank staff for the hard work really briefly. I do need to keep pointing out there's a distinction that we need to keep in our minds between flood-affected communities and slip-affected communities. So we talk a lot about flooding here. We don't necessarily talk so much about people that have been affected by slips and isolated and all those horrible things. So just want to point that out and just keep it in your mind as decision makers, everybody. Look, just another shout out in terms of my questioning earlier. If we're working with communities, places like Karekare and Piha, they have people there and community groups there that would pick up and run something like this and would really be up for a conversation and a partnership in terms of temporary uses, community gardens, things that will actually heal the wairoa of that community as well. So it's just something to throw into the mix. We need to work really closely with local boards as well. It's another thing we got to do. The other thing that I've been thinking about is involving previous owners in those conversations, because in a lot of cases that the land that we have purchased off them has huge emotional ties. It's places where they've raised their families, those kind of things. For us to do something with the perception of unilateral decision making would be quite damaging, both to those individual families and the wider communities. So where they're up for it, because sometimes they won't want to, or they'll want to get out or be too emotional to handle it. But if they're up for it, we should build that into the process, I think. And very, very finally, I do just want to point out again, this is an opportunity for us to increase, our environmental outcomes and our climate change outcomes. So think about things like how can we increase our tree cover. That's another thing we've got to do, I think. So thanks, Mayor.
All good points. And everyone wants to go faster, of course. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, I want to reiterate the point that Councillor Henderson has made here. I think this is a terrific opportunity, and I don't think I've quite glimpsed that until now, actually, because we have been focused on the issue of water. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity here before us to look at a whole new landscape palette that is presented by this problem. So my urging is maybe we need to be looking at that title again, making space for water. Maybe this is a making space for nature, making space for new ecosystems in the urban environment, making space for wetlands. 95% of New Zealand's wetlands have been lost. In the Tamaki, Auckland area, they've almost entirely been lost. I think it's much higher than that. I think it's about 98%. It's making space for the stream systems, making space for revegetation of cliff tops that we've known are so fragile for such a long time. Making space for cooling the city, making space for greening the city, making space for bird life, and all the invertebrate life that sits under that most of us don't recognise, but that is, a healthy ecosystem in the urban environment. So I'd be really interested in, as we progress this work, and maybe the rebranding of this as a making space for nature in our city, which includes water, but there's a lot more available for us. Thank you.
So Ferry, please.
Thanks. Just really quickly wanted to put in a bid for the consideration of involvement of local boards, mana whenua and broader community in how we do go forward with these pieces of land, both temporary use and longer term. In terms of, I'd like to see the organisation working on sort of a suite of options that could be considered once we know risk profiles, what would be appropriate in particular places. Could include some of the ideas that Councillor Darby's raised there about from a natural perspective. Could also include things like pump tracks, and we mentioned community gardens before. So yeah, turning this around in terms of the opportunity, but just, I guess, putting a punt in there for local boards, mana whenua in the community to be real leaders and enabled by the organisation with a really good set of advice and options and timeframes as we move forward with this. Thanks.
Okay, I'll move the interim guidance. The comprehensive recommendation here is that we develop and bring back the policy to us. So for those, we're not approving it just yet. And so if you've got something to say, contact Matt's team, Nick Vigar and others, and have your say into that there, and to help with the development of this. But it was a very good start. It was a good debate. I'll move it. It's seconded by the Deputy. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, thank you very much for a very good debate there. And we're going to go to Hokura funding. And I'd welcome James and Alistair, who've managed to be in control of this here, to us and provide us with, assuming that we've read this, what we're going to debate here. Thank you very much.
Tēnā koutou. This report is to seek approval for an annual funding agreement between the Council and the Hokura Independent Māori Statutory Board for the coming financial year. Council is required to have a funding agreement with the Independent Māori Statutory Board and to fund its reasonable costs. The funding agreement covers the operational costs of the board, and a total funding package of $3,013,500 is recommended this year. This is slightly less than last year, and last year was it was slightly less than the previous year. This covers the core costs of the board in terms of the board remuneration and expenses, staff costs, seeking external advice, communication, and audit and other expenses. The other part to this that is recommended is that there's a facility for the Chief Executive to approve up to $50,000 in addition if there are minor changes sought during the year, and that avoids the need to come back to this body to renegotiate the agreement if there's a small change that's needed. Having said that, we have had this facility in every previous year, and it has never been called on. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I had this all marked up, but lovely Nexus took it away. Somewhere in this, in most cases, it says direct funding. It uses the word direct costs. We're funding direct costs. I can't find it again. But that word direct, is there some indirect funding that we're giving too, is there?
Through the chair, this is not including funding that is you could say there's in-kind services that council provides through our finance team and HR and those sorts of corporate services. So there's no money that changes hands in those transactions. And the other set of indirect funding is funding where council pays for things directly on behalf of the IMSB, and that is things like their property and insurance costs.
So do we have a value? Do we have a figure on the value of that? I didn't see it.
Yes, sorry, it is in the context section of the report. So
that's okay. Then I'll look it up. Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions on the board remuneration and expenses. Is that figure 52,000? Is that just remuneration, or are there expenses there? And if so, what are the expenses?
Through the chair, there are expenses in there, but I do not have a breakdown of that. I've not had that. I'd also note that figure is subject to any changes to councillor remuneration through the annual remuneration authority determination, because Hokura IMSB members are remunerated at 70% of councillor remuneration.
Okay. So, is there any explanation why that figure has actually hasn't gone back, has it? No. Okay, so just on that, with councils and local boards and all the rest of it, they list out what all the various payments are. Is there a reason why that's not listed out for the board members in the same way? So you know, so it's publicly available.
Through the chair, no reason we could ask that is split between direct remuneration and sort of other expenses. My understanding is the expenses are you know, typical parking type expenses, nothing significant, but we could ask for that to be split out.
Okay, so if that aside from the expenses, that's that remuneration split up's on a pro rata basis, I assume, for the 9 members aside from the deputy and the chair. Yeah. Okay. So what are we looking at then per member? Is that something like 85,000 per the 7 members, and the chair and deputy 1.8 and 1.2, so maybe 150 and 106. Is that the figures that we're dealing with? I'm just trying to work out and equate it to the elected members in Auckland Council.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that your estimates are about right there, based on the proportion of councillor rem that this is based on.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Darby, then Councillor Walker.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, James and Alice there. I noticed that under the, what's it termed? Sorry. The service level agreement, that's where the accommodation costs are located. They're not in the main agreement. Can you just explain, when I look at the legislation under Schedule 2, the way I read that, I would assume that the accommodation costs are actually under the main agreement. So what is the rationale that is being relied upon to have those separated out under the service level agreement?
Through the chair, stretching my memory, I think the original intention when this was done was to identify what were the sort of operational costs allocated to the activities of the board, as opposed to the areas that supported the back office stuff, to bring a bit of transparency as to the funding required for them to undertake their activities. I think that was the original rationale.
Okay. In the future, it'd be really good to see like the total, the service level agreement and the funding agreement, you know, absolutely together. That's my preference. I know it's mentioned in the paragraph narratives, but I think it's really good to read it as a total as well. Though I acknowledge you've made some effort towards that in the report. So in terms of, can you tell me how Hokura has participated in Council's group shared services over the last year or 18 months since we instructed that, and also the property optimisation programs? Have we requested that they participate in group shared services and the optimisation program?
Councillor, I'll handle that. The Hokura does participate effectively in the shared services arrangement. What we've tried to do is be transparent about the value of some of those services that are accessed out of the council group. As James said, the HR support, the payroll support, the financial support and what have you, that's very substantially sourced from within council's existing offering. So effectively they're party to the group arrangement. The accommodation costs, and I'm aware there's some interest and sensitivity around this. My understanding is that those accommodation arrangements were made in direct liaison with our property department. That lease expires next year and will be subject to some discussion, in the lead up to that time.
Okay, look, that's good to hear that we look at the accommodation, the real estate costs next year. I'll leave that one. So have we seen a number that where we benefit by X dollars by Hokura's participation in shared services? Have we seen a number anywhere? Is that in the service level agreement? I know we're not discussing that here today, but I'm saying it's related.
We haven't quantified the margin, the difference, if you like, between what it would cost them were they not party to those shared services arrangement and them being in there. What we've done is quantify, approximately the value of the service they get. So we would have to do some more work on that to understand if they were. I having looked, as you will understand, because of the CCO arrangements that are unfolding there, we've looked extensively at the group benefits of shared services, so I could confidently say there is a benefit in them being in the tent, just as there will be for CCOs to look at things at a group level.
Okay, just a quick close on that one, Mayor. Just when we next discuss, there's probably going to be a report sometime on shared services. Can we just have a look at how that part of our organisation is, sharpening things up on the shared services note? I mean, yep.
Yes, we can. And point of interest, we're very close to having business cases done to establish the value of those shared services offerings, bringing the CCOs in.
Thank you for that. You'll be pleased to know that I've even got the museum vaguely interested in sharing office space after many years. I know it's nice to see that the Hokura have managed to reduce their requirements this year. It'd be nice if our CCOs did that, who are the next things up. But we have one final question from Councillor Walker.
And there may be some CCOs that we could trim even further. Maybe we don't need some of them, but that's another issue. I've got a few questions. There was an independent review of the remuneration that's mentioned in the report. Is that available, James?
Yes, I'm happy to share that with you.
Okay, that'd be great. The other question I've got just goes to attendance. In the case of councillors, and I don't know about local board members, there's a record kept of our attendance at meetings and workshops that's reported. I think it's publicly available. Is there any accountability in that respect in terms of the IMSB, Independent Maori Statutory Board?
It's not an accountability matter other than, I suppose, to you, of interest to yourselves and the public, but there can be transparency around members' attendance at these meetings. It's a matter of record.
So if there was an interest on the part of the public, is it the sort of thing we could make available?
Well, the attendance, if you're referencing participation in council's meetings, the attendance is a matter of public record, yes.
Okay. And part of the reason I reference that is the remuneration, if I read it, is based on 70% of a councillor's remuneration. Quite obviously, as councillors, we attend a whole raft of meetings across any number of committees. My understanding in respect of the IMSB members is there might be one member that attends one meeting a month. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, maybe there's more than that. And I don't think anybody attends workshops much, so it would be useful to have some reference point back to the remuneration and attendance. I don't know whether the remuneration report you mentioned covers any of those details. It doesn't?
I can't recall exactly how much detail it goes to off the top of my head, but
Okay.
If I might, I've been messaged to confirm that Hokura tables an accountability report every year, their annual report. It does contain a summary of their attendance at meetings, so I'd refer councillors to that.
I imagine they go to a lot of maraes as well. Now, under standing orders, we have to stop after 3 hours. And I was hoping to squeeze in the next one, but due to some of those last questions, we're not able to do that. So at this stage, I'm going to move that we accept the recommendation with regard to Hokura Independent Maori Statutory Board funding. And it'll be... Big mate, you going to second that?
She wants to make a comment.
Oh, good. I better be a quick one because we're going to stop for lunch in a minute. Comment, please.
Yeah, so I support this. I guess I just wanted to indicate a bit of disappointment in the approach from some of my colleagues. We don't provide this, we don't go into this level of detail about a lot of our other funding agreements. And I do feel that in the broader political context that we're asking these questions in, we need to be mindful that Māori are in a situation of being under some assault in some spaces, and so people watching and listening will take an approach to this that is different from approaches to non-Māori parts of the organisation and potentially view that poorly. So I just wanted to fly that flag for a moment, and I strongly support continuing to fund this and funding it at the level in the agreement. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, and I'd like to echo the comments of Councillor Ferry. The other thing is, I was surprised, and I think Hokura obviously are congratulated that they didn't ask for more budget. They're actually slightly less this year. They are technically, if you look at their expenses compared to other parts of the council, they're quite a slim operation. They provide a good important part of our council because we don't have Māori seats, and they also, I think, support us at committees very well. The other thing is, and I've asked for it in the past, it would be good if we had attendance for our workshops reported as well, but that has been opposed in the past by councillors, so thank you.
Thank you for that. Well, I'm happy to move this. It's been seconded by Councillor Ferry, and I'm going to move that we put that at the moment. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much. I see that the ladies in charge of the next item have arrived, but so has 1 o'clock, and I am told by Sandra with an R that after 3 hours we must have a break. So we're going to have a break, and you'll have to come back in 20 minutes. Can we do 20 minutes today? Otherwise... Yeah, well, for those of you who just can't control yourselves from speaking, you can go till past, but some of us would like to go at 20, but past then, okay. Have you got them all out there in the wild world out there? Okay, I'm going to resume the meeting. We're going on to item 12, which is the approval of shareholder comments from the CCOs. This has been workshopped. We've managed to get 20 or 30 different points of view across. The AT was the one that was particularly in need of work. Welcome, Alistair.
Good afternoon, Chair. Look, I will take the report as read. As the Mayor says, we've workshopped these draft shareholder comments with you. I'll just remind you, you sent a letter of expectation to the CCOs. The CCOs have sent you their draft statements of intent. These are comments based on how they responded to the letters of expectation, decisions in the LTP, plus feedback from the workshop that we had last week. I'll just say that shareholder feedback is due by the end of the month, which is a couple of days away, so any feedback from the meeting today will incorporate into the draft letters, and we're seeking a delegation to the Mayor to sign those letters out on behalf of Auckland Council. I have the team with me and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Walker.
I haven't got the precise parts in front of me, but I have a concern around the Tataki proposals, and I'd invite your comment. My understanding is that the SOSA process as it stands may well not run its course. Quite obviously there's been a change in respect of North Harbour Stadium. I've been a member of the working group looking at stadiums, and no doubt there'll be some outcomes out of that. Are we in a position to change that wording? And in addition to that, there's also a quote that references the CCO review that Auckland has too many stadiums. In my view, that CCO review was not informed, and in point of fact, I think it's well established that we actually need more stadiums, not less, not necessarily large stadiums, but boutique stadiums. And that is the current play, particularly because of the success and emergence of new franchises. So I have a real concern that we have this process with a CCO that's frankly based on information that is out of date. So that goes to Tataki.
Thanks for the question. I'll respond to that. I think since Tataki have responded to the letter of expectation as was drafted, which did, when was that? December, so that did reflect Council's existing position, which is for a single operator. Obviously, that process has been somewhat delayed, particularly given the process that's running around Main Stadium, which you'll be contemplating later today in the confidential section. So I think there's an opportunity that post today's session, I think there's an opportunity for Council to consider whether that still is its position, that it wants to endorse a single operator, and if it's not, whether there's other things we could be asking of Tataki in that space. So I think Tataki have responded to the direction as they were given, but there could be an opportunity, certainly in the finalisation of the SOI, to reflect the position, reflect decisions that have come through out of the stadium's working group or otherwise.
The other question I've got is just around access to financials, and that's access to better and more comprehensive financials from all of the council-controlled organisations. Myself and Councillor Williamson share that desire. The Power BI information is woefully inadequate, and against a background where there are any perceived difficulties, the raw data, which is what Councillor Williamson would ask for, would be appropriate. And the reason that I ask for that is, in my opinion, the only adequate way that we as councillors have oversight over the CCOs, and in particular that goes to financial oversight, is to have access to the information. because the information otherwise, and I could go on about the deficiencies, is not adequate, especially when you want to make changes around particular stadiums or particular aspects of a council-controlled organisation. It could be any of them, and you actually don't know what particular things are costing. That could be road cones, it could be a stadium, it could be, you know, a facility like the Aotea Centre, it could be anything. So is that something that we can incorporate?
Phil and I are looking at each other. I'll start and then he'll tell me where I'm wrong. Look, the quarterly reporting and the financial information in the statements of intent are now sort of broken down to a more granular level at activities. In the case of Tātaki, mostly by facility. So you are getting financial information on expenditure, revenue, attendance at various venues. I think for more granular information, it's probably not appropriate at a statement of intent level, but it might be something that the Revenue and Expenditure Committee might want to pick up with individual CCOs. Phil, have you got anything you'd like to?
The council put in charge of each one can ask those.
No, I've got nothing to add, Alistair, thanks.
It's possible for, if you have particular aspects, we do have a councillor who's associated with each of these ones, and we could ask that particular one. Who's the person for Tātaki? I'm not sure, I've forgotten.
That's Shane Henderson. Oh, sorry, I'm mistaken.
I think that's Councillor Henderson, if I'm correct. And I mean, you could always ask Councillor Henderson to dig out particular aspects if that's what you wished.
I've just bowled in with my peanuts. I'm not sure what's going on, but the Deputy Mayor is the leader of Tātaki.
The late Councillor Henderson.
I have another question that goes to Auckland Transport, and I've noted the reporting and the performance indicators, but what is lacking, and I continue to raise this, is any performance indicator that really goes to overall mobility around the network, especially the roading network, and especially the efficiency of vehicles, cars, across that network. It's not there. The reason that I'm asking for this is when I visit overseas cities and I see the efficiency of vehicle movement across those cities, which especially is driven by the application of smart technology, including cameras that recognise vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, and so on, and you can move through intersections often at speed, and I could go on. The only way that you actually drive those things often is if you're measuring them. If you're measuring them, you also get a good accountability around the cost associated with that in terms of delays, irrespective of whether it's cyclists or it's pedestrians or it's buses or it's cars. So we don't have that. So my question is it possible to have something like that through this process? And if not now, then when?
I think that what I've done in support of, to a degree, of what you're saying is that I have requested that there is a much more sense of urgency about digitising up our signals network. And that's been one of the things that I've asked recently, speaking to the board there. We can't measure those things until the digital situations are in place. But all the expensive stuff's in place, the lights are there, the powers are there, everything's there, but we're not brained up. And so that part of what the letter will be saying will to speed up the digitising and of our information of our signals network, which is not clever. I'll give you that.
The further question I'd put that goes to this is the inadequacy of benchmarking across some of our CCOs, particularly Auckland Transport. I know Councillor Lee raises this often around fare box recovery and other issues. I visited a city not long ago with a metro system that requires no central government or local government subsidy. It is that efficient. Can you imagine? So it would be useful to have some benchmarking with other cities so that we actually know how we're going. The reason those other cities are successful is because they're deploying things that we don't. So is it possible to have a response to that? Thank you.
Look, I think benchmarking is something worth investigating. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the statement of intent. That's staff we can bring back to you, looking at how the relative performance of AT is against other jurisdictions.
Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got two, one on Auckland Transport, one on water care. So my Auckland Transport one, the one thing that isn't actually in the shareholder comments is around the value of clear communication on a project, what it's for, how much it'll cost, how long it's going to last, rah-de-rah-de-rah. And I just wondered, and we saw this with, for example, the city centre, you know, the parking charges. So it's two parts to that. First part around the projects, how much they're going to cost, why they're there, how they make how they move people faster or how they keep people safer or whatever. My understanding is, and I've heard this from Auckland Transport, that they have got rid of the department that looked at that kind of key stakeholder engagement stuff. And I think that's really important. It's a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And so I would like to see a little bit more clear communication to stakeholders around that in the Auckland Transport space. When it comes to the city centre, I don't want to take away Councillor Lee. He is the councillor for the city centre. But I do think that when things happen in the city centre, that a memo should not go just to the local board and the local councillor. It is too important for the wider area. So I wondered if that could be included. And I'll go to water care in a minute, but if I could just stick with those first two first.
I'm happy to include that if that's the consensus from the around the table.
Thank you. And then my next question on water care is just, I don't really understand here. When we do a plan change, if they as an organisation don't have a problem with a plan change because the developer has its own water supply or wastewater plans, why do we, and they didn't require our network, why would we expect water care to oppose it?
I'll have a crack at this, and if Megan can hear me stepping out of line, no doubt she'll step up to rescue me. But with private plan changes, one of the few grounds I think the council has to object to them is actually the inability to supply water. Now, particularly with private plan changes that are out of sequence with our future development strategy, that's sort of committing the council group to expenditure that we haven't budgeted. So we would like the council group to be aligned in whether we're supporting or opposing private plan changes simply due to the financial impact on the wider group.
That's what I was asking.
But in some cases, the developers are quite happy to provide these themselves, and quite often they're a better standard than what we do.
In some instances, but not all.
Through Mayor, could I ask a question on that? Isn't it because we have instances where now water care is shipping wastewater away from some of these brought forward developments? Is it the case because we end up having to truck water in during droughts because the private supply of water, because it always falls back to us?
I see Megan approaching the table, so I think she'll be better placed to deal with this.
Through the chair, there's a little bit of a case-by-case, kind of analysis that needs to happen here. But I guess what we were trying to do is, Alistair, or suggest to you, and if you don't want it, we can change it, is that as a group we need to consider what the impacts are. And sometimes at a particular point in time it might seem appropriate, but the reality is, particularly when it comes to water supply, the last person standing is always going to be water care, and these private systems don't always last. In fact, many of them fail, and Watercare is always asked and must take them on. And I think that poses a real risk. I'm not saying that in every situation, but it happens too many times. And that is an unbudgeted, expenditure that we will have either short or long term.
I've got to respond to that. We don't need to take them over. I mean, Watercare itself is famous for its failings as well. So I don't get the last man standing thing unless you want to be the last man standing. You don't have to take over roads. You don't have to take over any of these things. And I think we've got in the habit of not taking over things. And a lot of developers actually won't let you take over the roads.
I think in the instance of water, what's different here is Taumata Arawai and their drinking standards. If a drinking water system or a wastewater system isn't meeting the standards, effectively it does end up coming back to the councils, or in Auckland's case, Watercare, is their responsibility to fix it up. So we are the last people standing.
Councillor Newman, please.
Well, the officers agree that we have a wastewater network bylaw which requires connection to the public network within the urban area, and that regulates the requirement for this, and that also requires that the standard will be such as to ensure that we have a vested network that is fit for purpose on behalf of the ratepayers who ultimately do have to pick up the cost as per that bylaw.
I'd agree with that.
We'll try and get some wording along those lines in there if that's what an issue would need to be covered. And we'll try and get wordings to cover off the things that Councillor Walker raised as well in terms of benchmarking. We've had a fair crack at these. So, and there's been a lot of good work from the staff on this. So I'd like to thank them for that. I'll move that we get on with this, because it's got to be done by the end of the month, which, if I'm not sadly correct, is tomorrow. Councillor Henderson's come alive. How lovely.
Any comments?
Any comments? Oh, I'm going to put the damn thing. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much. Item 14. Local Board Reorganisation Plan Public Consultation. The Working Party recommendations and the resolutions of the local boards are different, and some people have complained that the Working Party came to a different conclusion that their board resolved to have. But I've said to the Northern boards, that's why you have a Working Party, to consider things in more detail and come up with a way forward, which is what they've done. The staff advice is also to put a 13 local board model to the public, which is closest to the Royal Commission model, and lets the public have the widest range of options. We're just discussing today whether to let the public have a say, and local boards will have a chance to have a proper look at things and a say then, another say then. 9 or so local boards said they want to consult on it, even without necessarily liking the idea. We'll welcome Rose and team, and I'd invite Councillor Ferry to speak to us about the Working Party. I attended quite a few of them and they got into real detail. And I understand we also have the Deputy Chair of the Working Party, Kath Handley, online somewhere out there. Welcome, Kath. Councillor Ferry, would you like to say anything before this gets too far down the track?
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to necessarily speak before the staff, so I thought maybe if it's okay with you, let the staff go first.
That's cool, righto. But this is about a recommendation to ask the public. And we have asked and heard from the boards in a mixed bag, but I think we should be democratic and ask the public what they think. Rose.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you for your time today. I've got Libby Hetep with me, who's been managing the project with us, and a team of people behind me, because this has been a cross-council working group alongside the Joint Governance Working Party. So if you are going to ask some really technical questions, we're ready. This is the first of 3 papers on today's agenda about how Aucklanders are represented in Tāmaki Makaurau in the near future. This paper is on the potential reorganisation of 21 local boards. The next paper, Warwick's going to pick up with you, is on the number of wards and ward councillors and how they are elected, and some boundary changes. And then after a paper from my colleague Christy, there'll be a 3rd paper relating to the new bill on Māori seats, which is before Parliament at the moment. And I believe is partly why the Hokura is our site. But before I begin on content, just to remind you that the genesis of this work was the Mayor's proposal midway through last year to have fewer local boards that were more fairly funded and more empowered. The governing body then delegated this work to the Joint Governance Working Party to develop options. The work we're taking you through and that Joint Governance Working Party has been beaving away on to date, thank you Councillor Julie Ferry and Kath Hanley, has taken 8 months thus far, and the analysis we have undertaken and the options and the recommendation to consult with Aucklanders is the first one that we're looking at today. But once you've decided on the scope of the consultation you wish to undertake at today's meeting, we'll be coming back to GB next month on the 27th of June, getting ahead of myself, with consultation material, and you can sign that off before you make a decision finally in September, and then we convey your decision to the Local Government Commission, who are the final decision makers. This is in time for the 2025 elections. Councillors, you're going to be making some decisions today through this work that relate to how local boards are elected. When making these decisions, you should put aside your views on how this might affect the outcome of upcoming elections. Instead, the thought uppermost in your mind should be the considerations you give to how representation arrangements will serve local communities and how this will impact on the way we serve them together. Joint Governance Working Party's recommendations I'll just start at the top there, though you can read them for yourself, but I'll summarise, is that firstly that we must consult on the representation review in any event this year. That's because we have to do that every 6 years. So what we're asking you to consider is to look at adding consulting on the number of boards into the consultation that we must undertake. Secondly, that we ask Aucklanders if we should stay with 21 local boards or change to 15 local boards, largely by amalgamating existing ones. And finally, when it comes to making decisions to submit to the Local Government Commission in September, that if you think there are some things that have not been resolved, then we could consider taking more time and progressing towards 2028. And as you know, staff are also recommending that you consider going out to consult on 13, as the Mayor has said. Thanks, Libby. So just looking at what the journey that we've been on with the Joint Governance Working Party and the direction of travel, is just looking at that map that we've put together. These are all of the things that we have been considering. We've done a value for money assessment, which is in your attachments. We've undertaken some early engagement feedback, primarily to understand what the issues were that some of our stakeholders and Māori thought about this proposal, and to just bring general awareness so that people could be ready. We took direction from the Joint Governance Working Party, who are very knowledgeable about their communities, and gave us some really helpful advice about boundaries, etc., and gave us direction and steered the ship. We also looked at the long-term plan and the objectives and challenges set out therein. We have been working on with our colleagues in local board services on the more empowered local boards work stream, which I'll touch on briefly today. We looked at elected member surveys from quite a few years, the last 3 in particular, to see how things were tracking, how elected members were feeling about the support and the advice that they received. And then we also went back and had a look at the Royal Commission findings, and all of that is set out in your report. The legislative provisions that you must guide you when making this decision are set out in paragraph 20 and 42. I'm sorry, there's actually a mistake in the report. It says 18 and 40. It's 20 and 42. So all of our analysis has centred on the tests that are provided for in legislation that help guide us. So we've done quite a bit of work, suffice to say. Thanks, Libby. I did want to go quite a bit into detail really on the value for money assessment, because this is where we really looked at testing the 15 local board model and the 13 local board model against the status quo. The value for money work looked at 3 spheres which are covered in the legislative provisions, that is effective engagement of communities, effective decision making for communities, and economy and efficiency. Through that work, we identified, and I just have to caveat by saying these are estimated savings that would accrue to these models. Benefits of $6.9 million per annum under a 15 local board model and 9.2 under a 13 local board model. These are sustainable annual savings over the long term that could be put to different use. Together with the more empowered local boards work that we're also undertaking, larger boards in the value for money review were identified to have, we would be able to give them better organisational service, a stronger voice for their local communities when speaking with or engaging with the governing body on the impact of regional policy and decisions at the local level, a bigger pool of opportunities to make decisions on, but still at the local scale, and more effective and efficient asset network planning, again, still at the local scale. But as with all proposals for change, there are downsides. There's a risk that local boards are not as close to their communities, a risk that there is more travel time for constituent work, and that if boards are larger, some unique community issues might not be resourced or understood. So at the direction of the Joint Governance Working Party, we undertook some early engagement with Māori, advisory panels, council group staff and others. And as I mentioned, there were mixed views, which you can read for yourself there, but essentially some in the community and stakeholder forum were more in favour. There was positive feedback on a reduction focused on reducing cost and the complex structure and the potential for less competing interests. There was negative feedback on a reduction where it felt that smaller boards had greater understanding of local issues and could therefore respond better to local needs. And there were suggestions to reduce the number of boards further than we had been looking at, which at that point was 15 local boards, which is why staff have included 13 local boards. It's primarily for that reason. Importantly, in this decision, you must take into consideration the views of local boards. The majority of local boards who provided feedback at this early stage do not support change. However, 9 out of the 21 agreed with going out to consultation, including some of those who opposed change. A few of the other things that I mentioned we looked at. The long-term plan, as you know, as you just finished all that work, sets out objectives that Council is seeking to achieve, and one of those is the need to be efficient and effective. Savings need to be found in the organisation so that we can deliver better for communities. A proposal for fewer local boards is likely to contribute to those goals, not just for efficiency's sake, but effectiveness. I'm not saying that the savings associated with fewer local boards must be realised. The idea is that those savings could be put to enhance services for our communities. Additional funding, as you know, has been set aside in the LTP in 2 ways. There's the fairer funding work, which has meant that achieving equitable funding for local boards, in that process, that no local board would be worse off. There's also funding, as I understand it, to deliver local services differently, recognising that we need to change the way we deliver local services, that is not so reliant on owning and maintaining all assets. The Joint Governance Working Party has also been looking at how the organisation can empower local boards to carry out the functions that they already have. What this initial work has shown is that local boards want the culture of the organisation changed towards delivering more effective local services. It's not just about projects and the budgets that we fund them with, but it's about how we work. Staff want to embrace this, but note that it is difficult to achieve this with 21 local boards to serve. And just two final pieces of our analysis. The latest elected member survey shows reduced satisfaction with the advice and support that elected members receive, and this is especially true amongst local board members. Finally, it's important to note that this is the first time we have looked at the number of local boards in Auckland since 2009 and the work that was done on the Royal Commission ahead of Auckland Council being established. The Commission looked at 3 models for the number of boards. It looked at 20, 11 and 6. They dismissed the local board model, 20 local board model with literally no analysis, citing that the transactional load would be too high. They did some analysis on 11 local boards and 6 local board or local councils as they called them, and as many of you will know, they landed on 6 local councils. 14 years on, the feedback from staff who deliver local services is that although they see many benefits to 21 local boards, it is difficult to serve 21 and to meet everyone's expectations. So, on to the options in front of you. The status quo, you know well, no need to dwell on that. 15 local boards in which there would be a change for 12 current local boards and 9 would be unaffected. And a 13 local board model, if you were to consider it, in which 16 local boards would be affected and 5 unaffected. And I know the maps are small. I'm hoping you can read them online, and if you've got printed documents on those. But just a brief overview of the 15 local board model. How was this arrived at is the question that we get most often. But quite simply, it's an amalgamation of boards where there are 2 boards within a ward. This is a simple and easily defensible model because it utilises existing and agreed on communities of interest. Communities of interest is something that we must consider in this work, and I just wanted to point out that the population within amalgamated boards is up over the 190,000 mark for Hibiscus and Bays and Upper Harbour. If they were to be combined, right down to 1,000 for Aotea Great Barrier. That is because we are not required in the Act to make all local boards the same size, but if we're going to split them up for electoral purposes, those electoral subdivisions must divide the populations equally so that within any local board there is an equal amount of representation per electors. I think a really important comparator to consider up here at this point is that Hamilton City Council is 180,000 population. 13 local boards. We're not as advanced in our thinking on this, but we could be by next month, should you choose it. We have 2 options we would like you to consider, the first of which is one that you see on the screen. It combines 2 communities of interest in the isthmus, that of Albert Eden and Waitemata. We looked at this early on, and the conversation arose at the Joint Governance Working Party, which is why we did a little bit of work on it. On balance, though, this is not the option that staff recommend, as it combines Maunga Kia Tamaki with Ōrākei, which are harder to consider as a single community of interest. Okay, so the reorganisation 13 local board option 2B has the advantage of not combining Maunga Kia Tamaki with Ōrākei and is closer to the work that the Royal Commission model arrived at for 11 local boards. And as you know, those of you who were around at that time, there was an awful lot of research that went into that work. I'm not saying things haven't changed, they have, but it's a model for you to consider. So I just spring to what you're about today. We're hoping that you will want to hear from the public because that's a requirement if you're going to be making any changes on how they are to be represented at a local level. The This will be the first time, as I said, Aucklanders will get a chance to have a say about how they would like to be represented locally since 2009. We believe there's sufficient rationale for you to consider consulting and giving the public 2 options for change, a 13 local board model and a 15 local board model alongside the status quo. But of course, that's our advice and you get to make the decision on that. Just to recap, final slide on what happens next. Depending on what you decide today, we will go away and prepare material for consultation on local board reorganisation or not. But in any event, we will be preparing material for the representation review that you must consult on and undertake this year ahead of the 2025 elections. And you will see that material back with you, the consultation material on the 27th of June. We'll go out and consult in July, August, and then you'll see the decision finally in September. And that is it from me. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, well, Councillor Foley's rushed into the gap, followed by Councillor Newman. And if you'd like to say something next, Councillor Ferry, you can speak now, actually. Councillor Ferry can have first crack at it. And thank you for chairing those interminable meetings which we sat through.
Kia ora. So I just wanted to make some comments as the chair of the Working Party, and then I'm going to take my chair hat off and I'll just be a Common Garden member around the table if that's okay. The first is to just comment on the resolutions, the recommendations from the Joint Governance Working Party and how close the votes were actually on producing those, which I don't feel comes across in the report. So we actually had an amendment initially to only go to a minor reorganisation proposal, so not changing the total number of local boards at all, and that only lost by 5 votes to 7. So just so people are aware, that was a close one. There was another close one for what we do have there, which was 6 votes to 5 with an abstention. Also there was a close vote on whether we're aiming for 2025 or 2028 as well, which was, sorry, I need new glasses, 7 votes to 5. So I just wanted to make sure that people were aware of that broader context, that actually the Working Party was quite split on a lot of this. And those lines fell in strange and unusual ways. Sometimes, didn't they, Councillor Newman? And it wasn't necessarily all the local board reps voted in one direction and all the governing body reps voted in another direction at all. It was quite a mix. So I think it's really important that people approach these Joint Governance Working Party recommendations with that context. And I guess I would encourage my Working Party members. I am taking my Working Party chair hat off as I consider these and sitting here as a ward councillor once I've finished making this comment. And I would encourage the other Working Party members to take a similar approach. Given the closeness of the votes, I won't feel slighted if people vote other ways or whatever way they vote on this, given that. And noting that we continue to have a number of other processes that we are working on. So there'll be no ill will or anything at the table if people vote in different ways. There wouldn't be anyway, but just to make that clear. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the 213 options, they were not part of the conversation we had when we did those resolutions on the 12th. We did discuss 13 at earlier points. People may remember we turned it down for early engagement at this group. It nonetheless was discussed through early engagement as part of looking at other options more broadly. But those 2 options, 2A and 2B, didn't come to the Working Party for our consideration for the resolutions. That concerns me, to be honest. But here they are, and obviously it's our decision today as to what goes out to consultation with the community. And I'll leave it there and step back as the chair of the Working Party and sit here as a ward councillor. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councillor, and thank you for the work you did there. I sat through quite a lot of those, and you're right, they were close. Close, I believe, means we need to ask the public, in my view, but we'll ask Councillor Foley instead.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, team, for all of your work, and thank you also to Councillor Ferry and Chair Handley for leading that joint governance working party. My question has kind of been answered by Councillor Ferry in her submission. I was going to ask about those 13 options 2A and 2B, how much discussion was had at the governance joint working party, because, I mean, obviously we tasked that party to have a much closer and more robust conversation, including the local boards, about all of this, the reorganisation. And I'm mindful to accept that recommendation from them, but seeing this come up, I was really wanting to understand how robust the discussion has been had about those two options, 2A and 2B. My second question is around, because you've talked a bit about why staff have included it, talked a lot about efficiencies and cost savings, and I accept that that's in clause 9C of the mandatory considerations we have to have as council. But can you help me to understand how that fits in with the other clauses? Because under clause 9, we have to find a way to take account and best achieve all of the following. And it's A to I. I also need new glasses. And I can't see how 2A or 2B, especially 2A, helps us to align local board areas of communities of interest. I can't see how it, like in D, assurances that local boards will be resourced to enable them to meet their responsibilities when the proposal creates mega local boards, many of them bigger than Hamilton, many of them bigger than most cities around this country. We don't resource our local boards now to service 90,000 people, 80,000 people. How will we resource them to service 180,000 people, So if you can help me to understand why it is that staff have made that recommendation and how much weight you've given to efficiencies and cost savings versus all of these other things we have to consider, including communities of interest, including our ability to, or local boards' abilities to serve much, much bigger areas. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Foley, and thank you for your question. It's a good one. The value for money analysis did look at costs, but it also looked at, as I said, those three spheres, which encompass a lot of those other clause 9 objectives. So those were, I'll just refer to my notes, I think we had them as, we rounded them up and looked at them as, I'm just looking for my notes, there we are. There's three spheres that are covered in many of those clause 9 objectives: effective engagement, effective decision making, and economy and efficiency. So that's what we're trying to balance here, and you're quite right that we need to, how best to achieve all of those things, which is why I haven't really overplayed the cost savings. And the idea is, because your second part of your question was about how can we serve or best serve very large local boards. What we've found through the more empowered work is that what local boards are looking for is better staff support and better advice and more timely advice, that they're not getting it as quickly as they would like. The organisation's quite stretched to do that. So the idea is that we don't make those savings, like we don't bank them, we don't realise them, but rather we plough the savings that we make from having fewer back into better, more timely and more effective advice. So that's why I haven't sort of said you've got $9 million extra to play with, or 7 million, nearly 7 million to extra play with. The idea is to reinvest that money back into the advice and support, so that local boards can actually make the decisions that they've already been given to make, which they don't feel that they have. To your first question, no, why did we, or how did we include it, and how much consideration was given? It wasn't given much, which is why we're asking you today to consider too, because it's not as well developed. We did some initial work. There was some thinking that one of the really big sticking points was what to do with the faux local board, how to divide it. It was really early stages. So I'm not hiding from that, but again, the reason why I put it in was because there is an ability to consult with the public now and see what they think, but also because there was quite a bit of feedback, not heaps and heaps, it wasn't the overwhelming, but it was just that we hadn't gone far enough, and that we should be looking for well, some people even said we should have started with a blank sheet of paper, which I disagree with because that would have been too hard, and we didn't have the time. But I think that we've made, with this model, a decent attempt to really look at the demographics in those communities, to try and join up communities that we know have some similarities with each other, and to look at the numbers, which we must, when we actually sort of trying to figure out how we're going to be looking at wards as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes. Kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Newman, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the officers. I was also on the working party and I voted for the recommendation for a consultation and for the consultation with respect to giving effect for 2025. And I will be voting for that today. I'm not sure if it will pass, to be honest, but I'm do so on the basis of letting the public have their say. I won't be voting for B, but what I wanted to ask you, and it sort of goes to what Councillor Foley has inquired, I actually wonder if your report overplays the value for money assessment. Ultimately, this is about representation, not organisational efficiency. If there is an organisational efficiency requirement, would you agree that that could be achieved through wider organisational efficiencies that go beyond the representation arrangements? For example, it doesn't necessarily matter if there are 21 or 30 or 40 local boards. If the organisation has to respond to the decision to have that quantum of local boards, the organisation will just have to find operational efficiencies to provide that service offering to those boards. Would that not be a reasonable assessment? That's the first question. You might,
I might take that one, Councillor. I can't say I think that is a reasonable proposition. What you would be asking effectively me to do is, deal with any additional marginal costs and find them on top of all of the savings challenges you've already given me.
So ultimately, if you have to make an assessment as to what we're trying to do here, the first thing would be to ensure the representation arrangements for localism, because that's what the local boards are there to do. Yes, and therefore that would be the first priority. The second priority would have to be ensure that the organisation can somehow support that, not the other way around. Is that correct?
Through the Chair, the Act actually asks you to balance all of those considerations. It doesn't give one or the other primacy.
Okay, so we have to balance that out. I think the Joint Governance Working Party attempted to do that, and it didn't recommend 13. But 13 is, the consultation is, the recommendation here includes, based on the staff advice, admittedly, 13 be included, but that specifically was discussed but excluded by the Joint Governance Working Party, yes?
Yes, and I'm not hiding for that. I've highlighted it in the report.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, look, reserve my right to speak, Chair, but I just think that it is very important to recognise the distinction between the debate around 21 versus 15 and the 13, because 13 was specifically excluded, but it is recommended for inclusion here. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have many. Just looking at the proposal here, it says in the positives that boards are being more empowered by the proposal. How would they be more empowered?
The proposition is to plough the savings back into staff advice and support. That's why we're not saying that the savings can be realised. So what we've heard from local boards is they're not happy with the service that they're getting from the organisation, and they feel as if they aren't getting great advice or support. That that feedback's actually been increasing, especially with local boards in the last 3 engagement surveys that we've had with them. So the idea is that they need better support and advice to actually carry out the activities that they already have in their allocation table.
Just so I've got that clear, are local boards giving feedback that there's a lack of staff or staffing for them?
No, but if you follow the logic, advice and support comes from staff. So they're saying that they've not got enough staff and they've not got enough support.
Okay, got a couple more, thanks, Mayor. Look, one of the risks in the slide, disbenefits, is a risk that board members are further away from their community. Could I just ask you to expand upon that risk, please?
Sure. The idea that if a board is larger, although I will note that the proposition includes that if we do amalgamate local boards, that we up the number of members on local board to ensure that representation is not decreased, because that was something that the public also, or the feedback that we got from the advisory panels, that they were concerned that there would be a large scale loss of representation. So if you take my meaning, if you take 2 local boards, amalgamate them together, we would there still would be a small loss. So 2 local boards that are currently 7 each would amalgamate and become a board of 12, because that's the maximum number you can have under the Act. But those would be within subdivisions which would be equal. So to get back to your point, I think it's that there is a risk, and I've put it up as a risk, that having a bigger board, that those local or more local issues might get lost in the scale of the decisions that would be made.
So just to be, thanks for that. So just to be clear, so with either of the proposals, either 15 or 13, people would have less representation per head of population in those boards, where you've got seven going into 12?
Yes, at around about the scale of 8% less. So we'd go down from 149 members, I think, to 137 under the 15 local board model. So just under 8%. You'd go down from 149 to, I think it's 135 under a 13 local board model.
Thank you. Got a couple more. My last 2 are around the local board feedback. So you've noted here the majority do not support change. How many boards actually supported change?
Actually, just checking this up, I think it's 3. 3?
Sorry, do you have off the top of your hand, I'm sorry if this is already here somewhere, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's staring at me in the face, which 9 local boards agreed to go up to consultation?
We're just working on that for you. I have appended, so 9 out of the 21. I just can't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
I thank you, that's okay. Thank you, Mayor.
We can come back to you.
Okay. Just to remind you, we are actually debating whether we're asking the public about this. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. So I wasn't on the committee, the working group, and I did speak to you in the councillor drop-in session, etc. My question is about the scope. I'm worried because we've already had our scope restricted by this, and what I spoke to you about, and didn't, I took it for granted that we were trying to get equity. We talk about all these words like diversity, inclusion, then we talk about communities of interest. If we're trying to get it even for everybody, surely we start with equally sized boards. And so I'm so shocked to see that we have, we've got the Waitakere Rangers local board, third smallest by population, third biggest by area, 4th smallest by population. We're combining that with Henderson Massey, yet we leave Faux behind. We've got the ability there to make 2 wards of an equal size, and therefore it's much easier to apply a rationale to it to make everyone get the same funding, the same outcomes. So we have a board there that's 190,000 people, right beside one of 83,000 people. it seems to me like it's a fundamental problem with trying to get an even representation, an even outcome, equity, and be able to spread our funding and our support equally. Would that?
It's a good question, and I'm happy to answer it. If you take the decision-making body that is governing body, the numbers that you represent must be even between each of you. If you take a decision-making body like a local board, the numbers that each of those members represent in terms of electors must be even or close to even, within 10%. So it's within the decision-making body itself that the equity must be achieved. But there are lots of different reasons to have different size local boards. We already have them. The size of the number of members can vary between 5 and the top number is 12. So that is the logic that is in the Act. It's not something we have dreamed up ourselves.
And just another question on the funding, like I just took it for granted that I didn't realise the savings was going to be made out of the staff activity. I saw that as rats and mice. I thought the savings was going to be made out of better productivity and better performance and of the whole thing, sort of thing. So this will still leave us, even though you might have members representing the same number of people, you'll end up with a board like in Henderson Massey's case, which is the second most funded board, and then Waitakeri's case, which is one of the poorest funded boards, just because of the way we apply that calculation of 95.5. That's my point. We've got 90% area, 5% deprivation, 5% population. Surely making the boards, we don't have to be equal, but that's not saying we can't make them equal in all parameters. Is that not right?
Through the chair, we have to also balance out the communities of interest provision. So where possible, we try and keep communities that relate to each other together. It's not just a numbers game. This is difficult stuff. We have to achieve a balance of those objectives.
So thank you. Last thing. So if you put that map back up, I'd make the point that in the Waitakere Ranges, and of course it's West Auckland, so it's where I live and where I know, and I'm not sure of how this applies to other places. But if you look at number 4, the people on the north side of that harbour, their community of interest basically goes into New Lynn, because that's where they travel, that's where they view, that's where they shop. You go to the northern side of the ward, of the local board area itself, and they all focus on Henderson. So the communities of interest don't, as one big group, they might be the same, but you can easily split that on communities of interest as well.
You're right, you could split it and you would have more local boards. You'd have the same number of boards in that instance.
Not if you absorb the flow, but without going back to what the working group spoke about, I understand.
Yeah.
So the point here is that my fundamental questioning of this will be locked out if we take this to consultation, because the scope is there, right?
I hesitate to say this, but if you are considering a 13 local board model and there are changes to the 2 that you see there, then you might want to kick this back to the Joint Governance Working Party to consider.
Everyone's got a say on this one here, but I can remind you, we're just asking, not to explain it to you people, we're asking, can we ask the public? Council Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got a real open mind on this, but I think what we're doing here is big for Auckland and big for our local community. So I am a fan of consulting with Aucklanders. But my question to you is, we have to make this really easy for Aucklanders to understand the advantages and disadvantages of status quo 15-13 for them to make informed feedback. So my question to you is, how do we input into that? Will we have a workshop? You're not going to draft something up and just bring it back here for final. This is really big. This is about asking Aucklanders, who they want to represent them to their, around their local town centres, their local parks, they have to understand what's being, if we go to consultation, and I mean, I wasn't on the working party, right, but I'm all for asking Aucklanders what they think, because Auckland Council has so much to do. I mean, you wake up in the morning and everything you do is Auckland Council pretty much, right? So I want to know that I've got a really good lens of, if we say yes, we're going out to ask Aucklanders, I want to have a really good lens on what that document looks like. This is almost as big as the LTP. It is very important, I believe. So how do I do that, Rose? How much time and what opportunity are you going to give me to make sure I feel comfortable with a I mean, Auckland Council is so complicated to Aucklanders now. We've been going how long, and they still don't know the difference sometimes between who does what. So what's that going to look like? What input do I have into that? And because it's pretty quick, isn't it? If we do it, how long do we have?
We're going to bring back consultation material. I'm very happy to do, by the way, a workshop with you next month. You are dead right. This is complicated stuff. I've every confidence in staff that we can make this simple, because we made the LTP simple. We got a lot of submissions. I'm confident we can do that. In fact, the team have already been working on the shell of it, and in readiness for whatever decision that you make today, so that we can turn that around really well. It also has some of the things that we're planning in order to make it simple and understandable are things like explainer videos, because it's true, Aucklanders do not understand what governing body does versus local boards. So I'll be making good use of those explainer videos in the lead up to the election too, because this is what this is all about, is how they're represented and how and what local boards do and how and what governing body members do. The team, I've already had a quick look at what those explainer videos are going to look like, and they look great and they will be simple. So will you get everybody submitting on this? I don't know, but we are very capable of making quite complex material simple. I'm very happy to share our initial work with you. I think I can arrange for something in a couple of weeks' time.
Reserved my right to speak, Your Worship, but yeah, that's a good answer.
Councillor Walker, please.
So I've got a few questions, and they're to do with the so-called local board and what a member of the community would expect was a local board. So in respect of the amalgamation of Hibiscus and Bays with Upper Harbour, I don't know what you'd call that so-called local board, but do you think the person in Waiwera has got much of an affinity to do with the person in Army Bay, then down to Campbell's Bay, and then out to pretty much the northwestern motorway at West Harbour? I mean, just where's the community of interest across that area? Where's the local? Because I don't understand it. So that's one question I've got. I think it's a very difficult thing to sell.
Through the chair. That's, I think, why we want to go out to the public, councillor, so that people can tell us. And they might tell us they don't like it one little bit.
Sure. The other question I've got, and these are a number of evaluative criteria for me, if we're interested in civic engagement, we're interested in participation, and that involves voting, involves a number of things. How are you going to get more participation, more voting and the like, if the identity that the person has with this amorphous area scarcely exists? I don't comprehend that. So I would expect if you engage somebody that knew about consumer behaviour marketing and the like, they would tell you it ain't going to work. The other issue that I've got goes to unintended consequences. So the fabric of our civic society across Auckland has in large part been based around the growth of villages, the original concept that you'd have some form of civic presence, a square, library, and other aspects, many of those things are being progressively dismembered as we speak. This process will take that even further. So where will the people go to voice their concern around an issue as it goes to the so-called local board? What happens when the local board office is gone and so many other things disappear? Have we given any thought to that?
Through the chair, yes, we have. I appreciate your concerns. I'm
Okay.
very concerned about voter turnout, as you are.
Okay, the other thing...
Can I finish?
Sure.
So sorry.
Sorry.
Already there are people travelling long distances and people feel their community could be broken down into a smaller area. That's what subdivisions are for. So we're trying to keep the local by having more councillors, local board members on those local boards. I share your concerns. I have thought about it. The team have thought about it. It's one of those things you must balance. I think the reason why we would like you to go out and consult is because 14 years on, we simply don't know what Aucklanders think of 21 local boards. But in fact, when we have surveyed them, they don't know a lot.
The other concern I've got just goes to efficiency and effectiveness. If we say that, let's say we assume that a local board is a form of a business and it does various things, it employs people, it's got outcomes around parks and community facilities and the like. I would expect, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's a direct correlation between the oversight role of that local board across its assets and the efficiency of the spend. So that if you have less oversight, you're not going to have such efficiency of spend, and I'm sure Councillor Turner would have a number of examples he would point up, and it would be very useful to actually have some case studies presented to us around local boards. And the reason I ask that is my observation is that there are local boards that have really got their act together. They've got a finger on what's happening in their community, what needs to be improved and the like, because they see it happening. You know, they see the grass being cut, they see the performance of the library and this and that. Where is the evaluation around that? Because isn't that where the real numbers are? That is making savings across projects and the like, as it goes to the CCOs, Auckland Transport and Water Care and all the others. And isn't there a need right now, with all of the things that are happening, flooding and a whole lot of things, for, if anything, better oversight than what we have now?
Councillor, that's actually what the analysis shows. We are saying that there is the opportunity to have better oversight through economies of scale and having bigger areas from which to make I'll start again. More scope for opportunities for what we know must happen with assets, and deciding across a bigger and larger geographical scale about which of those assets are really needed, which of them could be used for other things, how that money could be used. I think the oversight goes to the issue I was saying with respect to staff and how local boards, yes, operate well, but they have also said they do not feel supported in their advice and the timeliness of their advice. They can give us examples of that. This fewer, with some savings ploughed back into more timely, better advice, seeks to address those concerns.
What I don't follow, and you might shed some light on it, is if you've trimmed down the number of representatives, that's what you're looking at. If you're trimming down the number of officers effectively, because you're making savings, you're making how many millions of dollars is it in savings? I mean, there's quite a bit. What follows from that is that there's going to be less going on. There's going to be less oversight, surely. I cannot comprehend it any other way.
Through the chair, we're not looking at staff savings. That's what I'm saying. It's not staff costs that we benefit from here. The costs are set out in the value for money report. I can get to the team to come and talk to you about that. Yeah.
I see the report, and you know, what is it, 6 odd million to 9 odd million, and that involves a number of savings. I thought that there were direct staff cost savings.
Indirect savings, indirect. So no direct staff cost savings.
So the 1.73 million, that's not a direct staff saving.
Would you like me to get the team to come and speak to the report?
Yeah, I don't understand it very well, and it'd be really good to have a breakdown of it, because...
It'd be really good if the public could have a say who don't understand it as well.
So my overall concern is that I've had an experience recently where we've gone out with information, the information has been false, the supporting information has been false, there have been agendas that have been so biased, and then media campaigns around those things, that I have very little confidence, actually, in this organisation and what it goes out with, the scope, the information that supports that, and the biased nature of how sometimes we ask questions.
Point of order.
So that's a concern I've got, Mr. Mayor. I'm just responding to your comment.
This is supposed to be questions of the staff. You've written down a great big rant about the fact you've got no confidence in anything of the council. That's the one you don't resign. Can I go on to the next person? Councillor Butt.
I know you stopped it, Mayor, but just point of order around disrespect and language. We can disagree with staff without saying that they are biased, and essentially saying that, you know, I think that if Councillor Walker could apologise for those comments.
Questions, please.
I was referring to a particular process about which I can substantiate any number of matters of fact.
If I
support my view.
If I might, look, I'm just going to take that with a grain of salt, but the key thing here is that the consultation material is coming back to you to sign off. You are in control of what is communicated about this to the community.
Oh, thank you. My concern, thank you for the report and the work that went into this and the working party. That's my issue up there. How could we do any public consultation when you've got two very different communities, one that engages and the other one that does, you know, struggles to engage in this kind of consultation, this kind of topic? And then my other question was around the communities that relate to each other. Orake's got 3% bus fika. Some parts of Tamaki, it's 40% bus fika. Some parts of Tamaki, the average income is 19,000. The average income over in Orake is 130,000. 56% state housing in the Tamaki area. I don't know how many in Orake, but I don't think it's that much. So I don't want to support B, because then that gives this life out there. Those are my questions, please.
Thank you. That's a question.
Through the chair, you're right, Orake, Maungake, Tamaki don't sit well together, which is why we prefer option B. The consultation that we've planned, we're really trying to target people we don't normally get. So going out and meeting with community groups, using community partners. That's how we plan to engage with those communities, so that we can get as even a spread as we can. We'll bring that consultation back to you in good faith, and you can make of it what you will.
I'll try Councillor Leone.
Mine's just really just around the process stuff, and I know that I raised this in the Joint Governance Working Group, but Given that Hokura haven't been involved in this part of the discussion, what's the normal process there? Because, I mean, obviously in the Joint Governance Working Group, they're a member. So have we missed that, or has there been some discussion with Hokura?
On the 13, was a check. No, but if we go back to the working party. No, there hasn't, but as you've pointed out, they are a member of the Joint Governance Working Party. We can invite them to the governing body workshop. This is the first time you've seen this. It will be the first time that they will have seen it. Or if you wanted to ask the Joint Governance Working Party to work on the 13 model further, they would be participating in that. Thank you.
And just coming back to the process again, so, I mean, normally would this have to go through the Joint Governance Working Group, then come to governing body? I mean, what's happened in this situation?
Through the chair, one of the reasons why staff feel the need to put this up in addition to the Joint Governance Working Party, as I said, was because we felt that this 13 model still has merit. I also was aware that there would possibly be an amendment today that would bring 13 to the table. I wanted to front foot that if I could, so that you could have a look at the model, so that we could discuss it with maps in front of us. It's very hard to do that if we don't have maps. So I was operating on the best information that I had, the reason why I brought this to the table today.
Okay, so yeah, there's been none of this has been shared with any of the local boards at all, unless, aside from the ones that are here today.
Correct, but they will have an opportunity if you decide to go out and consult to participate in that, and they will get the feedback from the public ahead of making their decisions.
Okay, I mean, I do just feel uneasy about that, given the fact that we have got a specific working group with the local boards as members on it, but that's my view. Kia ora.
Councillor Filipina, please.
Kia ora, Chair. Tēnā koutou to our staff, and sorry I can't be there. Just a message, Rose, my first question is, you mentioned the surveys that get sent out, and your response was that the surveys indicate that our community do not know what Auckland Council's about. But Kath, those surveys, how many people are sent the survey, and can you tell me the geographical spread for those surveys?
Just going to check with Libby. I'm pretty sure it's the People's Panel survey, yes. And how many were there?
I'd need to.
I think it was around 2,000. We can check with Carol. In fact, Carol might be online and able to answer us. But they're from, the reason why we use the People's Panel is because they're deliberately representative of Auckland's diversity. That's the panel that has told us that they don't understand what it is that council does. They don't understand what local boards do. And they had, I think it was slightly more than positive views on. They were mixed views. Some thought yes, some thought no, or they had reasons for and against. So they saw the benefits and the disbenefits. That group of people.
Okay, would you be surprised, my next question is, would you be surprised that with the Manukau ward local boards, that the community out there know what they end up doing and also the structure?
I do appreciate that there are some areas that know more than others, and I've seen the concerns that have been voiced in the press from those communities, which to me seem to be largely centred on a loss of representation, which is specifically why in this model we're suggesting to you that you don't cut the number of members, that you try to the greatest extent possible retain the greatest number of members that you can on those amalgamated boards. I'm not hiding from the fact that there will still be a small loss. There would be a loss of 2, but we would be able to represent those more amalgamated areas still with local board subdivisions and a greater number of local board members. So I understand their concerns, and yes, I agree with you. There is definitely greater understanding in some boards and some areas than others. What I'm asking for you to do is consult with everybody.
Okay, Rose. Chair, I've got two more questions. So, Rose, can you just outline very quickly, if you can, how many local board members will go, for want of a better term, under the 15 and 13 models, and which boards would be affected?
I can, so any board that is amalgamated that has currently 7, so I think there were a couple of models that we looked at, so not models, but a couple within the 15 local board model. We looked at some that we were amalgamating 7 and 7 to make a total, would have been 14, so 14 representatives now. The maximum number there could be in that amalgamated board would be 12, so a loss of 2. There were some boards that were 7 and 5, and some that were 7 and 6. So there would still, if an amalgamated board, the maximum number would be 12. But if you're looking across the whole of Tāmaki Makaurau, in a 15 local board model, there would be a loss from 149 down to 137. And in a 13 local board model, there would be a loss of only 2 further local board members.
Okay, so total 12 and 14, I think, would be lost under the 2 models.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. My last part, Rose, is can you put up the recommendations from the Joint Political Working Group, please? Can you confirm that with A, and it's got note that the governing body must consult with the public on the review of representation arrangements for the 2025 local elections. That word must, that would include the status quo only. For example, if there's numbers that we don't go out at all and we stay with status quo, if that is the will of the meeting, is that do we need to then go out with that particular vote to consult on them?
Through the chair, yes you do, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about this in the next report. So we must consult on the representation review, which is the wards, but of course it also includes local board subdivisions. So if you stick with 21 local boards, if that's today's decision, and you decide not to consult, we still have some small boundary changes. We might have some changes to Howick local board and Rodney local board that have been proposed, so we would still need to go out and consult, and with all Aucklanders.
But if I might, Rose, to help clarify further, that would not be a reorganisation proposal. That would be a consultation with more limited scope about the representation arrangements, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It could only include the representation matters. So that's number of wards, whether elected at large or by wards, local board subdivisions and local board names. I think that's everything. Yes, that's everything. So that is the limit of that scope.
Yeah. Sorry. Yep. No, I understand that, and if the decision is not to go out for consultation, or therefore then exactly what you said, that's what we'll be consulting on.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well done. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you. I find this quite depressing, really, in the continuing assumption that less is more and bigger is better, which clearly is not. And if you doubt it, just look at the history of this organisation. I think it's important, though I am reassured to a certain degree that we're going out to the public, but then again I remember when the Waitemataran Golf Ward was reorganised in 2018, we went out to the public and 88% of the public responded individually in written submissions opposed. But the council just ignored that. But anyway, I want to be reassured that when we go out to the public, we give them proper information. Talking about the 11 local boards proposed by the Royal Commission is not factual at all. And I think it's important, if we're going to talk to the public, that we do our research and get our facts right. The Royal Commission model was quite a bit different to the organisation we are now in. There was an Auckland Council, which was a regional body, and there were 5 community councils. That is proper councils, like the rest of New Zealand. And I think those community councils were even had names. I think the Hunua, Rodney, Waitemata, in the Western sense of that word, traditional sense, Manukau, Waitakere, Hunua. Those were the community, those were the local councils. And then there were community boards, which is the nearest analogue to local boards, and probably community boards were a bit more influential. But anyway, leave that, it's arguable. And there were 3 community boards only, one for Great Barrier Island, one for Waiheke Island, and one for the central city waterfront. That was the model. So if we're going out to the public and talking about 11 local boards as per the Royal Commission, that's not right. So we need to get our facts straight if we're going to consult. I'll make that point. Are we clear about the Royal Commission, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. You're quite right too that they were differently proposed. They were local councils. There were 6 of them proposed. There was consideration given to community boards. We're not proposing 6. I had no intention of talking about the Royal Commission model in the consultation material.
Okay, because in the report you're talking about the model proposed by the Royal Commission, 11 local boards, which is just not true. Thank you.
Sorry, what I was trying to point out is that they considered 3 models, 20, 11 and 6, and landed on 6.
The statement in the report is wrong, that's all I'm trying to make.
All right, well, I don't think we're going to be asking the people about that. We're going to ask them about what we're going to ask them about. Councillor Flynn.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. And as you know, I wasn't on the working party, so you'll forgive me if my questions may have already been answered. But my understanding of this, and it's been confirmed by the officers, I think, and that we are not required by statute to do this. But the next item, we are. It's a must. This is an optional. I was one of those in the period that I chaired the Parks Committee that became incredibly frustrated around the desire by all local boards to have new swimming pools and all local boards to have new hockey turfs and all local boards to have everything, and that we needed to find a structure that could help us cluster together because it wasn't going to be physically possible to deliver all of the wants and needs of all of the local boards. So I came to this with a really, really open mind, but I've got to say that having listened today to the situation, and I'm with Councillor Simpson on this, and it is very, very complicated, and we run a very real risk that we're going to confuse the public. So my question to you specifically, Rose, is, do you believe that there is consultation fatigue? And don't use the LTP as your example, because I believe that by the inclusion of the ports of Auckland and the lease and the shareholding in the airport created a slightly different situation, a different context. But in terms of general consultation, do you think there is consultation fatigue?
Yes, I probably do, Councillor. However, we have this opportunity. There will be a little bit of a gap, so it'll be July, August when we go out. It's not right away. But I have to do it then so that you can make a decision by September. That is the latest we can do it in order to meet the legislative timeframe. What we're trying to do is, many of you have actually asked us if we, I've been in other meetings where, there has been sort of some concern that we're 14 years down the track and we've never had a look at this. What staff have tried to do really hard here is give you an opportunity at a time when you must consult on representation matters, to also consult on the 21 local board model, which was not something Aucklanders were expecting through the Royal Commission model. It was in fact a subsequent decision of government.
Do you believe, and I personally think it's a bit of a pity we didn't hear from the local boards today, because I know, speaking on behalf of Puketaupapa and Albert Eden, they are very upset that they were not able to present. And they really believe that the communities of interest have not been sufficiently given weighting to.
I appreciate that, Councillor. I've tried my best to keep faith and include for you so that you can see for yourself what the local boards think. I would just ask you to consider, though, that there is an opportunity to hear what the public think. I think that would be a good thing to hear what our communities think of those arrangements. But that's your decision.
Do you think that you have given sufficient weighting to the thing that prompted me to take an interest in this, and that is on the provision of sports facilities for Auckland and general open space?
Yes, and I rather liked what you said about having an opportunity to look more broadly at a sub-regional level about the things you don't need 21 of. Planning at a sub-regional level, which some of these boards, they'll still be local, they wouldn't quite be sub-regional, but they're able to look across a broader range of sports fields, parks, community facilities, etc., to make good decisions with a broader scope of opportunities. Having worked as a network planner for Ministry of Education, it's quite good to look at the local, but also quite good to look sub-regionally and then again at the whole, to see what you've actually got in those areas. We did receive feedback from staff in some of those network planning areas that they saw real opportunities in this to do better with the assets that we have.
The other thing that the local boards conveyed to me is their concern if you were to go with the reduced local board option, that it would put an impetus on those local board members to be full-time, and that may be a disincentive to getting wider participation from the community. Can you speak to that, please?
I can, and I have been speaking with the Remuneration Authority on this matter, though I don't think you're asking me this question, but I'll just say it. We can't, one of the considerations is not that we might make savings from the remuneration by having fewer, and I don't think that's what you're saying.
That is not what I'm asking.
Yeah. But is there an opportunity to make these more part-time potentially? The Remuneration Authority has given us an undertaking that they're taking a full review of Auckland Council's remuneration arrangements as part of their work.
I guess the question was more that was posed to me from the local boards, that if you are looking for wider representation, there will be people who can continue to work in their day jobs and give back to their community, but in this model, that may not have been, again, given sufficient weighting to.
We thought about it, but we couldn't give it any weighting. So there are real mixed views around this. Some people really value the ability for part-time people to participate because they bring other skills, they're business people, etc. Others thought it was really important that if we were scaling up the opportunities for local board, that there were more full-time members. What we have been thinking about is whether there could be, and I don't have an answer to this, but certainly the Remuneration Authority are looking at the job of representing Auckland and governing Auckland, and will consider whether there is, with whichever model you decide on, a need for different remuneration arrangements. There could be a need, for instance, to have 2 deputy chairs. As you know, the chairs are funded at a different rate than the deputies. than members. So there might be more opportunity with 12 members to break that up a little bit differently to spread the workload around.
I'm sorry to monopolise things, but my final question is this. Given that I came to this very enthusiastically about wanting to see a reduction in the number of local boards, having read the paper and heard the discussion today, and then tried to imagine how that would be translated to the public, I'm now feeling quite antagonistic towards it, given that we don't have to do this. If we don't do it now, we do have to do the next agenda item. When would the next opportunity be after this year and the consultation? When would the next opportunity be, given the complexity of the task?
Through the chair, you could do this at any time you like, but you will incur the additional costs of that and you won't be reaping the rewards. But if you wanted to do it in the most cost-effective way, you would do this again in 6 years.
But it could be done before 6 years, but there would be additional cost.
Yes.
Do you feel satisfied that we have all the information?
I feel satisfied that at this point you have the information and a good reason to go out to the public. I've also said I believe that we can make this simple enough for the public to understand. And that's probably as good as I can give you, Councillor, and you will get the opportunity, if you so wish, to workshop this material with us so that you've got the ability to make changes. And again, on the 27th of June, you could just say, actually, I don't like any of it and I don't want to consult.
So I felt a little bit concerned today that there's obviously been work put into what this consultation material might look like. I would have liked to have seen that before we make a decision on this today.
Yes, I can understand that you might be concerned. The reason why staff have started on it already is because a month is quite a tight time frame and we really wanted to make a go on doing those explainer bits. So whatever model you choose, if you go out with 15, we still have to explain what local boards and governing body do. It's those bits that we've been working on. I haven't been beavering away on 13 because, as you can see, it's not as well worked up as the others. So we've been working on the broadest concepts, what would the taglines be, etc. We needed to be ready to go.
Thank you.
Please, two more. Fully second crack and Ferry to sum up.
Kia ora. Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of questions were asked by others, and I appreciate the comprehensive questions that came from Councillor Fletcher as well. My one and only last question is, because you've repeated that the local boards don't feel supported in their timely advice, that they're dissatisfied with the quality advice that they've been getting, etc. So how many of the local boards that said that they were dissatisfied with the quality of the advice and support they were getting explicitly or expressly said that they felt the remedy to that problem was having fewer local boards and having larger potential mega local boards? How many local boards gave you that made that direct link between that problem and that remedy? Kia ora.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. I haven't done that analysis, but if you follow my reasoning, it's highly likely that that there weren't many, because there were only 3 who actually liked the idea of change.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Turkeys and Christmas. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So my questions, in the past we've had a breakdown of the subdivisions that would appear in the 15. Do you have a slide on that? Because I think that would be helpful for people to understand that subdivisions aspect. And
I don't. I'm really sorry.
Okay.
I took it out, but I can explain, if you can imagine. 2 boards of 7 and 7 would amalgamate, so that's 14 members over that area. The total number they could have would be 12. So there's a loss of 2. They can't have any more than 12. Can't have any less than 5. There were some, I think there were 7 and 6, so there would be a loss of 1. The greatest loss for any one local area was 2. But we have the ability to spread that 12 around, and we must evenly so that each of those 12, however we subdivide them, you might have them in 3 subdivisions, you might have them in 4, the numbers must equal, so the representation within each local area must remain even within that amalgamated area.
So, to give the example of Albert Eden Puketapapa, the subdivisions are currently, Albert Eden is divided into Mangfo and Oairaka, which have 4 each, and then that only leaves space for 4 more members from Puketapapa, which currently has 6. So the 2 lost members are proposed to be from 1 local board area, is that correct?
You can change the subdivisions.
If we're going out to consultation on the 15 model, what ability do we have? Isn't that going to be part of the model that we're consulting on?
Might just get Warwick to chip in here. We must, if we're going out on an amalgamated model, we must make the subdivisions within that board area even.
At the end of the whole process, we need to demonstrate to the Local Government Commission that there's community support for the reorganisation plan that we present to them. So we really do need to go out to the public with a reorganisation plan which shows the different local boards, shows what their subdivision arrangements are, the representation arrangements, the whole bang lot.
So we do need to go out with something that, at the moment, I understand shows 4, 4 and 4 for the Albert Eden Puketapapa Super Board, which would mean a loss of 2 elected members from 1 local board and a loss of no elected members from the other local board that would be amalgamated. Is that correct?
The concept is that you retain the representation in each of the original local boards by creating subdivisions in the amalgamated local boards. How many members in each subdivision depends on where you draw the boundaries between the subdivisions. If you draw the boundaries exactly to represent the original areas, which is, I think, is what you're getting at, then you can run into problems, like you were saying, because the original populations are not even.
Okay, thank you. My understanding is that's what we would put out for that ward anyway. So with the consultation material, so what impact will local boards be able to have on the consultation material before it comes to us on the 27th of June?
I wasn't intending to go back out to local boards with the consultation material. I do not have time nor staff resources. I just want to be really honest about that. So if you want to make, so I've already had feedback. Already feedback has been given. There was never any intention for local boards to have sign off on consultation material. That would be highly irregular and not what you've done with the LTP. But you, if you wish to, you can have, as I've said, a governing body workshop. And or you, if you want to take this back to Joint Governance Working Party, you could, where there are local board members.
Okay, so this has been a topic of some discussion at the Joint Governance Working Party about how much input the Working Party would have into the consultation material. And my recollection is that the discussions were that we wouldn't be able to do, there wasn't time for that. Is that correct?
We are really stretched for resources on this, and it is very detailed work.
Yeah.
Our intention was to bring it to governing body. If you want a workshop, I'm very happy to accommodate that. But it starts to impinge on the amount of time we have to actually make this simple.
Okay. On the timeframes then, so we would in theory have a governing body workshop sometime prior to the 27th of June. I'm assuming that probably needs to be at least 10 days prior to get agenda report sign-off. Is that correct?
I'm thinking somewhere in the middle of that 1 month period so that we've got time to prepare for the workshop and then you've got time to consider the material. Yes.
Okay. And then what date would the public consultation start on?
8th of July.
8th of July. So we would make a decision on the 27th of June on the consultation material.
Yes.
For it to go out on the 8th of July.
Yes.
What ability do we have in a meaningful sense to change that consultation material that comes to us on the 27th of June? Because that always works, Desley.
We're just trying to think through that the purpose of the workshop that we've just agreed to undertake with you would be to iron out on any of those last meetings, so I'm not really sure. Do you want another meeting after that, after you've signed it off?
No, I'm trying to understand. We've got some really difficult statutory timeframes to meet, which are not, not of your making at all. And I'm just trying to ascertain if this is actually a practical way forward, if we do end up in a situation of having a workshop and then, can we actually meaningfully make changes at that 27th June meeting?
I guess you could always do the bulk of it there, and if you've got some sticky issues, delegate it to the Joint Governance Working Party to make any final changes. But we really would have to limit those to very small things, because we've got to get out to the studio, get everything printed, all the, there's a lot to do in that period. So I just, I'm getting a bit, I do need to preserve some time for the staff to actually get the material prepared, because once you make the decision on the 27th, we've got 14 days to notify, which is a very tight window, given everything that needs to be printed and put together.
Yeah, and that is one of my concerns with the timeframes around this. So would it be possible, with the representation review work, which I know is the next item, but we are doing that consultation process anyway, would it be possible to put in with that consultation some higher level local board reorganisation type questions, rather than having to go for it's 15 or 21 and models with the level of detail we have now? Would it be possible to do that and then come back later with an actual proposal with a detailed model or more than one model for public consultation? So do it in 2 bites.
Are you talking about doing some of it for 2025 and some of it for 2028?
Potentially. Well, what would that be the implication? That we would be looking for a 2028 implementation if we were to do it in 2 bites?
Depending on what those 2 bites were and how quickly we could get, how small they were, how easy they were to resolve, you might need to take some of it to 2028. If there were really large things that you wanted to change, I would do my very best to get it done by 2025, but it depends on what it is.
So if we were to ask some questions along the lines of, do people feel that the local board structure as it stands lines up with communities of interest, stuff that doesn't draw lines on a map, if we were to ask that in July, we would not be able to do a reorganisation process for 2025, would we? We would have to wait for 2028 in terms of the timeframes.
We had intended in the consultation material to do some very high-level explainers, as you do, as we've always done, to explain in as simple terms as we can about things like communities of interest and how people feel connected to each other or don't. So there's the opportunity to set the conversation up well through the precursor material. The questions we ask, they do start off at kind of a high level, like if you like the analogy of a funnel. They start off with, do you think there should be change? Is that what we were thinking? Yeah, do you think there should be change? And then if so, what change? And if you like this, then this or this. More that style of questioning rather than kind of hitting people between the eyes with, do you like this model and do you like that model? It takes them through a little bit of a journey. So that at any point they can stop. At any point they can say why. In fact, we are asking people why. If you've said this, then why? So that we have the ability to bring back kind of insights for you as well as data. And if they don't want to answer all the questions, they don't have to. So that's as much as I can tell you about where we're at now. So depending on what you were thinking of, I don't know whether we can accommodate that sort of questioning absolutely within the timeline.
So
if you were to start really wanting to unpick, I wasn't intending that we should go out with 13 local board models. I had hoped that you might be able to decide on one if you were going to decide on any. I wouldn't like to get into too much detail, because it does then start to run the risk that we are confusing people.
Yep. And I think there might be a little bit of confusion around the table at the moment too. So, yeah, appreciate that. So can I just put this together, hopefully tidily, and just confirm that I've got this right? So, so the rest of the process, right? So we would get the consultation feedback on 15 or 21, and we would consider that and make a decision on, I think it was the something of September. Is that correct? And then that goes to the Local Government Commission. And when would we have an answer from the Local Government Commission on what the model will be?
I'm fairly sure the latest date they can make that decision is 11th of April, ahead of the election.
Okay, and then that has to be implemented for the 2025 general election, local election.
Yes.
That's
Indeed.
the 2026, the general.
Indeed, 2025 local election on the 11th of October.
Okay, and, sorry, Libby, I think you wanted to
I might
in.
just add to that, through our discussions with the Local Government Commission, the plan is to have the local board reorganisation decision before the decisions on the representation review. So potentially and hopefully we would have a decision on any local board reorganisation plan by January, and then those decisions would then influence the decisions in the representation review determination, if that's helpful at all.
Okay, and when does planning usually start for the elections?
I've started it already.
Yeah. Okay, and we would have to implement that model in time for the elections?
Yes, and we can. I've been talking with our electoral officer and our deputy electoral officer, and we can meet those timeframes.
Okay, so and I guess I just want to signal to people here, I'm potentially thinking about a foreshadowed amendment if the what's on the Chair's Rex fails. We could go out with the representation review consultation on the questions short of 15 versus 21 and or 13. We could do that, okay? But that would mean that it wouldn't take effect until, we couldn't take effect until 2028. That's correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That would be the earliest you could do it, and it would incur the costs of additional research and additional consultation.
But it would also potentially have the benefit of more community understanding and buy-in.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Oh, that's one. Horses have been flogged to death. I think that's the end of the questions, so you should escape while you can. There is now people will probably want in theory go to the debate, although the point is that we were wanting to actually ask the public. I just want to make the point, we have, this has not been a great advert for democracy the last hour, in my view. We have joint working groups to make some recommendations, and then we all start off and ask questions again. We may as well not have a joint working group, it must be everybody on everything. At some stage or other, we have a joint working group to make some recommendations. There's nothing preventing you to go to the joint working groups, even if you're not a member of them. So we'll never get anything done. I have a couple of people who want to speak, and that will no doubt become dozens. Can I have a mover and a seconder, first of all? No one wants to move it after all that. Well, I'll move the bloody thing. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor, so at least we've got something to talk about. And I've got down Councillor Newman and Baker wishing to speak. And no. Councillor Baker and the Deputy Mayor wishing.
Point of order, sorry, can we just clarify if we're going to vote in parts? Because I think there might be some different views on 13 and the other part.
Happy to take a vote on A, which is 1, 2, 3, and B. A is actually the recommendation of the working group, and B was the recommendation of the staff. So I'm happy. Is that okay, chairperson of the working group? I think that's what you had in mind. So I'm happy to do that. That's fair enough. And it does respect the fact that you ran a working group. Righto. If you, Councillor Baker, you've bided your time, and then Councillor Newman.
I just, firstly just acknowledge the work and the amount of work that Rose, Libby and the Warrigal have done on this. But I'm going to be voting against it, and I'm not voting against it because I do not want to take this out to the public. I just do not like what we are taking out to the public. And I've been consistent the whole way through that I think we have undercooked this. I was probably one of the people that Rose mentioned was someone wanting to look at this from a blank piece of paper. As she said, this has been in place. It was foisted upon the people of Auckland, this model, since 2010. And we have never looked at it in a meaningful way. All we're doing in this is tinkering. And we will not get, and Ken made some good points about how, you know, the issues that he has. My belief is we should be having a wider look. It's the same as the fairer funding. I reluctantly supported that because it was the best we were going to get, but I didn't agree with what we were doing because, again, we were just tinkering and we weren't having a meaningful look. I believe we owe it to the people of Auckland that we have a meaningful look, and I will go even further because, as has been evident today, as soon as we start looking at this sort of stuff, all we do is look at ourselves and look at our local boards. And so I don't think we should be doing this. I don't think we should be going out to the public because we are not doing enough and we are just tinkering. And so I'll be voting against everything that's on the screen because we need to give this far greater attention than we are.
Councillor Newman, please.
Actually, I didn't have my hand up to speak, but if you insist that I say something, it will be it will be a first. I mean, I'm going to vote for A. It's the recommendations of the Joint Governance Working Party. I have to say to you, Your Worship, when this goes out, and I need to state to you that neither of my local boards and my wards support this. A couple of my local board members from Hokura are here, and they will be very disappointed, I'm sure, with my vote. I had indicated that I would support a consultation on it. The reason why I'll support a consultation on it is that I think it will reveal the deficiencies of the proposal. And I say that respectfully to the staff because the staff, I think, have entered into this process professionally and in good faith. But I think, Your Worship, B is very unhelpful, and I won't be voting on B at all because that's not what I understood from my interpretation of the discussion at the Joint Governance Working Party. And there was a real reticence about 13, but we were told, well, we need to look at it because, you know, we've got to give some reflection to advice from council that we were receiving at the time. And I thought that we'd basically done that and discharged that exercise at the Joint Governance Working Party, which was mandated to look at this particular matter. So I don't support B, and if we're going to have a vote on B as separate, if I can just have my vote recorded against B. But, Your Worship, part of the issue has always been, for me, not so much the representation arrangements, it's been the funding model for the local... Yeah, I am struggling. I think that the issue around fairer funding has been the key for me, and I thought that we resolved that a couple of weeks ago. That, to me, is the big issue. And I come back to... I'm still struggling, yes, I am. So, if the matter is about organisational efficiency, and I'm told that I have to weigh that up equally to representation, well, that's a problem because for me, local board representation arrangements need to focus on achieving the localism first. And so if I do express disappointment about some of the advice, actually, is that I think it does overplay the sort of the value for money, cost savings arrangements that have been mooted in the report. But, Your Worship, I would hope, because I actually think that this is going to fail today. If it does fail, then it would be quite important for you to convene a joint meeting with the chairs of the local board and the governing body to reflect on how we ended up at a point where this matter is being discussed today, but we actually haven't heard from the local boards who I'm not sure if they were invited to come and speak to this item today,
No,
but we probably should. They were declined. Okay. Well, I'm not sure that was the right approach. Your Worship, we will almost certainly have to mend some fences after this, because whether or not this passes, our joint governance partners at the local boards will feel that this was a matter that is fundamental to their roles, but they were not adequately included as part of the consultation, as part of the debate for today. You have my support for A, but I think you should brace, because I'm not sure it will be enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For a person who didn't have their hand up, that was a good effort.
Only foreshadowed.
Councillor Dalton, I think everyone who's had a crack wants to have another crack again, so that we for those people who are waiting around to see whether we're going to debate later in the day about the stadium, I think you should go and get a sleeping bag. At this rate, the stadium will be built before we've got there. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Glad I'm at home sitting on my sofa. Sorry I can't be there. I've been unwell. I have always been a supporter of having a look at the number of local boards that we have, and that was both in terms of efficiencies and of possible savings. But this is it's been a huge amount of work already, and thank you to Rose, Libby and Warwick and the team for all the work that they've done. But I just don't know that this is in a good place to take out to the residents. I always support going up for consultation, but I am not comfortable on this one. If the People's Panel can't understand it, then how on earth are a community going to understand it from the consultation form? I support the work continuing, but I think we need to look at a longer time frame for it. It's still, regardless of all of the work that's being done, it's still sounding a bit loose. To take it out to Aucklanders to see what they've got to say. In regard to political working groups, this will always happen. Whenever we have a political working group and it's a big topic, everyone is going to weigh in on it. So I think we actually need to look at our own use of time and decide if we're better getting things to the whole governing body instead of some of the working groups, because we're all getting old here. So I won't be supporting it going out today. I don't think it's in the right place. I do always will support efficiencies in whatever area it is, but I'm not comfortable to send it out today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the efficiency of that, we'll move on to Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to acknowledge our staff that have put this together, but I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Baker in regards to the tinkering. We need more work done on this. I will not be supporting it going out for consultation. We have a precedent in regards to, and December the 14th is one precedent where we ended up agreeing to have all of the LTP go out for consultation, but then even before the process was finished, the ports lease was taken out. Here is, we need to now stop this from going out for consultation. It is not needed at this stage. The local boards in the Manukau ward have indicated to myself, and I have no doubt to Councillor Lotu fully, that this is not the way they want to go. They have spoken to their community. So I will be supporting the 12 local boards, 60% of the local boards, I will be supporting them. and to ensure that the status quo stays, which means it doesn't go out for consultation. Again, and also just want to acknowledge the work, Councillor Ferry, of yourself and Deputy Chair Member Handley in regards to the Joint Governance Working Party.
Thank
Kia
you,
ora,
Alf.
and I'll, Chair, I'll call for a division on A. Kia ora.
Okay, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. And I did want to indicate that I've put up a foreshadowed amendment which I've sent through to Sandra. The idea being that if this fails, and it looks like it may, then we could look at putting questions into the representation review consultation, which we have to do anyway. That would be those higher level questions, and then that could result in a process to look to 2028, come up with a model. So I've put that up as a foreshadowed. If anybody would like to think about seconding it, but we'll get to that if this loses. So, as has been mentioned many times, I've chaired the process that came up with these recommendations, and I now find myself in a very odd position of not feeling comfortable voting for them. I spoke when I was still wearing my working party hat, chair hat, about the context of how these resolutions came about, the fact that it was actually a number of very close votes. A lot of it had been debated back and forth over many months. We've had early engagement, and I want to pick up on Andy's points about the fact that we haven't really considered what real change could be. We've only considered 15 and 13 around current boundaries because that was what was necessary to meet the 2025 timeframe. We very early on worked out that there just wasn't time for implementation for any model other than one that matched up with existing boundaries and amalgamated some boards, which is one of the reasons we had such trouble with FO. One of the other things we discussed was how since amalgamation, there were communities of interest that had kind of grown around their local board. And I live in one of those, Puketapapa. Nobody even knew the word. Well, obviously, mana whenua probably did, but it certainly wasn't used by the community 14 years ago. And now it's the name of a sports club, and it's commonly referred to by schools and kids who do their pepeha. And so it has actually become a community of interest, and I would argue that FO is in a similar situation too, that has become a community of interest, and to amalgamate either of them then with another part would not do justice to that community of interest. I was earlier comfortable that we ask the public on this and that we go out to consultation. I did in the working party vote against some of these recommendations but lost those. But I now come without that hat on, and I've reflected on the fact I've had calls from both of my local board chairs, which is very unusual. They don't usually call me. We have decent relationship. I'm not trying to imply anything there, but they don't usually pick up the phone and say, hey, we really want you to take a position on this. In fact, I think this is the first time they've done that. And they were both very concerned about this going out to consultation, considering it to be underbaked. And I've come to agree with that view. For me, something needs to meet a really high bar of not being cooked enough, if you like, for us to not put it out to consultation. The only other thing I think I've voted not to put out to consultation from this seat was the port lease. And for me, that didn't reach the bar. That was something that I thought we just shouldn't consider, we shouldn't do. And I've actually come to the view that at this one is more of a timing issue. At this time, this doesn't meet the bar either, that we would be creating a lot of angst, a lot of expectations, a lot of confusion, and not actually come up with something that we could usefully implement for 2025 anyway. So we might as well take our time and do it more effectively and aim to 2028. So I will be opposing A. I was really disappointed to see B back up there, but I've already covered that. But I will also oppose B. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, as I've advocated to you, Mayor Wayne, and I advocated to former Mayor Phil Goff, and been rebuffed on both. You probably can't remember it, Mayor, but it was in our first sessions together. I favour taking a holistic approach on this, and I said this at the outset so I'm only on repeat here, because it hasn't quite got through yet, but I think it is now. I favour that more holistic review, and that is the review of the 2009 Local Government Auckland Council Act, the legislation. This, in my eyes, is a bit of a DIY sort of renovation without, taking the helicopter view. And I see that as, it doesn't need to be a big, Royal Commission again or anything like that. It can be a soft review, a joint review between Auckland Council and government. That's what I advocated for with Mayor Phil and yourself. I have become aware that the Department of Internal Affairs in Auckland has often discussed that in-house and not quite got to the point of recommending to the Minister of Local Government twice now of setting aside $1 million, plus or minus I think it was, to undertake a soft review. Now, I think that is the course to go. We're now, 15 years? 15 years since Rodney Hyde put that legislation across the line in the previous National Act coalition. And I keep remembering what the Royal Commission said that in part informed that legislation. Of course, the recommendations weren't taken up by that government in full. And there were two systemic problems that were identified, and that was community engagement was poor and regional integration was lacking. They were the two systemic problems. I think regional integration is well ahead now, but it does concern me that we have fallen behind on community engagement. And I'm not just talking about the numbers of people who submit to an LTP, and it's great success there. I'm talking about that true community engagement through participatory democracy models and localism. And the key is localism. So we haven't seen the evidence of that, the success or otherwise of the 2009 legislation, because we haven't looked. We haven't looked at those 15 years. And that's what is required of us, my view. And that's for the benefit of not just Aucklanders and Auckland Council, but I think it's to the benefit of the government, because they are faced with the suggestion from some elected members in the Parliament that there should be other amalgamations and unified authorities. Personally, I think the merits, from my experience, outweigh the disbenefits, but there's work to be done within that model. So surely that's what we should be looking at. And as I say, localism and participatory democracy, that is the direction of travel. When you look at a so-called local, boy, it has to be about 5 sets of inverted commas on each side of the L's, because I really struggle to see how a local board of 190,000 people, which is about the size of Tauranga, is a board in local proximity to its people. I just don't, it doesn't stack up for me, so it's nowhere there. So I won't be supporting this. I would hope that, I don't think it's for today, I would hope that we can start to have a much bigger conversation, a really positive conversation about reviewing the legislation, amending the legislation from a really good evidence base, and growing localism and democracy in Auckland, not just wrapping a bit of duct tape around it, as this is.
Okay, Councillor Simpson, this is a new record for a debate about something that's most unimportant, but still, who knows?
Thank you, Chair. I actually think it is very important. I am voting for everything today because I have a complete open mind. It's actually not what I think, and it's in some respects not what the local board elected members think. What we're voting on today is to ask the people of Auckland what they think, whether they think the current model or a slightly less or a lot less from a local board number perspective is right for them. I absolutely, in supporting this, my next big worry is what that consultation material looks like. So I want to have that workshop and I want to have it with local board members, certainly with chairs, and I want to talk to my local board to make sure that the material that goes out to Aucklanders is what I believe to be fair and accurate, talking about the advantages and disadvantages. If I don't like the material, and it gets to that point, I still have another vote. But right at this moment, I have the choice on whether to keep going down the path of asking Aucklanders how they feel they are represented at local board decision-making level with regards to numbers and numbers of local board members and areas. So from my perspective, Your Worship, I think my personal view is by saying no now, we're taking away that opportunity for Aucklanders, and I don't want to do that. I want to give them an opportunity. Now, you're a bit known for, Your Worship, throwing out some pretty interesting things that often winds people up and gets them to have their say. And I'm going back to that first budget on cultural stuff, and the second budget, the LTP budget, when you talked about the port, for example. What that does is it winds people up and gets them to have a say. And I potentially think that's what this is doing. So I want to see what Aucklanders have to say, and I'm not going to go to this with a closed mind. I am coming to this with an open mind and want to take it to the people of Auckland, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lee, what's on your mind?
Thank you. Of all the parties involved, the authors, if you like, created this council, probably the most credit should go for the best job to the Local Government Commission, who put together the wards and the local boards, and they did a good job, I believe. It wasn't easy, but what they came up with was robust and democratic, and it did work. And I'm afraid tinkering, I think you used that word, is what we are doing now, without the robustness that is required to make a good job of this, let alone the moral authority. If local boards are not happy with this, how credible is our consultation with the public, especially given our past record? So I agree with those members who consider that that this is underdone, that more work is required. Local boards, I believe, are important. If anything, they need to be powered up, not broken down, not downsized. Local boards are important in new communities. Auckland is growing. If the Local Government Commission considered 21 local boards was appropriate 14 years ago, if anything, we should be looking at more local boards if we're looking at local democracy, rather than some sweeping reform to say we've downsized the local boards, aren't we clever? No, not at all. I also object really to this B, especially when we talk about including the 13 local boards option on the basis of staff advice and analysis. Well, that's not perfect at all when they cite the Royal Commission as the authority for justifying 13 local boards. And I suspect as part of this consultation you get a choice of 21 status quo, 13 or maybe 15, and hopefully the powers that be will want people to vote for 15. Well, they shouldn't. They should be trying to keep the status quo, and if anything, with local communities, a diverse Auckland, we should be looking at more local boards to build the culture, the localism and democracy in those new areas. What people want, I believe, from this council and the local boards is more accountability, not less. More democracy, not less. And that local means local. not sub-regional. Local doesn't mean remote. It really does mean local, and therefore what we're doing here is moving away from that, and therefore I can't agree with it. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree with Mr Baker. I think we should start from a clean slate. I don't think we're speaking to the public to hear their views. We're giving them a predetermined couple of things to choose from. And also, it was suggested to me to attend the working group. I did attend and then I was told I couldn't speak. Thank you. So I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Bartley, please. Come on.
Man, I wish I could switch off, eh? I definitely am not supporting this. I'm doodling so that I don't end up crying, because what could eventuate from this is just heartbreaking for my ward and my communities, who will be overrun by the wards that are proposed to join it. You will not get diversity. You will not get the first Tongan chair of a local board. You will not get the first Pasifika woman on the governing body of Auckland, which took 2018 to make that happen, and it was my ward that brought that in. You won't get a Cook Islander, you won't get 3 Māori on your local board with what's proposed from this. So I definitely don't support this. I don't see diversity happening in what's proposed. I just see a loss of voice, a loss of local voice. And that's what our community's bought into with this whole super city, subsidiarity, more power to local boards, more power to local voice, and I don't see that happening here. And I don't support any of it for the reasons that Andy raised as well, the undercooked, but absolutely don't support, because I can see what's going to come out of it. My local board did not support this going up for public consultation anyway, so I'm in line with them there. But I just see people say to me, oh, why should I vote? I don't see anybody there that looks like me. We've come a long way from that. We have faces that reflect Auckland, and to do something like this with what could come out of it, those faces are not going to reflect the whole of our population from what I see out of this, and I don't support any of it.
That's fairly clear. Can we go to Councillor Foley, please?
Kia ora, Your Worship, and I just want to tautoko everything that Councillor Bartley has said. I don't think I could say it any better, so I'm not going to attempt to. But I did just want to say that I support everything Councillor Bartley said, Councillor Ferry, and also Councillor Baker. I just don't think we've had enough time. I agree with having a look at our super city. We've only been around for 14 years, and I don't think, and I agree with the staff, that our residents probably don't understand Auckland Council yet. But I don't think that means that we should rush into such a big decision either. And I agree with Councillor Baker that we need to spend a whole lot more time, maybe more resources, into, one, educating Aucklanders about what Auckland Council is, what our governance structures are, what our local boards do, and then, two, whether or not that is fit for purpose and into the future. But that's not going to happen in the next few months, so I'll also be voting against the entirety. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just trying to take a positive out of the last 4.5 hours on this item, and I guess the positive I have taken out of it is seems to be the rather belated recognition that the structure of the super city hasn't quite unfolded in the way that it was promised. And of course, we're a little late to the party in that respect, because right back in 2010, before the whole gig had kicked off, Professor Ian Shirley, who was the Pro-Vice-Chancellor of AUT University and a Professor of Public Policy, he made a couple of comments about the super city and about local boards. what he said about the super city more generally was, quote unquote, it ignores history, fails to connect in any meaningful way with the diverse populations and neighbourhoods of the region, and has established a corporate framework and process that will not gain the trust of ratepayers. That was his assessment before there'd been a single meeting. And as far as the local boards goes, he said the 21 local boards proposed will be toothless. The current prescriptions for these boards and the minimal allocation of support services makes it clear that the boards will be largely irrelevant in decision making. So he kind of went on to say that, you know, the new structure for Auckland really failed to address the distinct characteristics of Auckland, its population and its potential. That was back 14 years ago, and what we've seen over the intervening period of time is that slowly, well, maybe not so slowly, but certainly unravelling. So in that respect, it's been a little ironic that when we do start with something of some substance, not a review, goodness gracious me, it's not been a review of the place with the CCOs, but there's nothing to do with the council itself. We start with the poor old local boards. And to be honest, at the outset of this, I thought, I did, you know, surprisingly, I did look at it with quite an open mind. I thought, okay, we might have an arrangement here where these new mega boards, the people might at least be full-time, they may be paid a full salary, they maybe has to be a full-time job, and in a curious way it might be better. As this has kind of gone on, I've become more convinced that it's mainly driven probably, you know, with cost savings and bureaucratic convenience, to be honest. I see very little evidence of the kind of the whole communities of interest thing under the Local Government Act. And as a practical example, I looked at what they said from my local boards. I haven't really spoken to anyone in person there, but I managed to get hold of their feedback, and they're going to be the biggest mega board, Hibiscus and Bays and Upper Harbour. And Hibiscus and Bays said there's little commonalities between us and the Upper Harbour local boards, and Upper Harbour said no significant community of interest between the Hibiscus coast and the east and the western part of our board. It takes about an hour to drive between the two locations. That's how local it is. And that's an hour on a good day with the traffic flowing. So both of the ones that are getting put together supposedly don't want it. I'm sure it's not all self-interest, because some people are interested in taking on a more full-time role. So it wasn't just patent self-interest that was driving that. So I guess, you know, it's no surprise then when it comes to this option, I say, well, you know, it's not. To go out to the Auckland public, you already know what the Auckland public's going to say. You know, that's clear at least. As far as, you know, soldiering on, it'll be a bit like the Light Brigade if you continue down this track. There's not going to be support for this. It's even more confusing. You need a kind of PhD in local government to understand all the various moves and components to subdivisions and goodness knows what. They don't even understand the local boards and the wards. They don't even understand the ward they're in, and we're going out to complicate things even more after 14 less than impressive years in terms of what Professor Shirley was alluding to. So the kindest thing here is to nip this thing in the bud, not go out and get a proper review, as someone else was saying, of the whole gig, because it does need to be reviewed, it does need to be made better, rather than soldiering on in the forlorn hope that somehow our democratic representation is just going to come right, because it's not. It's not. In fact, if you go to certain parts of Auckland, and you only have to look at the Citizens Insight Monitoring Report that comes out every quarter of 3,000 Aucklanders over the year, a margin of error of plus or minus 1.8%. The percentage in trust in council decision making currently sits at 18%, 18%.
18%.
You don't need to go and ask them what they think of the way things are panning out. They tell us every quarter, if you look at that. Citizens Insight Monitoring Report.
Walker.
The percentage may well have gone down after today, but anyway, we're probably not surveying them tomorrow. I agree with the comments of many of my fellow councillors. I really don't think that we're in a position to go out with something that the officers may have given us a good shot, but we've already heard from them that they probably don't have the capacity to do what we would ask from them. So I think really we've missed the bus here. We've really missed the bus. So I'll be voting this down. If we are looking for savings, I think there are savings that we can find from efficiencies and in particular from effectiveness across local boards, and it's the quality of their decision making that's more important than anything, because then they find savings for them. And my experience of the local boards that I've engaged with, Upper Harbour and Hibiscus and Bays and many of the others, is they do a really good job in finding savings, and that potentially saves us many, many, many millions of dollars each year. So all power to the local boards. I think we should be giving them more effect, not the upshot of this, which will be less.
Righto, well, let's at least come up with something worthwhile. I've got to have an extension of time.
Happy to,
oh, good. Moved and seconded. I oppose an extension of time, personally.
Who's seconding? Who's going to second it?
Who's seconding an extension? No, you proposed it. You can't propose and second. Just give me a lecture about being good at local government. Right, all those in favour? Opposed? Aye. Williamson.
Oh, that's going to be...
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm a bit like Councillor Bartley and very close to tears, because I think I've spent the last 4.5 hours, if that's what John Watson's estimating, it seems like a lot longer, on something that I don't quite understand. We had a joint governance working party. I thought I heard at the very beginning it was passed quite a close vote of 7-5 to bring this to us. And yet I don't think I've heard anybody yet speak in favour other than Deputy Mayor. So I'd really like to hear from the 7 who voted to send this to us, that we could then consider it, rather than voting to send something to us and then not supporting it. That just doesn't make sense. It'd have been better to vote no, and we wouldn't have wasted the last, whatever, 4.5 hours. So could we please just hear from some of the Joint Governance Working Party people who voted for this? Because it looks like it's going to be lost by, well, so far it looks like Councillor, the Deputy Mayor, myself, and maybe the only 2 that will be voting this way.
Well, had it been 5-7 the other way, we probably would be voting in favour of it. But Councillor Hill, I don't know where those other 7 people are, because they're not all members of the council. Councillor Hills. And
oh no, it was largely just to say I came here pretty on the fence. One of the local boards in my ward is extremely opposed, and one of the local boards is extremely in favour. But I was just going to say, it is a shame that this is the first time we have really discussed this as a group, because it is an overwhelming majority that have spoken against. So right now, it would have been better to take it off the table and we had a good discussion together to understand what we were all thinking before we not wasted, but it's been 2.5 hours, but it has felt like 4.5 hours. But yeah, so I obviously, doesn't matter where I'm thinking, because an overwhelming number have voted for it. It's just a shame we didn't get a chance to discuss this prior to this meeting. Thanks.
Well, I did have a joint working party that you could have discussed it with. Councillor Leone.
Yeah, just to say that, yes, I am a member of the Joint Governance Working Group and party and agreed to bring it here. But I think, you know, it's always our role to keep an open mind right until it comes up to the governing body. So obviously what I have heard today, I am actually really concerned about a number of issues, including B, which I've already highlighted. And so I also won't be supporting this today. And I do believe that there will need to be some more work on it. I just want to also support the comments that were made by Councillor Bartley around diversity, because we know, and this was something that I did bring up in the debates that we had in the working group, was that we know that it's so difficult to get diversity onto our local boards. And so that has always been one of my huge and significant concerns, as you've said. Councillor Bartley's the first Pacifica woman to be a councillor. We've got the first Tongan chair of the local board there. You know, I'm the first Māori, Wahine Māori to be a councillor. And then I know that we have a number of chairs that Wahine Māori or Māori chairs that it's the first time that they have been in those roles. And if we continue to go down that path without actually having some kind of system in place which encourages diversity representation, which I don't think we've been able to achieve through this, to be fair. I think that, yes, we've reviewed it, we've looked at an alternative option because we felt we had to, because of a very specific time frame that we were told that we had. But as a council, I don't think we're doing a good enough job at actually making sure that our local boards on a long-term basis actually ensures that we have the representation that's required in our communities. And so that's another piece of work that I have clearly voiced ongoing. I mean, it's definitely not something that I'm just mentioning for the first time today. We, you know, Māori wards at a local board level hasn't been discussed because we know that it's not likely to have support around this governing body, which is a shame. Where in 2024 we've had a massive protest outside. We've got more than enough Māori living in the city that should be on every single local board. We should have Māori representation. But again, that wasn't included or looked at. You know, Māori have got all of the degrees and all of the masters in the world now to be able to have the skills to be able to be represented in the city. But again, it's not even looked at. Anyway, so those are just a few of my comments, which, as I say, I did bring up in the Joint Governance Working Group as well. So I won't be supporting this today. Kia ora.
Can we have 5 minutes before you vote on this?
I move the question be put.
Sandra with an R has asked for a 5-minute break before we vote on this. We've rushed it a bit now. We've only gone 2 hours on this. We're trying to see if we might be able to get a...
Point of order, your worship.
5 minutes there for those
the
people who
question
need to
be
go to the loo.
No,
eh?
you can't. I mean, the order of precedence is that a closure motion will now be put right now. You can't just adjourn.
Your worship, I was just putting that, we can agree to it and then adjourn for 5 minutes before we take the vote if you wish, but
You have to.
I don't know what we're having the 5-minute break for.
No. So
that's why I want the question to be put.
Councillor Fletcher has moved a procedural motion. It's been seconded by Councillor Lee. You must put it to the vote, and the motion is to put the matter under debate to the vote.
Okay, are we going to put this under the vote or are we going to wait 5 minutes?
So it was foreshadowed by Councillor Filipaina that he wanted a division.
No. So can I just clarify, please? We have to vote first on Councillor Fletcher's procedural motion. So put that and go on.
Right, all those in favour of Councillor Fletcher's procedural motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
No. Can you please record? It's actually, we're talking about democracy here and now we're shutting down the debate. It's amazing.
This has not been a great day for democracy, frankly. I think I had enough yeses that we are going to put the bloody thing, so I take that as being supported with 1 or 2. Righto, the next one is we're going to agree on the first part of this. We want to go ahead and ask the public what they think about this, which is A. All those in favour?
The
division was
Councillor Lee has called a division. Just to be clear, Councillor Filipaina asked for a division and then he withdrew that request, but we now have a request for a division from Councillor Lee.
You want a division on this, Councillor Lee? There we are. You've been overruled, Councillor Whoever that was.
Right, councillors, you are voting on clause A. Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Bartley.
No, I think the public's been wound up enough.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Hills.
No.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Leone.
Carl, no.
Councillor Newman.
I'm going to go with the crowd and say no.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Definitely for.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
For.
Mayor Brown.
Oh, 4.
So that is lost.
That's all right then. That's good.
16 votes to 5.
Bad luck, public. We don't want to know.
So now you have to put clause B.
Clause B, I take it that, do you want a division on clause B, Mr Lee, or do you think you might have the numbers without having to go to this?
You can just put it to the vote. We haven't had a request for a division.
Okay, all those in favour of B, please say aye. Aye. All those against, please say no.
No.
Hey, after only several hours, we've decided that we're not going to talk to the public. Thank you for that. Now we'll have 5 minutes. And we're going to get on to something really important next time, which is the local board.
Point of order, sorry, can we just clarify what happens with the foreshadowed? I'm quite happy for us to take a break before the foreshadowed.
Okay.
So should we take the break anyway?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
work that out.
5 minutes.
Okay.
You
5
could,
minute
you
break.
could include that in the next one. I think it might be better because technically it's been voted down, so we can't do it.
We open the meeting on item 15, which is the review of representation arrangements for the 2025 elections initial proposal. There have been please don't explain it to us. That didn't help.
We weren't intending to do a presentation.
I'm happy to speak to this.
Councillor Ferry has led this as well, and as a result of this, there's been a couple of slight modifications to the proposed to the recommendation, and they sound sensible enough to me. So, Councillor Ferry, would just like to run through those two. The couple at the bottom is a G from Councillor Ferry, and there's an H from Councillor Darby. They both look quite sound to me, which is probably going to be the kiss of death for them, but and I believe there's also some discussion about the Golan Heights.
So, do you want me to just explain what's happened? So there was a foreshadowed amendment that Councillor Fletcher had also seconded, which was effectively G. It does fit more naturally under item 15, so we've just agreed to put it there instead. And that's the one that I spoke to when I spoke in debate in regard to still asking some questions in that consultation process that we're doing anyway, with a view to a potential reorganisation process further down the line for 2028. So that's the point of G, and H is Mr Darby's, so I'll leave that now.
Proposed and seconded. Just tell us what you got there.
I think rather than fill the space up with a lot more words, I think, as I said before, and as I've run past you, Mayor, and I think it has your support, so I'm happy to just proceed.
Okay. I hope I haven't killed it off. Questions, please, not long rambling speeches of the two people at the front there. No questions, bloody good. It's been proposed by Councillor Ferry and seconded by Councillor Darby, the entire thing. So you can leave because no one's got any questions for you, so run while you can. We're going into debate now. If there's anyone's got any debate.
I've put up an amendment to one of those, Mr Mayor.
Another amendment?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that one. Where's that one?
It occurs at recommendation B, jeepers, what is this? B1 Big B. Francis Bigby, train spotter. B1 Big B.
The Bayview and Unsworth Heights will be transferred from Albany into North Shore Ward.
So they've removed B1 Heights and
replaced So Bayview area, which will be transferred from the Albany Ward into the North Shore Ward, taking out Unsworth Heights.
No. Unsworth Heights, the Golan Heights of North Shore.
Yep.
Have you got a seconder for that?
Yes.
Yeah. The Albanians don't want the Unsworth Heights coming aboard or losing them. You don't want to lose them or gain them? I'm not sure.
I don't want to lose them.
Councillor Simpson has a question.
Councillor Simpson has a question about this. Where is
Not about
Unsworth
this,
Heights?
No, not about Unsworth, but about
the flag's in the way.
Just ask Warwick if he has any comments.
What was that?
Just ask Warwick if he has any.
I've got a question for staff on the item, not about Unsworth.
All right. There's a question.
I thought you just want. So I can ask my question.
Well, just hold for a second. We're just going to have. We're talking about Unsworth Heights, which is apparently not going to go to North Shore. I know nothing about. I don't even know where Unsworth Heights is, to be honest. So
Thank you.
That's my question.
Yeah, just to give a bit of context, this paper today is to put to you what we propose to bring to you in June for your formal adoption of the council's initial proposal. So that what has to happen today is to let us know if there's anything in here that you don't agree with, so that we might be able to talk further with you offline and develop it up for June. So thank you to Councillor Watson for raising an issue there. The explanation for why Bayview and Unsworth Heights areas is we're proposing should be transferred from Albany into North Shore Ward is because the North Shore Wood has a variance, what we call a variance of minus 13.82%, whereas the legal minimum is 10%. Now, the legislation says that the council can decide to not comply with the 10% rule if complying would split communities of interest or join communities that don't have anything in common. So in preparation for the paper that we bring in June, I can have some more discussions with Councillors Walker and Watson as to what they consider to be the rationale for saying that we need to make a decision to not comply.
Votes in Unsworth Heights, I presume, will have something to do with that. How many rallies you got there?
Good votes all over, Mr Mayor.
I'm sure there
popular.
are.
Yes.
So we need to, the report's pretty full, but it does say that we need to confine the things that we take into account into two key things. The first thing is the effective representation of communities of interest, and the second thing is what's called the fair representation requirement, which is this 10% thing around the variance.
So to be clear, Warwick, there's no problem with the amendment. You'll work through it over the next month and it'll be considered in the final advice to Council in June.
No, I'm just signalling there has to be that rationale.
Yes.
That convince all of Councillor Watson's colleagues here that by not going with this proposal, that it's necessary to not go with it in order to avoid damaging communities of interest.
Okay, Councillor Simpson, then Councillor Williamson, then Councillor Newman, then Councillor Watson.
This is a question, Your Worship, through you, please. So in the areas which will change, for example, the Orake ward and the Orake local board area are different. So potentially there are 3 suburbs that will change. My question to you is, are we going to concentrate on consultation in the areas that have change?
We can do additional little bits and pieces if that would help.
Well, I just think when, people potentially, they'll wake up on election day and think, well, hold on, that's different. Yeah.
I'll come back to you on what we plan for those areas, Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Bit of a question here, because if we take Unsworth Heights out of that, does that muck up your 10% thing or not?
It does, yes it does, but there may well be a reason, and if we can come back in June with that taken out and a valid reason for taking it out, then that's okay.
So you can actually live with Unsworth Heights not being shifted, is that what you're saying?
Yes, it might be better to perhaps couch it in terms of that we further investigate the proposal to transfer Bayview and Unsworth Heights from Albany Ward into North Shore Ward, and I can have offline discussions with the councillors about what they see to be the issues there.
I'm at a bit of an impasse here. Either I'll have to, well, if you can negotiate your way out of that, we'll just leave Unsworth Heights out at the moment.
Yes.
Okay, otherwise we're going to have to vote on it, and we'll be voting whether Unsworth Heights goes in or out, an area which most of us don't know even where it is. seems a bit an odd way to do.
Through the chair, you can do that next month.
Beg your pardon?
You can do that, make that decision about in or out next month. We're happy to investigate it and come back to you.
Okay, so
I think we need to ask councillors Watson and Walker whether they want to go ahead with their amendment or not.
okay, so I'm getting advice here, and so is it, do you want to go ahead with your amendment and vote on it, or are you just going to ask that Warwick looks into it?
So I think Meredith's just come up with a good
Compromise.
Recommendation here that we note that staff will work with exactly what Warwick was saying, work with the ward councillors to
review Unsworth Heights.
To review Unsworth Heights, because there's other matters I could be speaking to here, but I don't necessarily want to take up that time if we can work through it, and then if need be, deal to it or then vote on
so
it.
we've noted that you have concerns of that. They're going to work through and try and get around it, and then we'll leave it as it is, and we'll vote on the whole thing.
We'll put the noting that we're going to do that.
We'll add in that council are noting the concerns of Watson and Walker. Okay, happy with that. It's as messy as we get, but that sounds as though they can work with it, and it looks as though it's got the nod from our legal advice.
So the amendment is withdrawn?
Amendment just has and council will
and noting,
staff will work
that staff will work with the Albany ward councillors to
review Unsworth
to review the position of Unsworth Heights.
Okay, right.
So it's not withdrawn.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Your Worship?
The amendment's not withdrawn.
I specifically don't want that amendment withdrawn, because the problem is that if that amendment is withdrawn, then, as I understand it, scroll up, B, if the officers could just scroll up on the screen so that we could see B. Oh, for fuck's sake. Could I? Thank you. The issue is that the amendment helpfully addressed a problem here at B for those of us who don't support what John Gillan sought to achieve through the Joint Governance Working Party. Because I don't support changing the census area unit, the mesh blocks, to take Bayview and Unsworth Heights from the North Shore ward to the Albany ward. I think that there are quite strong communities of interest with the current arrangements whereby, from Bayview and Unsworth Heights, which are currently in the Albany ward, going to North Shore ward, which I don't support. And so the amendment is a helpful replacement to achieve, I thought, what which was trying to achieve in the first place, but which was all mucked up with the Joint Governance Working Party. If that amendment is withdrawn, then we are asked to support in principle the proposal, which includes the transfer of those communities from Albany to North Shore. And I would like to stop. I don't want to express my in principle support, so I would actually like the amendment to be voted on and to be agreed, so that can be by way of replacement, and therefore I can support B. But if it's withdrawn, then I can't support B in the officer's report, because I don't want to see Bayview and Unsworth Heights go to the North Shore ward. There is a way for this to be addressed. It is to simply ask the Local Government Commission to accept that the North Shore ward will be slightly lower than the plus or minus 10%, but there is a good reason for that. It's communities of interest, which the Local Government Commission may well support. But I just don't understand why it is that we would withdraw this, because the amendment actually helpfully resolved a matter which a number of us want to achieve anyway. John and Wayne, can you put your amendment up there so we can vote that in?
Okay, if you want to put it up, we'll come back to it. I mean, I haven't had the chance to explain to the members that it's, so we're fine with Bayview, that's fine. The issues with Unsworth Heights, where is a big block which actually remains in the Upper Harbour Local Board. So it stays in the Upper Harbour Local Board. In fact, it goes into a little bit into the North Shore, whereas when it comes to the ward, then it takes out that, it goes to the North Shore. So this area becomes in the Upper Harbour Local Board area for the Auckland Council, but in the North Shore Ward area. And the boundary line, which is Sunset Road, which is a big ridge, over there's North Shore, and down there's Albany, that gets completely ignored, and the line goes right round like that. It makes no sense. It's community of interest on the other side, so you have a different arrangement for the local board than you do for the ward. And if that does, it completely negates the communities of interest. And if it doesn't need to happen, then it shouldn't happen. That's the simple fact of the matter. And it doesn't need to happen. So we're fine with the other one. That makes sense. That goes to North Shore. Unsworth Heights doesn't make any sense at all. It splits its community of interest. You change the natural boundary that they have altered for the local board, but not the ward. So it doesn't make any sense. It's incredibly confusing for the people involved, and it completely cuts across the communities of interest.
Okay. Well, I've just been asked by Sandra Lanara that we adjourn for a couple of minutes while she ducks around and see exactly what procedural things we're voting on here at the moment, because we're a bit confused.
Okay.
I have a look on board. Unsworth Heights are the lucky people who look over the Albany sewage ponds.
Will you be taking those new amendments separately so that if we don't support them, we can vote against them?
Your Worship, Councillor Watson mentioned that the reason he was proposing this was because it splits communities of interest. That's really what we need to know. So we can go with that amendment if there is a valid community of interest reason for doing what he wants to do. So I can work with him on that and come back with something for. Yes.
We're just clarifying it now that captures what I said and what Warwick's just said.
Correct.
That I can see, I can look at that.
That's a moved and seconded amendment. We've had a discussion on it. And absolutely questions solely about the amendment, please.
Did you say just question at this time, Mayor? Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting a bit confused here. So I'm hearing that you're going to talk to the the Albany councillors, but there's no suggestion of talking to the North Shore Ward councillors. So this is actually a cross-boundary question, right? Yep. So please, and it's not just the councillors, it's probably the local board chairs as well. That's important.
No.
Now, on the communities of interest, when you come back, I think that's the most important thing. I think it's important to identify how Unsworth residential abuts residential. It only abuts residential to the south. There is a severance to the north of State Highway 18, and then you come to the water care plant, the ponds, etc., and light industrial. So I would like to understand how the geographical features of State Highway 18, which is pretty impermeable, and the different zonings either strengthen or weaken the community of interest. So that's my question for further work. And Warwick, I think that's the sort of thing you'd be doing anyway.
And that's the sort of thing we need to discuss offline. I think we can't do it here.
The amendment is fine by staff. We can work with that.
But I think it is important, while the Albany councillors might have an interest in the staff talking to them, this is a North Shore, it is an Upper Harbour local board, and it is a Kaipatiki local board issue. You know, if we don't collaborate on these things, then we will end up with a 4.5-hour meeting on the next item, next time we discuss this item, as we did the last time.
Councillor, I think the amendment's fine. We will make sure that the related parties are spoken to and that the analysis about communities of interest and other geographical and other features form part of the advice when we come back in June.
I had a question. Yes. So I guess the question for me is, did this come just from John Gillen, or was this from the working group, the evident, you know, that, because to Councillor Watson's questions around ward versus local board, in the local board feedback, they talk about moving into the local board, not about the ward. And so if that is actually not even possible, why are we just discussing it? Is that what it would align with?
So the community of interest call is already made for the local board. It's staying as it is, Sunset Road. In fact, it's going a little bit into taking out a few anomalies along Sunset Road. So that call has already been made for the Upper Harbour local board at their request.
Oh, so
can I just clarify, you asked about the Joint Governance Working Party resolutions?
I don't have a view either way. I'm just wanting to know why this came, you know,
yes,
how it
so this was raised by the North Local Board Cluster representative, who is also the chair of Kaipatiki, and it was a 6-6 vote. And then I passed it on my casting vote and explained that I treat my casting vote differently from my substantive vote. I actually agree with the points that Councillor Watson was making on the substantive, but with my casting vote as a chair, I always vote for the more open process, which was to bring it here. So fair to say it was not, you know, it was a split vote.
But I'm just trying to ascertain what Councillor Watson has said. The only request came from the local board to move it into the local board. If that can't happen, then this is a moot point, really.
Your Worship, I can perhaps clarify. There was a separate discussion about local board areas. This is not about this. This is about the ward. So as staff, we came to the Joint Governance Working Party. We pointed out that the variance was over the 10%. We put up, I think, about 3 different ways of addressing that and correcting it. And there was discussion at the Joint Governance Working Party as to which was the best option, and we settled on that. Now, the other aspect to do with local board boundaries and some of Unsworth Heights going to Kaipatiki, that was in the discussion about reorganisation of local boards. That can't happen under a representation review.
Deputy Mayor Simpson has a question specifically about the amendment.
Thanks, Your Worship. Warwick, this one's to you. So I'm ambivalent on the amendment, if I was honest, but this, for me, is very similar to Ōrākei. So why would your advice be not to leave things as they are and wait for consultation to come back? Because it's exactly the same. Does that mean I've got to put up an amendment for my one as well? Or I just don't understand what makes this one different to mine.
We're not consulting in the sense of what do people think and what would they suggest as answers. We're saying this is what the council is proposing. We need to go out with a proposal. And the proposal's in front of you. And Councillor Watson has taken issue with one of the bits of the proposal.
That's my question. So the councillor wants to change the proposal before it goes out to consultation, and I you know, that's fine. I don't really have a view one way or the other. You know, I'll take the councillors for the area's perspective. But are you saying now that we all have a chance to change the proposal before it goes out to consultation?
Yes, theoretically, but
because I've got the same.
The governing body referred. Yes, so the governing body referred this to the Joint Governance Working Party. There's been a lot of discussion at Joint Governance Working Party. What we're reporting back to you now is as a result of the discussions at Joint Governance Working Party, and also considerable consultation with local boards. Like in their March meetings, there was a formal report to every local board about these matters. Now, I know that the issue with the wards and the isthmus is controversial. I know what you're referring to. So the suggestion at the moment, and this was put before a councillor workshop and there was majority support for it, is that with the statistics the way they are now, we're in a position to go back to 2019 days and realign all of the wards in the isthmus with local board boundaries. At the moment, they're unaligned, and we're just experiencing now the possibility that there will be some misalignment in North Shore. But I know that there is a view that people don't want that alignment to occur in the isthmus.
The amendment allows you to actually come back and say that, no, it should shift if you had a good reason for it, so I think we can live with that. So we'll go back and I'm going to put that amendment, because otherwise we'll never get home. So all those in favour of the amendment from Walker and Wattsman, please say aye.
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 The contrary, and anybody, what's the other one, abstain? I'll abstain, I don't even know where it is, so I'm not going to vote on this. But I'm going with what you're going to do, so that's in there. So the major thing now is the substantive recommendation in plus G and H. Okay? Now I'll take questions on G and H, because we've already had some questions on the substantive one and they left and got dragged back because we went to the Golden Heights. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I have two questions for the officers. One is really following on from Councillor Simpson, and that is that if there are matters, I'm assuming that we can come and speak to you prior to this being formalised, and I would like to be able to do that. But if you can just respond formally on that, because I'm happy to come and spend a bit of time with you.
Yes.
Thank you. The second thing is the concern that I've had that we perpetuate the complications in the public's mind about what the role of local boards vis-a-vis the role of the governing body by the continuation of trying to move everyone into a ward type situation. And with great respect, Phil knows how I feel about this. There is a tendency by officers to say, oh, well, this is your ward, so you go and do this in it, rather than what was intended by the legislation, that we are councillors, all of us, at large. We are regional councillors, but we don't always reflect that in the way that we operate in this chamber. And also because it is encouraged by officers to stick to ward-based issues, which I personally think is a flaw in our current system. What advice, I wasn't on the working party, but what advice did you offer on this issue? Because this is the opportunity, if we wanted to go down the track of encouraging that notion of being regional councillors, what can we do to strengthen the situation? Because I'm quite unhappy with the status quo. We don't, as often as we should, deal with things as regionally as we should.
Through you, Your Worship, just for clarification, are you talking about election at large?
Well, I want to know whether it was a matter for consideration. Obviously, that was one option, to look at the election of members at large, as the Royal Commission had suggested. There might have been others. I'm just wanting to put my vote behind a more effective council chamber that will genuinely mean that we are acting as regional councillors.
Thank you. The question of whether members are elected at large or by ward is certainly part of the representation review process, and it certainly was discussed at the Joint Governance Working Party. We've set out a bullet list type of reasons for and against in the report, and they don't really reflect the discussion. There was quite a bit of discussion about the pros and cons of that large. We also had the view that the rural areas needed representation, which meant that there needed to be wards of at least the size of the rural areas, which gives you 20 ward councillors. To have at-large councillors would mean as well, which makes for a very large governing body, and other reasons that speak to the disadvantages of having at-large councillors are things like by-election costs. It's the whole region, it's over $1 million to hold a by-election and so on. In terms of how ward-based councillors work together, work with their local boards, work regionally, that's more a matter of the mechanics of how you work together. That can be looked at, but it's not part of the representation review process.
Well, I just highlight it again,
Yes.
because Phil Wilson is well aware of my concern on this. And I would have thought that this were an opportunity that we could try and strengthen that in some way. And it would appear that the only way that it is within the paper as I've read it would be that we had some councillors elected at large, but I don't want to delay. This isn't quite an important issue, and I don't want to delay what is a lengthy agenda. But I want to continue to express concern on this, and I also want to express a little bit of concern about the 2 ward councillors per ward, because in some ways it can work a little as within Parliament. You have some councillors elected on lists, and you have some from electorates, and again that creates a bit of confusion. And I don't always feel comfortable that we've given real consideration to that. And Julie and I were very effectively together, but the intention of the legislation, the initial stage, was that the workload would be split between the 2, whereas in actual fact the public tend to write to us both, and you end up with this enormous constituency rather than seeing it as a split situation. So I wondered whether that had consideration and whether you had further reflections on it.
Double member wards was an issue at the last time we did the representation review. You'll remember we actually went out to the public on the prospect of splitting the Manukau ward, and there were submissions saying, well, how about Albert Eden as well? But there hasn't been that sort of discussion this time round. Maybe Councillor Ferry remembers discussion, I don't remember, but I don't think we talked in any depth about the difference between single member and double member wards.
No, I think we, through the chair, I think we were very focused on, there was some initial discussion sort of testing whether there was much appetite for change generally around, did we want to look at fewer wards at large, single member, blah, blah, blah. And there just wasn't really that much appetite to seek much change from the current structure. So it wasn't really pursued much further. I think at one point Councillor Henderson might have waved a flag about single member, but we pretty quickly, there wasn't a lot of appetite to do work in that direction, and mindful of the capacity of staff and the local board reorganisation process potentially soaking up all of that capacity, it wasn't pursued further. I think that's fair. Yeah.
I think item H allows for that to be expanded into covering off the things you've raised there, Councillor. Can we look for something bigger? Okay, we've got Williamson, Lee, Henderson. I'm going to put the vote. Okay, so after Williamson, got anything to?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've got a question of both officials and then a question of you. I'm asking about D2, the Howick Local Board. You're suggesting for some reason that we go to yet one more subdivision than the 3 we've already got. I sort of almost can live with that, although I have to say that travel distances around are nothing like Councillor Baker's or Councillor Sayers' wards, the big rural areas. But what I cannot live with and what I don't understand, and I listened to that great philosopher, Mayor Brown, say, we've got too many politicians in the city, way too many. We've got more than Wellington's got for the whole country. And yet we're proposing here that we increase the number of local board members for the same area from 9 up to 11. Can I ask you, first of all, why that is?
There is a problem with the Howick Local Board subdivisions. The Botany subdivision variance is 34.2%, whereas the limit is 10%. And the Local Government Commission staff have pointed out to us that that needs to be addressed this time round. We went to the Howick Local Board workshops and we presented 3 or 4 different ways of addressing that to them. One of the ways of addressing that problem is to increase the number of members by 2. That was the option that was favoured by the local board itself, and it also went out to the public, had a number of public sessions, consultation sessions as to which would be the best way of arranging subdivisions, and what is being presented to you here is what the local board has come back to us with as their preferred option.
Okay, well, I must be mixing in the wrong circles, because everybody I talk to out here says, why have we got so many politicians? Why is there 9 on our local board? Why is there 150 or 60, what it is for the council? And why, if you guys are trying to save money, aren't you trying to reduce that number? I've argued we should be reducing that number. I thought the last paper had some real merit, but it obviously got blown away. I just literally do not understand why we wouldn't then say, okay, you do need to go to another subdivision. Why not make it 2, 2, 1 and 2 and have 7 people on the local board?
It would then, Howick being the largest board, Councillor Williamson would then be the largest board with few members compared to other boards of that size. It's comparative to the other local boards and the number of members that they have and the size of them. Appreciate your views. This is what the local board wanted.
If you talk to the Institute of Directors, they will tell you that any board above 9, in fact, they suggest a board of 7 is a proper working size board for a company or an entity. Any board above 9 becomes unmanageable, and we're now going to take it from 9 up to 11. So I guess my final question has to be to the Mayor. Can we at least have a vote put so that I need to record my vote against D2?
Well, good on you. I mean, I believe the answer is that they're trying to start a Howick soccer team. They have 11 apparently. That's the most rational excuse I've ever heard for it. But I would say, you know, pity they don't do netball, which only has 5. 7, oh well. Councillor Lee, even that's got bigger than it was. Councillor Lee, we're going to have more people in Waiheke, I think, not enough.
Mr Mayor, what I want to say would probably be more suited to a committee rather than the governing body at this time and at this time of day. So I will support the recommendations and forego the right to speak. Thank you.
Good on you. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. Actually, party pooper, I do have a brief comment that we can come back to after the staff have stepped away. It's only 20 seconds, Mayor. I promise.
Have it now while they're getting up.
Okay. Look, I just wanted to tautoko Councillor Fletcher publicly on that. Single member wards are the right thing to do, in my view. Honestly, some of my colleagues are laughing or banging their heads because I brought this up in joint governance quite a few times. Yeah, look, Councillor Fletcher's nailed it. Ken and I get the same email all the time, and we've got to be relied upon to sort it between us. And it sort of sometimes leads to situations where I'll meet the resident in the morning and he'll meet them in the afternoon, and vice versa. And sometimes residents twig on it, and they sort of pick their person. There's this kind of stuff that happens, right? We shouldn't be doing that. We should be just going to one single member wards. The other thing is that I believe there are really different relationships when you're a councillor representing 80 or 90k versus 160k, which is what I represent. And in reality, we've got to go all the way out to Piha, 45-minute drive from coast to coast. It's a huge ward with really diverse needs and a massive population. It's not workable, and we need to look at it. So I know no one agrees with me, but I just wanted to throw it out there for the record. Thanks, Mayor.
I agree with you. I'm absolutely sure. I agree with at the moment I'm prepared to agree with everybody. So we put this to a vote then. Okay, all those in favour of the full recommendation, including the various bits that have been added in, please say aye. Aye. Those who are opposing it, please say no.
No.
Right, that's good.
I'd like mine recorded, thanks.
So Councillor Williamson and Councillor Stewart are recording their votes against clause D2. Councillor Fletcher, you're recording yours against?
It's about the ward, 20 ward councillor.
And I'm recording mine against G.
Okay, very good indeed. I think that allows me to move to the next thing.
Thank you.
No, it was me against D2. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Thank you very much to the staff who supported those two items and the Joint Governance Working Party. It's really great to get that all tidied up. Thank you.
Okay, we've now got one with the amazing title of the allocation of decision-making responsibilities for the non-regulatory activities of Auckland Council. This apparently is quite a meaningful thing, although I'd failed it. So I welcome to the stand. What's her name? Christy. Who tried to explain this to me yesterday. Christy McFadgen, Acting Principal Advisor of Governance Strategy.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Christy. This item seeks adoption of the allocation of decision-making responsibility for non-regulatory activities between the governing body and local boards. So just to set some context, Auckland Council has 3 sources of decision-making powers, which are set out on the slide there. The Local Government Auckland Council Act sets out a class of decisions that the governing body makes and a class of decisions that local boards make. And it's common in practice for many of these powers to be delegated, for example, to staff committees or local boards. And when powers are delegated, the overall responsibility remains with the person who has delegated the power. So delegations are subject to limits or controls such as caps on financial authority, and this also means that the person who delegated the power can retain the decision and make it themselves. And finally, there's a class of decisions, non-regulatory decisions, that the governing body must allocate to either itself or to local boards. And the power for these rests with the decision maker, so this means that the governing body can't retain a decision of the local boards. Allocated decision making is set out in what's referred to as the allocation table, and this is what we're discussing today. So the allocation table has been routinely reviewed as part of the LTP process, but changes to decision-making responsibilities can be made at any time. They're not constrained by this process via a new allocation decision or delegation to local boards. So where responsibility rests for allocated decision making depends on the nature of the decision being made. The overarching intent of the allocation table is to empower local boards to make decisions that reflect their diverse communities while ensuring that the governing body can make decisions regionally that better promote the well-being of communities across Auckland. And because of the broad range of activities and the nuances within those, the allocation table is intended to be applied on a case-by-case basis, with it used as a starting point and interpreted according to the principles of it. So following an assessment of the current allocation table, as well as formal and informal feedback from both elected members and staff, we identified 2 key objectives for the review, which is set out on the slide. And while substantive changes to allocated decision-making aren't proposed, we've identified some further work needed to strengthen the ability of staff to understand and apply it in practice, as well as to investigate some proposals for increased decision-making. These are set out in more detail in the report and attachment C. And it includes things such as developing guidance for the allocation table. So just as an example of the need to strengthen how we give effect to allocated decision-making in practice, I just wanted to very briefly touch on the recently rectified process for decision-making over stormwater activities in relation to local parks activities. So decision-making for stormwater, flood resilience and water quality activities sits with the governing body for coordination and consistency. And this remains the same regardless of how the land is held, either as a regional or local asset. But we've had a situation where local boards allocated decision-making responsibilities for use of and activities within local parks has been interpreted broadly by staff to include stormwater activities on local parks. So this means that the land use consents process has been used by staff to take these decisions in accordance with the local board delegation protocols, and local boards have in some circumstances been retaining the delegation as the landowner, but this doesn't actually align with the LGACA. So the process has been rectified accordingly, and in process this means that local boards will still be consulted for their views on these proposals. They just won't be able to call in the decision. So local boards felt a sense of loss with the rectification in that process, but they were supportive of us reviewing it in 6 months' time with them to assess any issues. So the key next steps are set out on the slide there, and I'll leave it there and happy to take any questions.
Movender and a seconder for this.
Andy Baker.
Andy. Turner. In favour. Aye. Contrary. Carried. Item 17, update on the local government election Maori wards and Maori constituencies. This should go on for several hours.
Through the chair, do you...
Rose, come back
Yep.
briefly. Explain the point here. We're saving money. Is that right?
Yes, Your Worship. We're trying to get a delegation from you. In fact, we have put in a pro forma submission on this bill, which defies an acronym. If you had an acronym, it would be LGEG AMWAM CAB. It is very simply reinstating the poll provisions that require council to undertake a poll before it makes a decision on Māori seats, and reintroduces the ability for a group of 5% of voters to demand a binding poll on whether to have Māori seats. Staff consider that this takes away the ability for council to make its own decision after consulting with Māori and the general public, Auckland Council should retain the right to make its own choices. This is the first of two reasons why Auckland Council should oppose the reinstatement of the poll provisions. The second reason is that there are significant costs to holding a poll of Auckland electors. If a standalone poll were to be held, it would cost $3.5 million, which is not something we have budgeted for. On holding a submission, our holding submission, notes this point. We've asked for the right to speak, which gives us the opportunity to develop the submission further. We now have been contacted today to see what time on Tuesday we would like for our speaking slot. So this may bear out in who you would like to support speaking to the submission. Just to point out too that the cost of consulting Māori and the general public ahead of a representation review, which is what we do now, only costs us $170,000. So to limit the risk of the cost being imposed on council, we should submit that if the poll provisions are retained, if government does go ahead with the poll provisions, that they should be amended so that the binding poll could only be held at an election, which would mean that the cost of the poll would be $155,000. There are changes to the electoral timeline that seek to make it easier for New Zealand Post to get all votes into letterboxes in time. We should support those as they mitigate the risks of a declining mail service. Finally, and inconsistent with the majority of local board feedback when we consulted on Māori wards last year, we asked that the legislation be amended to provide for Māori seats on local boards, as this would put Auckland Council on the same footing as other councils in the motu, and that we could have the ability to have Māori representation at both the local and the regional decision-making tables. This would be limited to boards that were eligible to have Māori seats, and if the poll provisions are reinstated, then seats on local boards for Māori would be under those provisions. We would like to note to you that the Justice Select Committee has also received a submission from Hokura, the Independent Māori Statutory Board, and we developed our points for you to consider today whilst talking to them, and our two submissions would be aligned if we were to adopt all of these things, although their submission goes quite a lot further into the ramifications of this bill for the rest of New Zealand. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dalton?
Kia ora, thank you. I just wanted to, if you haven't already got people on the delegation, to request to be one of those people. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Leon. Councillor Turner, question.
Just from my understanding again, so the proposal that we're putting a submission on, that stops us from being able to reconstruct our local boards like we talked about before and put a Maori seat into each local board. We'd have to go to a poll for that, would we?
Through the Chair, some local boards would be eligible for a So it uses the parliamentary formula, so some would be eligible and some weren't. If they were eligible, and if governing body wanted to, now, it's not possible because the legislation doesn't allow for seats on local boards. This legislation is being amended. There is an opportunity to make an amendment to make it possible for Auckland Council to have Māori wards on seats, either through the current provisions, if they listened to us and said that we should be retaining the right ourselves to make that decision, then you as governing body would make that decision. However, if they go ahead with the poll provisions and still allow us to have Māori seats on local boards, then that would be under the poll provisions.
Okay.
Sorry, but that is the answer.
I support Maori ward seats in the local boards, them having a say at the local board. What do I do here? You know, this saying yes to this empowers that choice of mine, does it? Thank you.
I'm very sorry if I make my answers complicated, councillors.
You can't uncomplicate complicated things.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, just a couple of questions here. One going to the cost for holding polls. You mentioned 3.5 million for standalone, but if it's held in conjunction with the local election, it's only 155,000, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so if you do it at that, it's a fraction of that cost. As far as the local board component of the submission goes, we haven't. So there's not there's not a gathering of the local board views here. And when I look at the 21 local boards, you say 12 support it, but a number of those 12 are just really asking for further investigation, aren't they? They're not actually committing to, saying as we have outlined here that that there be a submission to provide for Maori seats and local boards. When you look at a number of the local boards that are explicitly identified in support, they're pretty vague. They're just talking about an investigation.
Correct. And if you were to go ahead with the local board suggestion that we've made, it would still be your decision to make that at the moment, or a poll of electors, which means that people from within that area, so if they retain the poll provisions, but they allow us to have it for local boards, people in that area would have a chance to petition council to do it.
Okay. As far as the polls go, submit in opposition of the reinstatement of the requirement to hold binding polls, so council can determine their own governance arrangements. That of course is out of kilter with the actual legislation that's being proposed, isn't it? So we're opposing that essentially.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. I note we are planning to oppose, which is great, but we make points around timing and cost as well. Are we planning to include, as part of our submission, opposition to the poor and rushed consultation procedures adopted by choice as part of this proposal?
We can do if that's your wish. We would probably frame it in terms of that we prefer the existing arrangements ahead of a representation review, which allows us to consult with the public. We've put that bit in, but if you want to go a step further, we're happy to include that.
I would like that, and I'd like my right to speak, thanks to me.
We've got through everybody there. Step back, you guys. I don't think we need to have a conversation now on this.
Councillor Henderson wants to have a say, but do you want to?
It has been suggested that in the thing there that it's delegates to myself and two others, and we're going to have Philippina and Leone seem to be the ones keenest to join me, and delegate to our member to speak to the council submission. I don't know who that's going to be. Probably not Morris Williamson, but he wants to speak now, so maybe it is. Morris?
You have got to move it and second it first, don't you, or not? You've done that?
Councillor Turner, Councillor Leone.
Turner and Leone have proposed and seconded this.
Okay. So, Mr Mayor, I'm going to vote against this, and I'm going to vote against it because of B1. It talks in there about establishing Maori wards, and I'm all in favour of Maori wards being established, but I don't believe that 11 out of 20 sitting at a table in a room should determine the constitutional outcome of a city of 1.5 million people. I've gone to the barricades on several constitutional changes in this country. I supported a 4-year term. We had a big referendum and I lost. I also went to the barricades fighting against moving to MMP and I lost. But I accepted the outcome because I thought the general public have a right to have a say on constitutional matters. And if 11 people around the table get to decide this, they may not be there at the next term, yet they have changed the constitutional structure of this council forever. And so I'm opposed to where it says that it's Auckland Council to determine it. I'd be very happy if it said let Aucklanders determine whether we have Māori seats or not, because I trust the public implicitly. Everybody gets a vote in this country. It's not like some countries where only a particular elite get to a vote or a certain group. And I think you would find that in some electorates around, or some councils around this country, there will be referendum and they will get passed and there will be Māori seats. But for the reason of we're going ahead with this opposition, I'm going to be voting. I want my vote, I want to call a division. I want my vote recorded against this.
Everything or B1?
Just get some clarification on that, please, because...
Yeah, I'd like to vote against, certainly call a division on B1.
Anderson, you want another crack at this?
Thank you. Yeah, look, to be honest with you, the reinstating the poll provisions are frankly a disgrace. It's a national embarrassment bringing this back. I've been reading the Waitangi Tribunal report on the proposed bill. It is absolutely scathing, and I've got a couple of quotes here, and we should be thinking of this. The Tribunal calls it flawed Crown policy processes proceeding at speed toward what appears to be a predetermined legislative outcome. Officials have provided only limited advice and analysis concerning the Crown's treaty obligations. There has been no consultation with Māori or other key stakeholders. There appears to be no other reason for the speed of reform other than the Crown's wish to tick off another of its coalition policy agreements. The Tribunal has said in that report that this move is to put primacy over those coalition agreements against Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the founding document of our nation and the partnership that keeps us all here. The Tribunal looked at all the Crown documents provided, cabinet papers, official advice. At no point could the Tribunal find any consultation with Māori. Their consultation with anybody was extremely limited and rushed. So limited and so rushed was the process, the regulatory impact statement itself was found to be seriously deficient due to a lack of time to prepare it. There was no reason for this to be rushed unless the government didn't want to invite opposition. And that's no way to make laws in this country in a democracy. I'm reading again here. This is another quote from the Tribunal. The reinstatement of similar poll provisions that require binding polls only in respect of Māori wards and not of any other general or rural wards or constituencies is discriminatory. No one else has to jump through this hoop. No one. You cannot do polls for general wards. You cannot do polls for rural wards, which are very common across New Zealand and arguably even within this council. It's only Māori that have to do that. Why is that? Wow. And how does that align with our founding documents and the partnership of our country? It is clear what effect this proposal will have because we have experience of this. 24 councils tried to institute Māori wards prior to the 2021 removal. 24 councils. You know how many were successful? 2. We know what's going to happen. The government knows what's going to happen, and they decided to pursue the bill anyway. Since the poll provision was removed, around half have successfully adopted Māori wards, and I tell you what, they're doing a fantastic job for their communities, Māori and everybody else, and they're doing a great job for the residents there. They need to stay in place, and we need to get rid of this bill that's an embarrassment. Thank you, Mayor.
There's no further speakers. Oh, there is a further speaker. Karen Leone, please.
I also just want to support what Councillor Henderson has said. He's pointed out some of the very obvious concerns that I have had, and to rush it through, 6 days people were given to make a submission on, you know, the fact that we have had mayors across the country that have pushed back on this and have said clearly why the need to do this when things are going so well across the country.
So I think as Tamaki Makaurau, we may not have got Māori wards from our elected members coming through for this election, which I'm still devastated with that. But if we don't support pushing back on this, when our city has come so far in terms of, we had around 20,000 Māori protesting out there today, 20,000 Māori, and we know that there are Māori out there that are more than capable, that are being Māori ward councillors here around this table. And if we don't do our best to promote, to actually have Māori sitting here, to have a Māori voice, and go backwards and say, why should they have a poll? Why should there be a poll just for Māori, but not for the rural seats and so on? How could we even think that we would support something like that in 2024, more than 180 years since Te Tiriti o Waitangi was signed? So I'm very happy with the recommendation that has come up from staff. I actually applaud these recommendations that have come through. I mean, I would have probably just preferred to say that we push back on the whole thing, but the fact that we're adding in there that we also want to amend the provision for Māori seats at local board level as well, I think is really, really important and forward thinking. We should be moving towards every opportunity that we can have to be Te Tiriti partners and to have Māori sitting at this table. Not elected under general wards, but under a specific Māori ward. So I just want to once again commend the staff and the recommendations that have come up, and I will be supporting everything that's put forward today. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. It's interesting that you didn't really support hearing from the Hokura on the LTP, but there we go. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, I just make the point, Your Worship, that 3 items ago, myself included, we overwhelmingly rejected the engagement with Aucklanders on local board reorganisation. Your Worship, the issue that I have is that I support mana whenua wards. I don't support the parliamentary model for the Māori role to establish a Māori ward. So I'm in a quandary because I think the submission that you seek to expedite seeks to achieve the outcome of opposing the bill because you want to support the council making its own representation arrangements, probably for the implementation of the Māori wards using the parliamentary role. And if that's the case, I specifically do not support that. I don't mind a mana whenua ward. So I'm at a quandary, and because I just don't think that you want to get into a whole sort of kaleidoscope of bits and pieces that we support and oppose. So for that reason, I know it will be misinterpreted by my opponents, but I'm going to oppose B. And that is largely not so much because I think that the bill is good. I don't think the bill is perfect at all. But the relief that the council is seeking in the submission would lead to I suspect lead to a representation arrangement for a parliamentary model for Māori representation as opposed to a mana whenua ward, and I don't agree with that. Thank you. So I would like my vote to be recorded against B. Well, B2 is the B2 is the timing and the cost of the polls. I mean, the difficulty here is, Your Worship, there's no way. I've indicated my position. If the officers could record that, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Councillor Furley.
Kia ora, Your Worship. I just wanted to check whether I have to declare a conflict because I've already submitted to this in my personal capacity. So should I step aside from voting or?
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay, kia ora. So I just want to tautoko everything that Councillor Henderson and Councillor Leone have said as well, and just re-emphasise that point that as council as well, we've talked about representation review, we can make decisions on wards and how many councillors and things like that, but those decisions, we don't, we're not ever asking to have a poll on, a referendum, a binding referendum on. We may go out for consultation, yes, but not a binding referendum that might overturn a decision that this council makes. So for all of the other reasons, plus that, I'll be voting in support of this, and I commend the staff who've put this up, and I'd love to hear the submission being led by Councillors Filipaina and Councillor Leone, and backed by your worship. Kia ora.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. I'm in a quandary too, and I really got a question. I just asked a question about local boards. It only says local wards up there. Is this having an effect on local boards? Because I was told not on 11. Is that correct? I was told you can. They said that we could have Maori seats on 11 local boards, but not the others. And then that says wards.
I think the number of boards was referenced in relation to the views put forward by the boards. It's not about limiting it to 11 of the 21.
Thank you.
Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you. The bill itself is a disgrace. And it's very hard following people like Councillor Henderson and Councillor Leone, who speak so well, in my view, to the issue that's in front of us. I think, never underestimate Councillor Leone, the power of tangata tiriti, who stand beside you. And there is so much power in that, whether it was today in the march that so many people couldn't be at, so I'm sure that 20,000 would have escalated quite highly. This bill undermines the principles of democracy by limiting the ability of local communities to make decisions about their own governance structures. And by imposing restrictions on the establishment of Maori wards, the bill effectively continues to disenfranchise Maori voters. And you know what? Work in a ward that has a majority Maori population, the biggest, and work with those people every day on the front line to see what those issues are and understand why there needs to be more Maori in governance, helping towards the decisions that will provide the outcomes that are needed for Maori. This is a dreadful bill, and I all my best aroha to Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Leone, who will speak to it next week. You've only been given a couple of days. I submitted my response to it yesterday. We must continue to recognise the Treaty of Waitangi. It's a partnership between Crown and Maori. I just don't understand what people don't get about that. And to think that, only watch the documentary the other week where Councillor Baker did so well, and it's the second time I've watched it, No Maori Allowed, that is not coming from the same starting place at all. And so to think that everyone can be equal in this beautiful country is just a joke. And I was going to say woke, but of course I'd be called woke, which is such an old-fashioned word that old people use all the time. So I support us putting the bill in, and thank you, staff, for all the work that you've done and that you're going to continue doing on it. Kia ora.
For that, Councillor Hills and Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. It is a shame that we lost the vote around this table for Māori wards, but an overwhelming majority of councils across the country since this law change have enacted Māori seats. And if you hadn't seen on the news the last few years, the excitement, the tears, the waiata, the haka, the mayors and chairs and councillors from all over the country voting for this, enabling and hearing the positives that have come from it. Not only does this could affect us in the future, there was 52 mayors of all politics. If you look at that list of 52 mayors who signed that letter, that's 2/3 of mayors across the country. They are from all walks of life, all politics, all parties, and they have said, do not do this to us. The division this will cause up and down the country to force these polls on those councils and rip those Māori seats potentially off those councils for no reason other than politics is just, it will be a massive stain on this country if we see that. We heard Rangatahi stand here during the LTP talk about how they are scared to speak to reo now because of the issues through the government and through the changing and the forcing of changing of te reo names for ministries, for the attacks on te tiriti, for the constant barrage of random, what feels like petty law changes. This is one of those things. That it's only Māori wards. We could have added, removed councillors, local boards, divisions, add subdivisions, and none of that could ever be put to a poll. The only thing that could, with this legislation, go to a poll is anything to do with a Māori ward. And please remember when people, and I hear it a lot, one person, one vote, you get a choice. You vote on the Māori roll for the candidate standing there, or you vote in your general roll, just like in the central government elections. It doesn't give anyone extra votes. You still have a choice of where you sit. And what this will do up and down the country is a real worry to me. And I think we were going so far the last couple of decades that I feel like for the first time in my life I'm seeing a complete reversal of all that goodwill, all that positivity. Seeing my nephews and my son, sing waiata, and I'm like, how do you know those words? Little kids are experiencing what I wasn't able to experience, what my grandmother wasn't experiencing. My great-grandmother was the last te reo speaker in our family line because it was not allowed to be spoken. And I know that's loosely connected to this, but it will help. More Māori voices in leadership will help. And if this bill passes and we don't stand up to it, we will see, I think, a devastating step backwards for our country for no reason. There's no positive reason here. So, thank you.
Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. After sitting through all the agenda items today in this council, the one thing that certainly strikes me is how different Auckland Council is for all manner of things compared to other councils around the country, and that goes to the issue of Māori representation too. We had an item earlier on referring to the Independent Māori Statutory Board, which of course is 9 people. There's 9 individuals who are on that board. If you look at the budgets, that they do a lot of work there in terms of legal planning for Māori provisions, communications, websites, translations, engagement, reporting to Māori stakeholders. They bring in Māori expertise, marae development, climate change, rangatahi, sites of significance, Māori identity, environmental management, water quality, issues of significance, etc., etc. So I think it is important to be fair that we are a bit different. We have got 9 representatives that no other part of New Zealand has ever had, anywhere, and that's been going since 2010. So, let's be fair. Let's get that out in the open for a start. My position, right from the word has always go, is I much prefer to support elected people, elected Māori wards, and if that be the case, then there's a logic that should apply to some sort of local board representation too. But either one or the other, not both, to be blunt. And that consistently is underplayed or ignored entirely. So we just soldier on to the next stage as if we're on the same basis as New Plymouth or Wellington or someone else. We're not. In Auckland, we have 9 people who represent Māori, who sit at this table, who get a vote. They get the same vote as elected people, depending on what committee they're on. So, from my perspective, that's the glaring difference in Auckland. So, until that fundamental kind of conflict, as far as I'm concerned, is dealt with, it leads to this uneasiness then of, well, is this doubling up, or we just keep adding on, or has this work, or why is Auckland different from the rest? And it definitely is right across our structure of local boards, governing body and Maori representation. So I make that point. As far as the local board representation goes, to be honest, I don't quite understand fully what's being, what the repercussions are across the board. I'm hearing that, in some instances that might be a goer, and others it won't. And I'm not quite sure how that pans out on a local board by local board, distinction. So as a consequence of that, that's what always dictates my response, and I just thought it's only fair I put it out there and not just sit there and be quiet. That's been my thinking from the word go, and it still is.
Okay, we've got to the end of that. It's been moved. Somebody moved it a while ago. It's seconded. I didn't speak on this, but I just think it's a shame that Te Hokura don't have a full vote at the table here. And I was ashamed that a couple of people who are very keen on marriage moved to not hear their vote recently, which is another bad thing I'm not happy about. So I would have liked to have had Te Hokura having a proper vote, and we may not have got ourselves into this mess. Nevertheless, we're going to put this thing now. Somebody's called for a division or something, or have they not?
Councillor Williamson has called a division on clause B in its entirety.
Is that right?
So you can put
Stick it up there then,
clause
please.
A, clause C and clause D together, and then we can do clause B.
Okay, all those in favour of A, B and D, A, C and D, stick it up there so we can see. That doesn't look right there.
Yeah.
That's a subdivision of it. Roll it down so we see the whole thing.
Yeah, no, that's A, C and D, that's what you put in.
Oh, yeah, okay, right. Okay, all those in favour of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Okay, now B. It's been called for a division. B has a whole cost of polls, time of polls, if polls are retained, changes election time and local boards. Okay, please call the thing there, Sandra, with an R.
Councillors, you're voting on clause B as you see it. Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
What?
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher. For. Councillor Foley.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Hills.
Aye.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman.
Aye.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson.
I didn't hear what she said.
Yes to B3, no to the rest. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Turner. Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That's carried with 14 votes to 7.
Yeah, right up. Item 18. Delegated authority to make a submission to the Government Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Bill. This is reasonably exciting.
Through the chair, look, this is just requesting a delegation to formalise a submission on the Water Services Bill, so that's known as Bill 2. That's the one that's going to have the Auckland provisions. We just don't know how long we're going to have for a submission. We wanted to put this up in advance,
But as per our normal process, we will ensure that you and local boards in mana whenua all have opportunity to input and contribute to the submission. That's the purpose of this report. And just to let you know that we will be releasing the confidential items and reports once the bill has been introduced into the House. Thanks.
Anybody want to say anything about this one?
It was a question.
Councillor Hills.
So the Te Mana o Te Wai provisions, is that, do we comment on that here? Is it, because I know that's coming through the RMA, but it is effectively removing our need to protect fresh water? Or is that through the RMA provisions we're discussing?
So that will be coming through the freshwater management provisions. I'm expecting, I haven't seen the bill yet, but I'm expecting that this will just be kind of around the setup of the new kind of water regime in New Zealand, and we'll have those Auckland specific provisions, which will be predominantly around that interim economic regulation and that legislative prohibition. So I don't think it's going to be relevant, but when I see the bill, I'll know.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Megan. Are we able to put in our submission ahead of time that we continue to support? Because we were already doing what the expectation is through that. So would we be saying we support the strengthened protections and expectations even if it may change later? Like,
yes, may well. Again, I probably can't answer that till I see the provisions.
Okay, mover and a seconder for this. Me and Deputy Mayor. In favour? Contrary? Carried. Right. I'm just about out of the place. Not quite. Referred from the audit and risk meeting, the health, safety and well-being performance report, which I've had to listen to twice already for my well-being. Is it possible that we could take this as read? I move the Deputy Mayor, seconded Baker, in favour of accepting that well-being for our own mental well-being. That's good. The enterprise risk update. Apparently part of this is secret. I think when you go into secret, I'll be pretty grumpy if it's not bloody secret. But anyone to move and second this thing? Baker and have to be you. Deputy Mayor, all those in favour of whatever that was, in favour please say aye. Contrary, carried. Wonderful. The Joint Governance Working Party release of information. This is something that's good. We should be releasing information. So people who are worried about what we spent several hours with today can read what all the people spent many hours with under the Joint Governance Working Party. So if you do want to read something or other in order to back up the prejudices which you expressed before, you'll be able to do this now. So moved by Councillor Ferry.
Simpson Ferry.
Well, okay.
Simpson Ferry.
Simpson Ferry. Sounds like Manly Ferry. All those in favour, please say aye. Now we're going to exclude ourselves from the... What have I done?
22.
What's 22?
Summary of information.
Oh, summary of information. Walker usually likes to do this.
Baker Foley for that one.
This is the main stadium recommendations are going to be circulated. It seems bizarre that we're going to do this before we go into secrecy about the main stadio, but I don't know. I'd actually like to see the main stadio.
Who advised,
Open
Your Worship, in speaking to that, who advised that we needed to be in confidential?
Very good question. I didn't get that, say that again.
Your Worship, I wasn't sure whether you're moving this item or whether you're moving the procedural motion. I wanted to speak to the procedural motion if we are speaking to it. My question is, on what advice are we going into confidential? Who was the officer that advised this?
If we're just actually going to summarise all the briefings that we're going to throw out to everybody.
Well, I'm happy to move the briefings.
We'll get rid of that, then we'll take your question. So moved by Fletcher and seconded by Watson, by Foley. Baker Foley, right, all those in favour? Aye, carried. Now we're going to go into secrecy, and your question is a good point. I am not at all favour of the amount of secrecy this council goes into. You know, in fact, by the time we go to secrecy, I've lost the will to live by the end of the day, and so I oppose going to secrecy for any of these next things.
Your Worship, in the absence of being advised on whose recommendation this is, I wish to foreshadow that I will vote against this.
Press why is this secret?
Hello. I understand that staff had seen the report, identified that there were reasons for confidentiality, and that there were two reasons essentially. So the first one is around obligation of confidence, and that's because some of the information that you'll be discussing today is based on information that was put forward by the bidders who included confidential information in the information that they provided to the council. And to enable the discussion of that confidential information, it was considered appropriate to move into confidential for that purpose. In addition to that, the other reason given is negotiations, and some of that reasoning was around you may ultimately be in negotiations with groups around this, and enabling access to the information and discussion may result in you in some way being prejudiced in those future negotiations. Ultimately, it is a decision for elected members whether to move into confidential, but those are the reasons that were identified. And just based on those reasons, it's legally open for you to move into confidential, or obviously, as always, legally open for you to decide not to.
Thank you, Meredith.
Well, that's okay for the stadium thing, but the risk thing, why is that confidential? Emma.
Through you, Mr Chair. Mr Mayor, the reason for this part of the enterprise risk report being in confidential, and I would point out that a lot of the enterprise risk report was in the open agenda, and you've just passed a resolution to accept that. The reason that this part of that report is in confidential, it talks to our strategic risks, and having that discussed openly could exacerbate some of those risks.
For example, cyber security risks.
Sounds okay, but I can't imagine we're going to have a conversation about cyber security risks here at a sufficient level that anyone could spy on us. I mean, we're a group of old people who can hardly open a bloody computer. Yeah, well.
That might well be true, but this provides you an opportunity to ask Richard Jarrett questions about it if you so choose.
To have a mover and a seconder to go into secrecy. Councillor Turner, and followed by the Deputy Mayor, I think. Councillor Walker, you want to speak about secrecy?
Sure. I don't have any issue going into confidential over this cyber security related issue. But as far as the issue around the stadiums are concerned, and I'm very familiar with the Stand and Read report, and if that is the report that we're considering, there is nothing that I can see in that report that would meet the test of any confidentiality. If there is, I'd like somebody to draw my attention to the particular part of that report. So that's a question I've got, because I don't think as I say, the report's got anything in it that's materially confidential.
I'm unable to answer that because I wasn't a member of the thing and never saw the stuff. So, Councillor Henderson, you might answer it, or the chief, or the.
Yeah, I might be able to assist Your Worship. And I spoke with the councillor about this yesterday and was able to provide him with the evidence of at least one of the submitters having requested that their information be treated as confidential. So the terms of the EOI process that was signed off by the working group, and I wasn't a member of the working group and I wasn't present for those meetings, but I have reviewed the documents, made it very clear that if submitters submitted information and said that that information was confidential, then we would treat that information as confidential. And in some cases, submitters did do that. So that's the reason for treating some of the information as confidential. We could have a discussion in public, but it would mean we weren't able to refer to some of that information.
Okay, with respect then, is any of that information in the report? That is the information that the submitters asked to be confidential. None of that information is in the report. Is that correct?
The contents of the report that are on the agenda today,
correct,
doesn't contain confidential information. And in fact, I understand all of that information has been released to the public already. So that's accessible on the agenda. The reason for the item being confidential is so that the confidential information can be discussed freely. And you'll know that one of the resolutions in that the item for discussion is, of course, that as soon as you've made that decision, the information is released publicly.
So just for clarity then, one, we have a report from Stan & Reed that doesn't have anything in it that's actually confidential. Two, we do not have any of the confidential information supplied to us from the bidders in this agenda item. I think they're statements of fact, aren't they?
Councillor, I was referring to the agenda report, not the Stanton Reid report. I think we may have...
Well, the agenda report doesn't have anything confidential in it either.
Yeah, that was what I was referring to, Councillor, when I was referring to the report.
So, through you, Mr Chair, and through the Chief Executive, if there is no information that we have in the report that's confidential, and that is what we're discussing, we should be discussing it in open meeting, particularly when this is a matter that has substantial public interest. There has already been any amount of information that's been put out in the public realm to date, some of which is frankly incorrect. There's substantial public interest, and I would suggest that the measure of the weighting that you would put around having this matter in open is strongly in favour of it being an open rather than confidential. And if that were not the case, then by all means, if there happen to be some things that have to be dealt with in confidential, then they could be dealt with separately and we could move into confidential at that point. But I don't even know when that point might be.
Can I just clarify something? Because I think we might be talking a little bit at cross purposes. Yeah, so when you're referring, Mr Hardy, to the agenda report not containing confidential information, but the Stanton Reid report does or doesn't? Because obviously the Stanton Reid report is an attachment to the agenda report. So does the Stanton Reid report include anything considered confidential? And then I have one more question after that.
I think we'd have to go through that in detail. And I think possibly Mike Reid from Stanton Reid is available, hoping to address the meeting. He was scheduled to do so, and he could probably address that better. But it does. So In some cases, the Stanton Reid report refers to information which one of the bidders said was confidential.
Okay.
I think so there might be some information that would be redacted. I think, in fact, probably the more likely outcome would be we would talk to that bidder and obtain their consent to the information being released publicly. So that would be the way I would be advising that you go about this. But there is some information which one of the bidders said was confidential. One of the bidders said their proposal was confidential, and that information is referred to in the Stanton Reid report.
Okay, so the agenda report would be fine, except that attached to it is the Stanton Reid report, which does include some confidential information. So my next question then is, so I'm assuming that when we have the conversation with Mike Reid about the Stanton Reid report, he is probably going to mention some of the confidential information that's in the Stanton Reid report, and we may be asking questions that he has to refer to that confidential information, maybe stuff that's not written down, but other stuff in his responses. And knowing how this group works, there's not really going to be an opportunity to go, oh, hang on, folks, that question's heading in a confidential direction, let's go into confidential. It's we kind of have to do all or nothing. Is that fair? I've got a little experience now. Yeah.
Your Worship, as a seconder, I believe in being as public as possible, but I suppose that you are actually asking my questions around this. So I reluctantly will second this to exclude the public based on our legal advice and based on one of the bidders requesting that their information remain confidential. I just want to be really clear. I would prefer to have it in open, but if we are told both from our legal team and by a submitter that they want the information to remain confidential, I'm happy then to say.
Newman has a question.
Your Worship, I mean, the irony of this issue is that some of us have said nothing and kept this confidential and just read the media for updates. With respect to, which is what's happened actually, but with respect to the way forward, could I understand that following consideration of this item in confidential, that the report itself, which will need to have a redaction for one part of the Stanton Reid report, is then immediately released to the public? Because but for one part, I just can't see anything in this report that should be withheld. And that, okay, if we're going to go into confidential for a discussion, that we have that discussion, we resolve the matter, and that we then exit the confidential matter and to publish the confidential report, including with the redaction as well as the reasons for that redaction. Would that be a reasonable compromise? Because I just think that to just have a blanket block on everything just seems to be impractical. But that seems to be the best way forward with the media sitting here. Hello, Simon. And more online. Yes, they're all lining up, but you know, I'll read about it tomorrow, no doubt. Is that a way forward, Meredith, to ensure that we strike the right balance here, the principle of availability of information, but withholding that part for the reasons given, redacted as part of the
this is saying that processes of high public interest but has been run as a confidential process given the confidential nature of information provided by respondents. The stadium is put in, and it says later on, and as soon as we made a decision, we're going to bloody hand it all out. Well, I mean...
Yeah, but there is one part in there that will need to be redacted.
Which is it?
We can't...
You can't talk about it now.
If I can try. Well, I mean, I'll read this. This doesn't look very secretive to me. I mean,
yeah.
You know, It doesn't even look like it's worth leaking, really. I mean, and it sounds as though that the board, and you've got to say that I'm one of the ones that hasn't been to any of the meetings, but I've been well informed through the newspaper about what's going on there anyhow. So some of you people must be talking to the media. We've got a motion on the floor. All those who want to go to secrecy, I'm going to vote against going to secrecy, but you can vote into secrecy. It's up to you guys. All those in favour who want to go into secrecy, please say aye.
Aye.
All those who don't want to go in, please say no.
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 Can we find out who was no, please?
All right, who joined me in the no's? Oh, Mr W Brown was a no. There was somebody else no's there. Who else?
I was a no.
And count, yes.
Pardon?
I was a no.
You have to declare.
Well, I'm
Need a
declaring.
division.
Fletcher's a no.
A division has been called because it's unclear of what.
Somebody called the division.
Yeah.
Who did that? I don't know. That person's... The person who called the division is secret.
Hold on, Mayor, just a sec. Can I just back the truck up for a bit? I know we're all tired. I just want to back the truck up for a bit. Because I think everyone wants to be as public as we can, but I just want to be sure that if you vote against going into confidential, you are voting against legal advice and you are voting against a request by one of the submitters not to discuss their bid in public. I just want to be really clear around that because I don't want to make this...
Speaking to the point of
Hold on,
order-
just a minute. Can
No,
I
well,
finish?
actually, you're
Excuse
intervening
me.
in the middle of a division, which you can't actually. But the matter that you're inquiring about can be discussed and explored in the confidential section if it gets that far. But you can't have this debate now, Desi, because the division's been called. I think...
Councillors, the division has been called. There can be no debate and no points of order once the division has been called. You are voting to go into confidential. Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Hills.
For.
Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
That's carried 13 votes to 7.
Okay, we're in secrecy now. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Your Worship.
For
can I
those
ask
of
a
you who've waited all day long, you can take the
procedural
sleeping bag and go home.
Can I ask a procedural question, please? Because I don't want the minutes of this meeting having been recorded that we weren't going, that we made a decision on confidentiality that wasn't based on certain things. So can there be a note, please, in the minutes for the reasoning for that?
The reasons for going into confidential?
For the reasons for going to confidential.
Yeah.
They're stated in the resolution.
It's stated in the resolution.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You have to
That's very
adjourn
good.
the meeting now, please.
I'm adjourning for 5 minutes for the representatives of the public to leave.